Part 1. Madame Bovary, we were in study hour when the headmaster entered, followed by a new boy dressed in his everyday clothes and by a classroom servant carrying a big desk. Those who were asleep woke up, and each of us rose as if caught working. The headmaster nodded at us to resume our seats. Then, turning to the usher, Monsieur Roger, he said to him in a near whisper, "Here is a pupil I entrust to you. He will start in the 5th class. That, if his work and behavior are deserving, he may go up to the seniors, as befits his age." Remaining in the corner, behind the door, so much so that we could scarcely make him out, the new boy was a country lad, about 15 years of age, and taller than any of us. His hair was cut straight across the forehead, like a village cantor, and he looked sound enough and exceedingly embarrassed. He was not broad-shouldered, but his short green woolen coat with its black buttons must have been tight at the armpits and revealed, through the slits in the back of his cuffs, red wrists used to being exposed. His legs in blue stockings emerged from yellowish trousers hitched up tight by the braces. He was wearing stout shoes, poorly polished and studded with nails. We started reciting our lessons. He was all ears, as if attending to a sermon, not daring even to cross his legs or lean on his elbow. And when the bell went at 2 o'clock, he had to be alerted by the usher to join us as we lined up. It was our trick on coming into class, to toss our caps on the floor so as to have our hands freer afterwards. Right from the doorway, you had to hurl them under the bench so that they hit the wall and made lots of dust. That was the thing. But whether he had failed to notice this stratagem or had not dared succumb to it, when prayers were over, the new boy was still holding his cap on his lap. It was one of those composite types of headdress which hints at bearskin, chapka, one round hat, otterskin hat, and cotton bonnet. One of those sorry contraptions whose dumb ugliness has certain expressive depths, like the face of an imbecile, that egg-shaped and bulging with whalebone. It began with 3 circular sausage shapes. Then came alternate lozenges of velvet and rabbit skin separated from each other by a red band, followed by a sort of bag, ending in a pasteboard polygon covered with a complicated piece of braid, and from which hung, at the end of a long and too slender string, a little crisscross of gold thread by way of tassel. It was brand new. The peak shone. "Stand up," said the teacher. He stood up. His cap fell off. The whole class started to laugh. He bent down to retrieve it, but a neighbor made it fall with a jab of the elbow. He picked it up yet again. "Do get rid of your helmet," said the teacher, who was a witty fellow. A loud burst of laughter from the pupils disconcerted the poor boy, so much so that he had no idea whether he should keep hold of his cap, leave it on the floor, or put it on his head. He sat down again and placed it on his lap. "Stand up," resumed the teacher, "and tell me your name." The new boy pronounced, mumbling, an unintelligible name. Again, the same mumble of syllables could be heard, showered with hoots from the class. "Louder!" the master shouted. "Louder!" The new boy, coming then to a drastic decision, opened an enormous mouth and hurled forth at the top of his voice, as if calling out for someone, this word. Bovary. A roar shot up, rose in a crescendo on bursts of high-pitched shrieks. We yelled, we barked, we stamped our feet. We repeated, Bovary, Bovary, then kept itself going on single notes, dying down with great difficulty, only to revive at times all of a sudden along a bench's row, where it gushed forth here and there in a stifled laugh, like an ill-snuffed firework. Nevertheless, beneath a rain of extra lines, order was restored bit by bit in the classroom, and the teacher, managing to understand the name Charles Bovary by having it dictated, spelt out, and reread, ordered the poor devil to go and sit on the idler's bench. At the foot of the rostrum, he started to move, but before heading off, hesitated. "What are you looking for?" asked the teacher. Said the new boy, casting worried eyes around him. 500 lines for the whole class. Delivered in a furious voice, quelled, like the quo's ego, to a new squall. "So now, keep quiet," the indignant teacher continued, and wiping his forehead with a handkerchief that he had just drawn from beneath his headpiece. "As for you, new boy, you will copy out for me, 20 times, the verb ridiculous sum." 3 then, in a softer voice. "Well now, you'll find your cap. It hasn't been stolen." All calmed down once more. Heads bent to books, and for 2 hours the new boy behaved in an exemplary fashion, even if, from time to time, the odd paper pellet launched from a pen nib splattered his face. But he wiped himself with his hand, and remained completely still, eyes cast down at in the evening, at study time. He pulled his sleeve guard from his desk, set his little pile of belongings in order, painstakingly ruled his paper. We could see him working hard, looking up every word in the dictionary and going to great trouble. Thanks, no doubt, to the willingness he showed, he avoided dropping down a class, because, though he knew his rules of grammar tolerably well, he had scarce any elegance in his turn of phrase. It was his village priest who had started him in Latin, his parents, for reasons of thrift, sending him to college only at the last possible moment. His father, Monsieur Charles Denis Barthelome Bovary, former assistant surgeon major, compromised around 1812 in some conscription scandal and forced that about that time to leave the service, had then turned his personal attractions to advantage by grabbing as it passed a dowry of 60,000 francs, which presented itself in the shape of a bonnet merchant's daughter, who had fallen in love with his bearing, a handsome man, boastful, loudly ringing his spurs, sporting side whiskers that met his mustache, fingers forever bristling with rings, dressed in gaudy colors. He had the look of a gallant, with the facile gusto of a commercial traveler. Once he was married, he spent 2 or 3 years living off his wife's fortune, dining well, rising late, smoking large porcelain pipes, coming back in the evening only after the theater, and forever in and out of the cafes. The father-in-law died and left hardly a thing. He was furious, launched out into fabrics, lost some money there, then retired to the country, where he wished to exploit the land. But, as he knew scarcely more about cultivation than about printed calico, and rode his horses, rather than turning them out to plow, drank his cider in bottles rather than selling it in the cask, ate the finest poultry from his yard and greased his hunting boots with the lard of his pigs, he soon saw that it would be better to give up all speculation. Averaging 200 francs a year, he then found, on the borders of the Cox and Picardy country, a dwelling that was a kind of half-farm, half-mansion, and, despondent, gnawed by regrets, blaming the heavens, and envious of everyone, he shut himself up from the age of 45, disgusted by men, as he put it, and determined to live in peace. His wife had doted on him once upon a time. She had loved him with innumerable cringings, for that had weaned him from her all the more. Previously cheerful, outgoing, and entirely loving, on growing older she had, in the way a stale wine turns vinegary, become testy, screechy, nervous. She had suffered so, without at first complaining, when she saw him running after all the village strumpets, and that a score of disreputable places sent him back to her in the evening, worn out with pleasures, and reeking of drunkenness. Then her pride had revolted. Oh, she had kept quiet, swallowing her rage in a mute stoicism that she kept to the day she died. She was endlessly out shopping and on business. She went to the solicitor's office, to the tribunal president, remembered to settle bills, won delays, and at the house she ironed, sewed, laundered, watched over the workers, settled the memorandums. So much so that, without worrying about a thing, Monsieur, perpetually benumbed in a sullen stupor, from which he only stirred to say unkind words to her, stayed puffing in the chimney corner, hawking on the cinders. When she bore a child, it had to be put out to a wet nurse. Returned home, the brat was spoilt like a prince. His mother fed him jams. His father let him run around without shoes, and, acting the philosopher, even said that he could go about naked, like the young of animals, to counter any maternal leanings. He had in his head a certain virile ideal of childhood by which he endeavored to mold his son, wanting him to be brought up the hard way, in the Spartan manner, to give him sound constitution. He sent him to bed without a fire, taught him to take great swigs of rum, and to insult the church processions. But, being naturally easygoing, the child responded poorly to his efforts. His mother was always dragging him after her. She would cut up pasteboard boxes for him, tell him stories, converse with him in unending monologues, full of melancholic gaieties and babbling blandishments that in the loneliness of her life, she transferred onto this child's head all her scattered, broken vanities. She dreamed of high positions. She saw him as already tall, handsome, witty, established in civil engineering or in the magistracy. She taught him to read, and even, on an old piano of hers, to sing 2 or 3 sentimental ballads. But to all this, Monsieur Bovary, who cared little for the arts, objected that it was not worth it. Would they ever have what was needed to support him at a government school? Buy him a practice or a business. Besides, if he has the cheek, a fellow always succeeds in the world. Madame Bovary bit her lip, and the child roamed the village, that he followed the ploughmen, and, with clods of earth, would drive off the crows that flew away. He ate blackberries all along the ditches, kept watch over the turkeys with a stick, tossed the hay at harvest, ran in the woods, played hopscotch in the church porch on rainy days, and, during the main festivals, would beg the verger to let him ring the bells, so that he could hang full length from the great rope and feel its peals carry him away, and he shot up like an oak. He acquired strong hands, a healthy bloom. When he was 12, his mother was finally allowed to start him on his studies. They assigned these to the priest, but the lessons were so brief and so poorly followed that they could serve little purpose. They were given at spare moments, in the sacristy, standing up, in a rush between a baptism and a burial. Or else the priest would send for his pupil after the evening angelus. If he had not to go out, you went up to his room, you settled down. The midges and the moths swirled around the tallow. It was hot. The child fell asleep, and the old fellow, dozing off with his hands on his belly, was soon snoring, mouth agape. Other times, when Monsieur le Curé, returning from giving the Eucharist to some sick person or other in the neighborhood, spotted Charles up to mischief in the open fields, he would call him over. Give him a good talking to for a quarter of an hour, and use the opportunity to make him conjugate his verbs at the foot of a tree. Rain would come to interrupt them, or an acquaintance passing by. Yet he was always pleased with him, even saying that the young fellow had an ample memory. Charles could not stop there. Madame was insistent. Ashamed, or weary rather, Monsieur yielded without resistance, and they waited one more year until the boy had made his first communion. Another 6 months went by, and the following year, Charles was sent for good to school in Rouen, taken there personally by his father towards the end of October. At the time of the Saint Romain fair, the IT would be impossible now for any of us to remember a thing about him. 5. He was an even-tempered boy who played at break time, worked in the study hour, listened in class, sleeping well in the dormitory, and eating well in the refectory. He had a wholesale ironmonger in the Rue Gantier as guardian, who took him out once a month, on Sundays, after his shop was shut, would send him off to walk around the harbor to look at the boats, then take him back to school as soon as it was 7 o'clock before supper. Each Thursday evening, he wrote a long letter to his mother using red ink and 3 bars of sealing wax. Then he would go over his history exercise books, or read an old volume of Anacharsis 6 lying about in the schoolroom. On walks, he chatted with the servant, who was from the country, just like him. Be wide din of application. He always remained around the middle of the class. Once, he even gained a first certificate of merit in natural history. But at the end of his 4th year, his parents took him out of school to have him study medicine, convinced that he could make his own way up to the baccalaureate. His mother chose a room for him, on the 4th floor, along the Oderobeck, with a dyer of her acquaintance. She concluded the arrangements for his board and lodging, bought some furniture, a table and 2 chairs, had an old cherrywood bed sent from home, and in addition bought a little cast-iron stove with a supply of wood to keep her poor child warm. Then she left at the end of the week, after innumerable recommendations to behave well, now that he was to be left to his own devices. The curriculum, which he read on the notice board, made him feel giddy. Lectures in anatomy, lectures in pathology, lectures in physiology, lectures in pharmacology, lectures in chemistry, in botany, and in clinical and therapeutic medicine, not to mention hygiene and materia medica, all names of whose etymologies he was ignorant, and which were like so many sanctuary doors full of august shades. He understood nothing. He listened in vain. He did not grasp it. Yet he worked. He had well-bound notebooks. He would follow all the lectures. He missed not a single ward round. He performed his little daily task like a mill horse that turns on the same spot blindfold, ignorant of what is crushing to spare him expense. His mother sent him, each week, by messenger, a piece of roast veal, on which he would breakfast in the morning when he returned from the hospital, all the while beating his feet against the wall to warm them. Then he had to run to classes, to the amphitheater, to the hospice, and come back home. Right across town, in the evening, after his landlord's meager dinner, he went up again to his room and got back down to work in wet clothes that steamed on his body before the glowing stove. On beautiful summer evenings, when the warm streets are empty and the servant girls play battledore on the front step, he would open the window and lean on his elbows. The river, Severn, which made a vile little Venice of this area of Rouen, flowed below, right beneath him, yellow, violet, or blue between its bridges and its railings. Workers, crouched by the edge, washed their arms in the water that on poles protruding from the lofts. Hanks of cotton dried in the open air. Opposite, beyond the roofs, the great pure sky stretched, with a red setting sun. How good it must be over there! How cool under the beech grove! And he opened his nostrils wide to breathe in the good smells of the countryside, which did not reach him. He thinned out. He grew taller, and his face took on a sort of doleful expression which made it almost interesting. Naturally, out of indolence, he began to release himself from all the resolutions he had made. Once he skipped a ward round, the next day his lecture, and, savoring the laziness, little by little, returned there no more. He became a tavern regular, developing a passion for dominoes, shutting himself up every evening in a squalid public bar, tapping the little black-dotted sheep bones on marble tables. Seemed to him a precious act of liberty, which gave him back his self-esteem that it was his initiation into the world, his admittance into forbidden pleasures, and on entering, he would place his hand upon the doorknob with a joy that was almost sensual. Then a lot of things that were squeezed in him began to expand. He learnt little songs by heart that he sang at the initiation drinks, was infatuated with Berenger. 9 learned how to make punch, and knew what love was at last. Thanks to these preparatory labors, he completely failed his medical officer's exam. They were waiting for him that very evening at the house to celebrate his success. He set off on foot and stopped at the entrance to the village, where he sent for his mother, told her everything. She forgave him, shifting blame onto the unfairness of the examiners, and stiffened his resolve a little, taking it upon herself to sort things out. It was another 5 years before Monsieur Bovary knew the truth. It was hoary old news. He accepted it, not being able to imagine, anyway, that his male issue could be a dunce that so. Charles went back to work and revised for his exams without a break, learning all the questions in advance by heart. He passed with quite a good mark. What a wonderful day for his mother. They gave a huge dinner. Where would he go to practice his skills? To toasts. There was only an old doctor there. For a long time, Madame Bovary had been on the watch for his death, and the gentleman had not yet turned up his toes when Charles was installed opposite as his successor. But it was not enough to have raised her son, to have had him study medicine, and to have found a practice for him in toasts. He needed a wife. She found him one. The widow of a Dieppe bailiff, who was 45 and worth 1,200 livres a year. Although she was ugly, thin as a rake and pimply as a goose, it has to be said that Madame de Buch did not lack for choice when it came to a match to achieve her ends. Mayor Bovary had to oust them all, and she foiled. And very skillfully, too. The intrigues of a pork butcher who was backed by the priests. Charles had dimly envisaged in the marriage the advent of a better life, imagining that he would be freer and could have at his disposal her person and her money. But his wife was the master. In front of people he must say this, must not say that, had to abstain from meat on Fridays, dress as she thought fit, harass on her instructions those clients who were not settling up. She unsealed his letters, spied on his every move, and put her ear to the partition wall as he was giving consultations in his surgery when there were women. She must have her hot chocolate every morning and his never-ending attentions. She would complain ceaselessly of her nerves, her chest, her fluids. The noise of footsteps gave her pains. You went away, and the solitude grew hateful to her. You came back to her side, and it was to watch her die, no doubt. In the evening, when Charles returned, she produced her long, scrawny arms from under the sheet, slipped them around his neck, and, having made him sit on the edge of the bed, set about telling him her sorrows. He was forgetting her. He loved another. People had indeed told her she would be unhappy, and she ended up asking him for a syrup for her health and a little bit more love. Madame Bovary, too, one night. At about 11 o'clock, they were woken by the noise of a horse which stopped just in front of the door. The maid opened the attic skylight and argued things over for some time with the man still down below, in the street. He had come looking for a doctor. He had a letter. Nastasy descended the steps, shivering, and went to open the lock and slipped the bolts, one after the other. The man left his horse and, following the maid, appeared behind her all of a sudden. From his gray-tasseled cotton bonnet he pulled out a letter wrapped in a piece of rag and daintily presented it to Charles, who leaned his elbow on the pillow to read it. Nastasy, near the bed, held the light. Madame, out of a sense of decency, stayed with her back turned, facing the wall. This letter, sealed with a little seal of blue wax, begged Monsieur Bovary to go immediately to the farm at Les Bertaux to set a broken leg. Now, between Toasts and Les Bertaux, there are a good 18 miles to cross, by way of Longueville and St. Victor. The night was black. Madame Bovary the younger was fearful of accidents befalling her husband. So it was decided that the stable boy should set off first. Charles would leave 3 hours later, when the moon rose. They would send a child to meet him, in order to show him the way to the farm and open the gates ahead. At about 4 o'clock, Charles, wrapped up well in his cloak, set off for Les Bertaux. Still drowsy from the warmth of sleep, he let himself be lulled by the peaceful trot of his beast. Whenever it stopped of its own accord before those thorn-wreathed holes they dig on the boundaries of plowed fields, Charles, waking up with a start, would remember the broken leg and endeavor to remind himself of all the fractures he knew. The rain was no longer falling. Day was breaking, and on the leafless apple trees, the birds stayed motionless, ruffling their little feathers in the cold morning wind. The flat country stretched out as far as the eye could see, and the clumps of trees around the farms made, at rare intervals, deep violet patches on this vast gray surface that fused at the horizon with the gloomy tint of the sky. Charles, from time to time, opened his eyes. Then, his mind wearying and sleep returning of its own accord, he soon slipped into a kind of slumber where his recent feelings merging with his memories, he perceived himself in duplicate, both student and married man, lying in his bed as he had been just now, crossing an operating room as in the past. The hot smell of poultices blended in his head with the fresh scent of the dew. He heard the bed's iron rings trundling on their curtain rods and his wife sleeping. As he came through Vassonville, he noticed on the edge of a ditch a young boy seated on the grass. "Are you the doctor?" the child asked. And, at Charles's reply, he took his clogs in his hands and began to run ahead. Along the way, the medical officer 9 understood from the chatter of his guide that Monsieur Rouault must be among the better-off farmers. He had broken a leg the evening before on his way back from a 12th night revel at a neighbor's house. His wife had been dead 2 years. He had only his young lady with him, who helped him keep house. The ruts grew deeper. He was approaching Les Bertaux. The little lad, slipping through a hole in a hedge, vanished, then reappeared at the bottom of a courtyard to open the gate. The horse slipped on the wet grass. Charles ducked down to pass under the branches. The guard dogs barked in a kennel, tugging on their chain. When he entered Lespertaw, his horse took fright and shied. It was a fine-looking farm. In the stables, through the open upper doors, heavy plow horses could be seen, feeding calmly from new racks. An ample muck heap stretched the length of the buildings. Steam rose from it, and among the hens and turkey cocks, 5 or 6 peacocks pecked about on top, a luxury of Cock's farmyards. The sheepfold was long, the barn was high, its walls smooth as your hand. Inside the shed were 2 large carts and 4 plows, with their whips, their chains, their full harness, whose blue wool fleeces were being soiled by the fine dust that fell from the haylofts. The yard sloped upwards, planted with evenly spaced trees, and the happy chatter of a gaggle of geese rang out by the pond. A young woman, in a blue merino dress trimmed with 3 flounces, appeared at the door of the house to receive Monsieur Bovary, whom she showed into the kitchen, where a great fire blazed. The servants' meal bubbled around it, in little pots of uneven size. Wet clothes were drying in the chimney's recess. The fire shovel, tongs, and bellows, all of massive proportions, shone like polished steel, while along the walls stretched a copiousness of coppers and pans, in which the clear flame of the fireplace glittered unevenly, mingling with the sun's first gleams arriving through the panes. Charles went up to the first floor to see the patient. He found him in his bed, sweating under the covers and having tossed his cotton bonnet a fair distance. He was a fat little man of 50, white-skinned, blue-eyed, bald at the front, and wearing earrings. At his side, on a chair, he had a large carafe of brandy, which he poured for himself now and again to buck himself up. But, as soon as he saw the doctor, his intense excitement dropped away, and instead of cursing, as he had been doing for the last 12 hours, he began to moan feebly. It was a simple fracture, with no complications whatsoever. Charles could not have hoped for anything easier. So, recalling how his teachers behaved at the bedside of the injured, he comforted the patient with all sorts of kindly words, surgical endearments that are like the oil with which they lubricate the scalpels. Madame Bovary, too, one night, at about 11 o'clock, they were woken by the noise of a horse which stopped just in front of the door. The maid opened the attic skylight and argued things over for some time with a man still down below, in the street. He had come looking for a doctor. He had a letter. Nastasy descended the steps, shivering, and went to open the lock and slip the bolts, one after the other. The man left his horse and, following the maid, appeared behind her all of a sudden. From his gray tasseled cotton bonnet he pulled out a letter wrapped in a piece of rag and daintily presented it to Charles, who leaned his elbow on the pillow to read it. Nastasy, near the bed, held the light. Madame, out of a sense of decency, stayed with her back turned, facing the wall. This letter, sealed with a little seal of blue wax, begged Monsieur Bovary to go immediately to the farm at Lespertaw to set a broken leg. Now, between Tostes and Lespertaw, there are a good 18 miles to cross, by way of Longueville and St. Victor. The night was black. Madame Bovary the younger was fearful of accidents befalling her husband, so it was decided that the stable boy should set off first. Charles would leave 3 hours later, when the moon rose. They would send a child to meet him, in order to show him the way to the farm and open the gates ahead. At about 4 o'clock, Charles, wrapped up well in his cloak, set off for Lespertaw. Still drowsy from the warmth of sleep, he let himself be lulled by the peaceful trot of his beast. Whenever it stopped of its own accord before those thorn-wreathed holes they dig on the boundaries of plowed fields, Charles, waking up with a start, would remember the broken leg and endeavor to remind himself of all the fractures he knew. The rain was no longer falling, day was breaking, and on the leafless apple trees the birds stayed motionless, ruffling their little feathers in the cold morning wind. The flat country stretched out as far as the eye could see, and the clumps of trees around the farms made, at rare intervals, deep violet patches on this vast gray surface that fused at the horizon with the gloomy tint of the sky. Charles, from time to time, opened his eyes. Then, his mind wearying and sleep returning of its own accord, he soon slipped into a kind of slumber where, his recent feelings merging with his memories, he perceived himself in duplicate, both student and married man, lying in his bed as he had been just now, crossing an operating room as in the past. The hot smell of poultices blended in his head with the fresh scent of the dew. He heard the bed's iron rings trundling on their curtain rods and his wife sleeping. As he came through Vassonville, he noticed on the edge of a ditch a young boy seated on the grass. "Are you the doctor?" the child asked, and, at Charles's reply, he took his clogs in his hands and began to run ahead. Along the way, the medical officer 9 understood from the chatter of his guide that Monsieur Rouault must be among the better-off farmers. He had broken a leg the evening before on his way back from a 12th night revel at a neighbor's house. His wife had been dead 2 years. He had only his young lady with him, who helped him keep house. The ruts grew deeper. He was approaching Lespertaw. The little lad, slipping through a hole in a hedge, vanished, then reappeared at the bottom of a courtyard to open the gate. The horse slipped on the wet grass. Charles ducked down to pass under the branches. The guard dogs barked in a kennel, tugging on their chain. When he entered Lespertaw, his horse took fright and shied. It was a fine-looking farm. In the stables, through the open upper doors, heavy plow horses could be seen, feeding calmly from new racks. An ample muck heap stretched the length of the buildings. Steam rose from it, and, among the hens and turkey cocks, 5 or 6 peacocks pecked about on top, a luxury of Cock's farmyards. The sheepfold was long, the barn was high, its walls smooth as your hand. Inside the shed were 2 large carts and 4 plows, with their whips, their chains, their full harness, whose blue wool fleeces were being soiled by the fine dust that fell from the haylofts. The yard sloped upwards, planted with evenly spaced trees, and the happy chatter of a gaggle of geese rang out by the pond. A young woman, in a blue merino dress trimmed with 3 flounces, appeared at the door of the house to receive Monsieur Bovary, whom she showed into the kitchen, where a great fire blazed. The servants' meal bubbled around it, in little pots of uneven size. Wet clothes were drying in the chimney's recess. The fire shovel, tongs, and bellows, all of massive proportions, shone like polished steel, while along the walls stretched a copiousness of coppers and pans, in which the clear flame of the fireplace glittered unevenly, mingling with the sun's first gleams arriving through the panes. Charles went up to the first floor to see the patient. He found him in his bed, sweating under the covers and having tossed his cotton bonnet a fair distance. He was a fat little man of 50, white-skinned, blue-eyed, bald at the front, and wearing earrings. At his side, on a chair, he had a large carafe of brandy, which he poured for himself now and again to buck himself up. But, as soon as he saw the doctor, his intense excitement dropped away, and instead of cursing, as he had been doing for the last 12 hours, he began to moan feebly. It was a simple fracture, with no complications whatsoever. Charles could not have hoped for anything easier. So, recalling how his teachers behaved at the bedside of the injured, he comforted the patient with all sorts of kindly words, surgical endearments that are like the oil with which they lubricate the scalpels. For the splints, a bundle of laths was fetched from a cart shed. Charles chose one of them, cut it into pieces, and polished it with a sliver of glass pane, while the maidservant ripped up sheets to make bandages, and Mademoiselle Emma endeavored to sew some pads. As she took a long time to find her box, her father grew impatient. She said nothing in reply, but, while sewing, she kept pricking her fingers that she would then bring to her mouth to suck. Charles was surprised by the whiteness of her nails. They were glossy, fine at the tips, buffed more thoroughly than the ivories of Dieppe, tin, and almond-shaped. Yet her hand was not beautiful, not pale enough perhaps, the knuckles a little dry. It was too long as well, and its outline had no soft curves. What was beautiful about her was her eyes. Although they were brown, her lashes made them appear black, and her glance reached you candidly, with a guileless staring. Once the dressing was done, the doctor was invited, by Monsieur Rouault himself, to take a bite before he left. Charles went down into the ground-floor room. 2 places had been set with silver goblets on a little table, at the foot of a great canopied 4-poster bed covered in calico, printed with characters representing Turks. A smell of iris root and damp sheets could be detected, escaping from the tall oaken wardrobe, facing the window. On the floor, in the corners placed upright, stood sacks of corn. They were the overflow from the nearby barn, which was reached by 3 stone steps. For decoration, hooked onto a nail in the middle of the wall whose green paint was being lifted by the saltpetre, the room had a head of Minerva in black pencil, gilt-framed, and which bore at the bottom, written in Gothic lettering, "To my dear papa." The talk at first was of the invalid, then of the weather, of the hard winters, of the wolves that roamed the fields at night. Mademoiselle Rouault did not really enjoy herself in the countryside, above all now that she was in almost sole charge of the farm's affairs. As the room was chilly, she shivered as she ate, revealing something of her full lips, which she had a habit of nibbling at in her silent moments. Her neck emerged from a white, turned-down collar. Her black hair, so smooth that its 2 bandeaux, 11 each, seemed to be of a single piece, was separated in the middle by a fine parting, that sank slightly along the curve of the skull, and leaving the tip of the ears scarcely visible, it eventually coalesced behind in a thick chignon, with a flowing movement around the temples, which the country doctor noticed there for the first time in his life. Her cheeks were pink. She wore, like a man, slipped between 2 buttons of her blouse, a tortoise-shell lorgnon. When Charles, after going up to say farewell to Père Rouault, came back into the room before leaving, he found her on her feet, forehead against the window, and looking into the garden, where the poles for the runner beans had been blown over by the wind. She turned round. "Are you looking for something?" she asked. "My riding crop, please," he replied, and he started to ferret about on the bed, behind the doors, under the chairs. It had fallen on the floor, between the sacks and the wall. Mademoiselle Emma spotted it. She leaned over the sacks of corn. Charles, out of gallantry, rushed forward, and, as he was also stretching his arm out in the same movement, he felt his chest brush against the back of the young woman bent under him. Blushing, she straightened up and looked at him over her shoulder, handing him his lashed whip point 12 instead of returning to Lesperta in 3 days' time. As he had promised her, he came back the very next day, then consistently twice a week, not counting the surprise visits he made from time to time, as if by accident. As for the rest, all went well. The healing proceeded according to the rulebook, and when, at the end of 46 days, Père Rouault was seen trying to walk on his own in his Barton yard. 13, they began to consider Monsieur Bovary as a man of great abilities. Père Rouault said that he would not have had better treatment from the leading doctors of Yvetot or even of Rouen. As for Charles, he never attempted to ask himself why coming to Lesperta was so pleasurable. Had he considered it, he would no doubt have attributed his zeal to the seriousness of the case, or perhaps to the advantage he was hoping to draw from it. Was that really why his visits to the farm were, among the meager occupations of his life, such a delightful exception? On those days, he rose early, left at a gallop, rode his animal hard, then dismounted to wipe his feet on the grass, slipping on his black gloves before entering. He liked to see himself arrive in the yard, to feel the gate against his shoulder as it opened, and the cock crowing on the wall, the boys coming to meet him. He liked the barn and the stables. He liked Père Rouault, who would clap him on the palm and call him his savior. He liked Mademoiselle. Emma's little clogs on the kitchen scrubbed flags. The raised heels made her taller, and when she walked in front of him, the wooden soles, coming up swiftly, slapped with a sharp snap against the boot leather. She would always escort him down to the bottom of the front steps. If they had not yet brought his horse, she would stay there. Their adieus had been said, there was no more talking. The open air wrapped her about, lifting pell-mell her neck's little downy hairs, or tossing the apron's ties at her hip, making them writhe like streamers. One time, during a thaw, the trees' bark oozed in the yard. The snow melted on the roofs of the buildings. She was on the threshold. She went to look for her parasol. She opened it. The parasol, of dapple gray silk, which the sun penetrated, lit the white skin of her face with a darting shimmer. She smiled beneath it at the balmy warmth, and the drops of water could be heard, one by one, falling upon the top moire. In the early days of Charles's visits to Lesperta, Madame Bovary Jr. made sure she kept herself informed about the invalid, and in the accounts book that she kept by double entry, she had even selected a fine white page for Monsieur Rouault. But when she learnt that he had a daughter, she made inquiries, and she learnt that Mademoiselle Rouault, brought up in a convent with the Ursuline nuns, had received, as they say, a good education, that she was acquainted, as a consequence, with dancing, geography, drawing, could do needlework, and play the piano. It was the last straw. So that's why, she said to herself, he has such a beaming face when he goes to see her, and dresses in his new waistcoat, at the risk of spoiling it in the rain. Ah, that woman, that woman. And she detested her instinctively. At first, she assuaged her feelings in hints. Charles did not catch on. Then, by dint of casual remarks which he let pass for fear of a storm. Finally, through outbursts at point-blank range to which he was at a loss for an answer. How is it that he kept returning to Lesperta, seeing that Monsieur Rouault was healed, and these people had not yet paid up? It's because over there lay a certain person, someone who knew how to converse, an embroideress, a cultivated soul. There lay what he was partial to. So now he has to have the young ladies of the town. And she went on, the daughter of Père Rouault, a young lady of the town. Indeed, their grandfather was a shepherd, and they have a cousin who all but went on trial for a nasty thump during a quarrel. Not worth her, while cutting such a dash, nor exhibiting herself at Sunday church in a silk dress, acting the countess. Wretched fellow, moreover, who, without last year's rapeseed, would have been hard put to it to pay his arrears. Charles stopped going back to Lesperta from sheer weariness. Heloise made him swear that he would no longer go there, hand on his prayer book, after a great many sobs and kisses, in a vast explosion of love. So he obeyed, but the boldness of his desire protested against the slavishness of his behavior, and, by a sort of innocent hypocrisy, he considered that this prohibition from seeing her gave him the right to love her. And besides, could the widow rub away with her touch? The picture stuck to her husband's heart. 14, the widow was thin. She had long, hungry teeth. 15, all the year round she wore a little black shawl whose tip came down between her shoulder blades. Her stiff waist was sheathed in dresses cut like a scabbard, too short, that revealed her ankles, with the straps of her broad shoes crisscrossing over gray stockings. Charles's mother came to see them now and again, but, after a few days, the daughter-in-law seemed only to sharpen her on her own cutting edge, and so, like two knives, they would be busy making little incisions in him with their remarks and observations. He was wrong to eat so much. Why always be offering a drop to the first arrival? What pig-headedness not to want to wear flannel? It happened that at the beginning of spring, a solicitor of Ingouville, holder of Widow Dubuque's assets, sailed off on a favorable tide, taking with him all the money from his practice. It was true that Heloise still owned, apart from a share in a boat valued at 6,000 francs, her house in Rue Saint-François. And yet, of all this fortune that had been jangled so loudly in his ears, nothing, apart from bits of furniture and a few old togs, had appeared in the house. Matters had to be cleared up. The Dieppe house was found to be eaten by mortgages right down to the foundation piles. What she had placed with the solicitor, God alone knew, and the share in the boat came to no more than 1,000 écus. So the good lady had lied. In his exasperation, Père Bovary, smashing a chair against the flags, accused his wife of bringing misery on their son by hitching him up to such a nag, whose harness wasn't worth the leather. They came to toasts. Matters were discussed. There were scenes. Heloise, in tears, throwing herself on her husband, entreated him to defend her from his parents. Charles tried to speak up for her. They took offense and left. But the blow had been struck. 8 days later, when hanging out the washing in her yard, she began to spit blood, and the following day, while Charles had his back turned to close the curtains, she said, "Ah, my God," let out a sigh and fainted. She was dead. What a shock. When all was over at the cemetery, Charles returned home. He found no one below. He went up to the first floor, into the bedroom, saw her dress still hanging at the foot of the alcove. Then, leaning on the secrétaire, he remained until the evening lost in a sorrowful dream. She had loved him, after all. Madame Bovary, 3 one morning, Pierre Rouault came bringing Charles the payment for his mended leg, 75 francs in 40 sous coins, and a turkey. He had learned of his calamity and consoled him as best he could. "I know it's nature," he said, slapping him on the shoulder. "I've been as you are, I have indeed. Upon losing my dear departed, I went into the fields to be all alone. I fell down by a tree. I wept, I called on the good Lord, I said foolish things to him. I'd have rather been like the moles I saw up in the branches, with worms a-swarm in the belly, stone dead, in a word. And when I thought that others, at that very moment, were with their little missus and hugging her tight, I gave the earth some fair old thumps with my stick. I was well nigh mad, so much so that I no longer ate. The very thought of going alone to the café disgusted me. You wouldn't credit it. Ah well, very gradually, one day, chasing out another, a spring after a winter, and an autumn atop a summer, all that slipped past grain by grain, crumb by crumb, it all went away, it's gone down rather, for you'll always have something left at the bottom, as it were a weight there on the chest. But, as that's everybody's lot, one can't be letting oneself waste away, and, just because others are dead, wishing to die oneself. You have to be shaking yourself up, Monsieur Bovary, it'll pass. Come and pay us a visit. My daughter thinks of you from time to time, I'll have you know, and she says as you forgot her, just like that. Spring's around the corner, we'll have you shooting a wild rabbit up in the woods, to take your mind off matters a bit." Charles took his advice. He returned to Les Bertaux. He found everything as it was the day before, as it was 5 months ago. That is to say, the pear trees were already in flower, and old man Rouault, now up and about, kept coming and going, which made the farm livelier. Believing it his duty to lavish as many courtesies as possible on the doctor, owing to his woeful situation, he urged him not to take off his hat, spoke to him in hushed tones, as though he had been ill, and even pretended to get angry over the fact that they had not prepared something for his benefit that was a little lighter than all the rest, such as some little cream pots or stewed pears. He told stories. Charles found himself laughing, but the memory of his wife, coming back to him all of a sudden, filled him with gloom. A coffee was brought to him. He thought no more of her. He thought about her less, the more he grew used to living alone. The fresh charm of independence soon made solitude more bearable to him. Now he could change the times of his meals, come and go without giving a reason, and, when he was truly weary, stretch out with all 4 limbs, the full width, on his bed. So, he pampered and coddled himself, and accepted the consolations that he was offered. Furthermore, his wife's death had not served him so badly in his job, as for a whole month people kept saying, "That poor young man, what a misfortune." His name spread, his clientele increased, and then he would go to Les Bertaux without a qualm. He felt an aimless hope, a vague happiness. He would find his face more pleasant-looking when brushing his whiskers in the mirror. He arrived one day at about 3 o'clock. Everyone was in the fields. He entered the kitchen, but failed to spot Emma at first. The shutters were closed. Through the cracks in the wood, the sun stretched out its long, thin rays on the flagstone floor, shattering against the corners of the furniture and trembling on the ceiling. Flies were climbing the length of the glasses left on the table, and buzzing as they drowned at the bottom in the cider's dregs. The daylight that came down the chimney, giving a velvet sheen to the fireback soot, turned the cold cinders slightly blue. Between the window and the hearth, Emma was sewing. She wore no shawl. You could see on her bare shoulders tiny drops of sweat. As was the custom in the country, she offered him something to drink. He refused, she insisted, and finally suggested, laughing, that he have a glass of liqueur with her. So she went to fetch a bottle of curacao from the cupboard, reached for 2 small glasses, filled one to the brim, poured scarce a drop in the other, and, having clinked glasses, brought it to her mouth. As it was almost empty, she leaned back to drink, and, head tipped up, lips pushed forward, neck tensed, she laughed that she could not taste a thing, while the tip of her tongue, slipping between her fine teeth, took little licks at the bottom of the glass. She sat down and picked up her work again, a white cotton stocking that she was darning. She worked with her head down. She did not say a word, and neither did Charles. The draft, slipping in under the door, thrust a little dust onto the flags. He watched it creep along, and all he could hear was the inward throbbing of his head, with the cry of a hen, in the distance, laying its eggs in the yard. Emma, from time to time, would refresh her cheeks by pressing on them the palms of her hands, which she cooled again afterwards on the iron pommels of the massive firedogs. She complained of being afflicted, since the start of the season, with dizzy spells. She asked if sea bathing might be helpful. She began to chat about the convent, Charles about his school. The phrases came easily. They went up to her room. She let him look at her old music notebooks, the little volumes she had been given as prizes, and the crowns of oak leaves, abandoned at the bottom of a wardrobe. She spoke to him again of her mother, of the cemetery, and even showed him the flower bed in the garden from where she would pick blooms, every first Friday of each month, to place on her grave. But their gardener understood nothing. One was so badly served. She would have liked, even if it was only for the winter, to live in town, although perhaps the length of the fine days made the country even duller during the summer. And depending on what she was saying, her voice would be clear, high, or turn languid all of a sudden, would drawl in a sing-song that finished almost as a murmur, when she spoke of herself, now joyful, opening innocent eyes, now with lids half closed. Her gaze drowned in weariness, her thoughts wandering. In the evening, on his return, Charles took up the phrases one after another that she had uttered, trying to recall them, to complement their meaning, in order to imagine the portion of existence she had lived through in the period when he had not yet known her. But he could never picture her in his thoughts, differently from how he had seen her the first time, or as she was when he had left her just now. Then he asked himself what would become of her, if she were to marry, and to whom? Alas, Père Rouault was very well off, and she, so lovely. But Emma's face kept swimming back in front of his eyes, and something monotonous like the hum of a spinning top droned in his ears. If he were to marry, even so, if he were to marry. At night, he could not sleep. His throat felt squeezed, he was thirsty. He got up to drink from his water jug and opened the window. The sky was covered in stars, a warm wind was blowing, dogs barked from afar. He turned his head towards Lesperta. Thinking that after all he had nothing to lose, Charles resolved to pop the question when the occasion offered itself. But each time it offered itself, the fear of not finding the right words sealed his lips. Père Rouault would not have been sorry to have been relieved of his daughter, who was scarce any use to him in the house. He excused her in his own heart, finding that she was too intelligent for cultivation, a calling cursed by heaven, as no millionaire ever came of it. Far from making his fortune, the old fellow made a loss every year. For if he excelled at bargaining in the markets, where he relished the wiles of his trade, the actual farm work, on the other hand, along with the day-to-day running of the property, suited him less than anyone. He did not readily take his hands out of his pockets, and spared no expense for anything that concerned his creature comforts, wanting to be well fed, well warmed, and well tucked up. He loved rough cider, shoulders of mutton done rare, and properly whipped coffees laced with brandy. He took his meals in the kitchen, alone, in front of the fire, on a little table that was carried to him all laid out, as in the theater. So as soon as he noticed that Charles's cheeks went rosy near his daughter, which meant that one of these days he would ask her to marry him, he chewed the whole matter over in advance. He certainly found him a bit of a runt, and not the son-in-law he would have wished for her, but they said he was steady, careful with money, well educated, and doubtless wouldn't be cavilling too much over the dowry. Now, seeing as Père Rouault was going to be forced to sell 22 acres of his property, that he owed a lot to his builder, to his saddle maker, that the shaft on the cider press needed replacing. If he asks me for her, he said to himself, I'll give him her. At Michaelmas, Charles came to spend 3 days at Lesperta. The last day went by just like the previous days, as he deferred from 1/4 of an hour to the next. Père Rouault went to see him off. They were walking in a sunken lane. They were about to separate. The moment had come. Charles gave himself as far as the corner of the hedge, and at last, when they had passed it, Maître Rouault, he murmured, I would very much like to have a word with you. They stopped. Charles held his tongue. Let's hear all about it. Don't I know everything already? Said Père Rouault. laughing softly. Père Rouault, Père Rouault, Charles stammered. I'd like nothing better, the farmer went on. Though doubtless the little chit will be of like mind, we ought to ask her opinion of it. So you be off, then. I'll be heading back home. Listen close. If it's a yes, you won't need to come back, because of the other folk about, and besides, that'll be too much for her. But so as you don't fret, I'll push the shutter wide open against the wall. You'll see it from the back, if you lean over the hedge. And he moved off. Charles tethered his horse to a tree. He ran to position himself on the path. He waited. Half an hour went by. Then he counted 19 minutes by his watch. All of a sudden came a clap against the wall. The shutter had been thrown back. The catch was still trembling. The next day, he was up at the farm by 9 o'clock. Emma blushed when he came in, all the while endeavoring to laugh, a little discomposed. Père Rouault embraced his future son-in-law. They put off discussing the settlement of assets. There was lots of time in hand, as the marriage could not decently take place before the end of the mourning period, in other words, around the spring of next year. Winter was spent in anticipation. Mademoiselle Rouault busied herself with her trousseau. A part of it was ordered from Rouen, and she made up nightgowns and nightcaps, following fashion drawings she had borrowed. During Charles's visits to the farm, they chatted about the wedding preparations. They wondered which room should host the feast. They dreamed of the number of dishes needed and what the entrees would be. Emma had, on the contrary, wished to be married at midnight by the light of flaming torches. But this idea baffled Père Rouault. So there would be a wedding, attended by 43 guests, in which 16 hours would be spent at table, to begin again on the morrow, and a little more over the following days. Madame Bovary, for the guests, arrived early in carriages, one-horse-covered carts, two-wheeled pleasure cars, old hoodless gigs, spring carts with leather curtains, and the young folk of the nearest villages on dung carts in which they stood, in a row, hands resting on the stave sides to stop themselves falling, trotting along, and severely shaken about. They arrived there from 30 miles distant, from Goderville, from Normanville, and from Caney. All the relations from both sides had been invited. Quarrels patched up between friends, long-lost acquaintances written too. From time to time, the crack of a whip could be heard from behind the hedge. Shortly the gate would open. It was a cart coming in. Galloping right to the foot of the front steps, it would draw up abruptly and empty out its crowd, who would issue forth from all sides, rubbing their knees and stretching their arms. The ladies, in bonnets, had town dresses, gold watch chains, tippets with their crossed ends tucked into their belts, or little colored fichus fastened at the back with a pin, revealing their necks from behind. The young lads, dressed identically to their fathers, seemed troubled by their new apparel. Many that day were even breaking in their first ever pair of boots. Beside them could be seen, not breathing a word in her white communion robe, let down for the occasion, some tall lass between 14 and 16, no doubt their cousin or elder sister, red-faced, stupefied, hair greasy with rose pomade, and in great fear of soiling her gloves. As there were not enough stable boys to unyoke all the carriages, the gentlemen rolled up their sleeves and set to it themselves, in keeping with their differing social position. They had on dress coats, frock coats, jackets, cutaways, best clothes hemmed about with all the respect of a family, and which left the wardrobe only on formal occasions. Frock coats with great skirts flapping in the wind, with cylindrical collars, with broad pockets like sacks, jackets of coarse cloth, that would generally accompany some cap or other with a brass rim on its visor, very short cutaways, with two buttons at the back set side by side like a pair of eyes, and whose panels seemed to have been cut straight from the same block by a carpenter's axe. Several more still, but these, of course, had to dine at the bottom end of the table, wore formal smock frocks, the type, that is to say, whose collar would be turned down on the shoulders, the back gathered in tiny folds, and the waist attached very low down by a stitched belt, and the shirts swelled out like breastplates. Everyone was newly shorn, with stuck-out ears and heads cropped close. There were even some who, rising before dawn and not seeing clearly enough to shave, had diagonal gashes. Under the nose or along the jaw, flaps of skin as broad as a 3-franc piece, in which the open air had inflamed along the way, marbling with little pink blotches all these huge, white, beaming faces. The Mary being a mile and a half from the farm, they went there on foot and returned in the same manner. Once the ceremony was accomplished at the church, the procession, closing it at first in a single scarf of color that fluttered in the fields along the narrow path snaking between the green corn, soon stretched out and divided itself into different groups, lingering to chat. The fiddler walked at its head, his violin scroll adorned with ribbons. The newlyweds came next, then the relatives, then the friends any old how, and the children stayed at the back, having fun plucking the little bellflowers off the oat stalks, or playing amongst themselves without being seen. Emma's dress, too long, dragged a little at the hem. From time to time, she stopped to pull it up, and then delicately, with her gloved fingers, picked off the coarse grasses and tiny spears of thistle, while Charles, empty-handed, waited for her to finish. Père Rouault, A new silk hat on his head and the cuffs of his black coat covering his hands to the fingertips, gave his arm to Mayor Bovary. As for Père Bovary, who, deeply contemptuous of all these types, had come simply in a military-style frock coat with a single row of buttons, he was babbling smoking-room gallantries to a blonde young peasant girl. She nodded, blushed, had no idea what to reply. The remaining wedding guests chatted about business or played tricks behind each other's backs, excited in advance by the jollity. And listening out, one could still hear the shrieking of the fiddler who went on playing among the open fields. When he realized that they were far behind him, he stopped to catch his breath, rubbed his bow with rosin for a long while, so as to make the strings squeak better, and then set off again, lowering and raising the neck of his violin by turns to beat time correctly for himself. The noise of the instrument chased the little birds from a long way away. It was under the wide shelter of the cart shed that the table had been laid out. Upon it were 4 sirloins, 6 chicken fricassees, some stewed veal, 3 shoulders of mutton, and in the middle a pretty roasted suckling pig, flanked by 4 dishes of chitlins sprinkled with sorrel. On the corners stood decanters of brandy. The sweet bottled cider was urging its thick froth up around the corks, and all the glasses had been filled with wine to the brim. Great dishes of yellow cream, which swayed by themselves at the slightest knock of the table, displayed the initials of the newlyweds, drawn on their plain surfaces in arabesques of tiny comfits. A pâtissier from Yvetot had been sought for the tarts and nougat. As he was just starting out in the area, he had taken great pains, and he himself brought along a tiered wedding cake for dessert, which made everyone cry out. The base, first of all, was a square of blue pasteboard featuring a temple with porticos, colonnades and stucco statues all around, in niches spangled with stars of gilded paper. Then on the second tier, there stood a keep in Savoy cake, surrounded by minute fortifications in candied angelica, almonds, raisins, quartered oranges, and finally, on the uppermost shelf, which was a green meadow with rocks and lakes of jam and hazelnut boats, a little Cupid could be seen, playing on chocolate. Swing, whose 2 posts were finished with 2 real rose buds, by way of balls at the summit. They ate until the evening. When they were too tired to stay seated, they went for a stroll around the farmyards or to play a game of corks in the barn. Then back to the table they came. Towards the end, some fell asleep there and snored. But at coffee time, everything revived. They broke into songs. They did feats of strength. They lifted weights. They ducked under their own thumbs. They tried to lift wagons onto their shoulders. They cracked coarse jokes. They kissed the ladies. In the evening, when it was time to leave, the horses, stuffed to the nostrils with oats, found it hard to pass between the shafts. They kicked, reared, broke the harness. Their masters swore or laughed. And all night, by the light of the moon, by the country roads, carts swept along at full gallop, bouncing in the drainage ditches, leaping the pebble-stone heaps, 17 catching on banks, with women leaning out the doors to grab the reins. Those staying in Lespertaw spent the night drinking in the kitchen. The children had fallen asleep under the benches. The bride had begged her father that they should spare her the usual jests. Nevertheless, a wholesale fish merchant among their cousins, who had even brought along a pair of soles as a wedding present, started to blow water with his mouth through the keyhole, when Père Rouault arrived just in time to stop him, and explained that his son-in-law's important standing did not permit such improprieties. The cousin, however, had difficulty in going along with these excuses. Privately, he accused Père Rouault of being stuck up, and went into a huddle with 4 or 5 other guests who, having accidentally received, several times running during the meal, the scraggier bits of meat, also deemed that they had been poorly entertained, whispered about their host, and wished ruin on him in veiled terms. Mayor Bovary had not opened her lips the entire day, and Owen had consulted her on either the daughter-in-law's clothes or the arrangements for the banquet. She retired early. Her husband, instead of following her, sent for cigars from St. Victor and smoked until daylight, all the while drinking Kirsch grog, a mixture unknown to the present gathering, and which was the source of even greater respect for him. Charles was not the jocular type. He had not shown during the wedding. He responded indifferently to the witticisms, puns, double entendres, compliments, and wanton words that others felt it their duty to let fly at him from the soup course on. The next morning, on the other hand, he seemed like a new M.N.it was he, rather, who might have been taken for the virgin of the previous day, whereas the bride gave nothing away by which she might have given rise to conjecture. Even the craftiest guests had no idea how to respond, and they studied her when she passed close to them, straining their mental powers to the limit. But Charles did nothing. He called her my wife, used the informal tu to her, asked her whereabouts of everyone, searched for her everywhere, and kept dragging her off into the farmyards, where he could be seen from afar, between the trees, his arm around her waist, continuing to walk half leaning on her, all the while ruffling his head against the lacy front of her bodice. 2 days after the wedding, the spouses left. Charles, because of his patience, could not absent himself for longer. Père Rouault had them taken back in his covered cart and accompanied them himself as far as Vassonville. There, he kissed his daughter one last time, dismounted and retraced his steps. When he had gone around 100 paces, he stopped, and as he saw the cart leaving, its wheels turning in the dust, he let out a great sigh. Then he recalled his own wedding, the times past, his wife's first pregnancy. He was truly joyful. Likewise, the day he brought her to his father's house, when she rode pillion with him as they trotted over the snow. For it was around Christmas time, and the countryside was all white. She held on to him with one arm, her basket hanging from the other. The wind fluttered the long, lacy ribbons of her Cauchoy's headdress, so that now and again they brushed against his mouth, and when he turned his head, he saw close to him, upon his shoulder, her little rosy countenance silently smiling under the gold badge of her bonnet. From time to time, to warm them up, she placed her fingers against his chest. How long ago all that was. Their son would be 30 now, and he looked behind him. He saw nothing on the road. He felt as sad as an unfurnished house. 18, and fond memories mingling with black thoughts in his mind dimmed by the junketing's fumes, he had a sudden longing to take a turn about the church. Yet, as he was afraid that this sight might make him sadder still, he went straight back home. Monsieur and Madame Charles arrived at Toasts towards 6 o'clock. The neighbors gathered at the windows to look at their doctor's new wife. The old maid introduced herself, curtsied, apologized for the meal not being ready, and encouraged Madame, in the meantime, to become acquainted with her house. Madame Bovary v. the Brickfod was right on the line of the street, or rather the road. Behind the door hung a cloak with a little collar, a bridle, a black leather cap, and in a corner on the floor was a pair of spatterdashes still covered in dry mud. To the right was the parlor, that is to say the room used for dining and sitting. A canary yellow paper, set off at the top by a garland of wan flowers, shivered all over 19 on its badly stretched canvas. White calico curtains, edged with red, overlapped each other across the windows, and on the narrow chimney-piece glistened a clock-faced head of Hippocrates, between two silver-plated lamp-holders under oval globes. On the other side of the corridor lay Charles's consulting room, a little apartment about 6 paces wide, with a table, 3 chairs, and an office armchair. The tomes of the Dictionnaire des Sciences Medicales, 20 uncut, but whose stitching had suffered in all the successive sales they had passed through, adorned almost single-handedly the 6 shelves of a pine-wood bookcase. The smell of brown butter sauce made its way through the wall during consultations. Just as from the kitchen, one could hear the patients coughing in the surgery and pouring out their whole sorry tale. Next came a large and dilapidated room with an oven, opening immediately onto the courtyard where the stable stood, and which served nowadays as woodshed, cellar, warehouse, full of scrap iron, empty casks, unserviceable farm implements, with a mass of other dusty stuff whose use was impossible to fathom. The garden, longer than it was wide, went up between 2 walls of pugging mortar covered in espaliered apricots, to a thorn hedge that separated it from the fields. In the middle was a slate sundial on a stone pedestal. For narrow beds embellished with thin dog-rose plants symmetrically framed the more useful patch of serious-minded vegetation. Right at the end, under the little firs, a plaster priest was reading his breviary. Emma went up to the bedrooms. The first was unfurnished, but the second, being the matrimonial chamber, had a mahogany bed in an alcove hung with red drapes. A shellwork box decorated the chest of drawers, and on the writing table near the window, there stood a bouquet of orange blossom in a carafe, tied with ribbons of white satin. It was a wedding bouquet, the other one's bouquet. She stared at it. Charles noticed this, picked it up, and conveyed it to the attic, while Emma, seated in an armchair, their belongings were being placed around her, reflected on her own wedding bouquet, wrapped up in a box, and wondered dreamily what would be done with it if she happened to die. She busied herself, in the first few days, contemplating changes in the house. She removed the lamp-holders' glass globes, had new paper hung, the staircase repainted, and benches made for the garden, all round the sundial. She even asked how to set about having an ornamental pond with an artificial fountain and some fish. Finally, her husband, knowing how she loved to take a ride in a carriage, found a second-hand buggy, which, once new lamps and splashboards and stitched leather had been added, all but resembled a Tilbury. So he was happy and without a care in the world. A meal alone together, an evening walk on the high road, a gesture of her hand on the side of her hair, the sight of her straw hat hanging from a window fastening, and yet more things in which Charles had never suspected delight might be found, now made up his unbroken happiness. In bed, in the morning, their heads side by side on the pillow, he would watch the sunlight thread through the down on her fair cheeks, half hidden by the scalloped ties of her bonnet. Seen from so close, her eyes seemed to him magnified, especially when she opened her lids several times over on waking. Black in shadow and deep blue in daylight, it was as though her eyes had successive layers of color, in which, thicker deep down, grew clearer as they rose to the enameled surface. His own eye lost itself in these depths, and he saw a little version of himself to the shoulders, with the silk kerchief 21 on his head and the top of his nightshirt half open. He got up. She stood at the window to watch him leave, and she stayed leaning on the sill between two pots of geraniums, robed in her dressing gown that fell loose about her. Charles, down in the street, was buckling his spurs on the mounting stone, and she continued to talk to him from above, all the while plucking off with her mouth scraps of bloom or greenery that she blew in his direction, and which, fluttering about, floating, making semicircles in the air like a bird, would catch themselves, before falling to earth, on the uncombed mane of the old white mare, motionless by the door. Charles, in the saddle, blew her a kiss. She replied with a wave. She closed the window again. He went off. And so, upon the highway that stretched forth its long, endless ribbon of dust, by way of sunken tracks arbored by bowed trees, on paths where the corn came up to his knees, with the sun on his shoulders and the morning air in his nostrils, his heart full of the night's delights, his soul calm, his flesh contented, he rode away ruminating on his happiness, like those who, digesting after dinner, still masticate the flavor of the truffles. Up until now, what fun had he had in life? Was it his time in school, where he stayed shut up between those high walls, alone amidst his fellows who were richer than he or more able in their lessons, who laughed at his accent, who mocked his clothes, and whose mothers came to the parlor with pastries in their muffs? Was it later, when he was studying medicine and never had a purse full enough to dance the quadrille with a little working girl who might have become his mistress? Then he lived for 14 months with a widow, whose feet, in bed, were as cold as icicles. But now, he was in lifetime possession of this pretty woman whom he adored. His universe was bounded by the silky turn of her petticoat, and he reproached himself for not loving her. He needed to see her again. He rushed back, climbed the stairs, his heart thumping. Emma was in her bedroom, dressing. He stepped up soundlessly. He kissed her on the back. She cried out. He could not stop himself continually touching her comb, her rings, her fichu. Sometimes he would give her fat, full-lipped kisses on the cheeks, or a row of little kisses up the entire length of her bare arm, from fingertips to shoulder, and she would push him away, half smiling and half annoyed, as one does to a child who clings to you. Before they were married, she had believed herself to be in love, but since the happiness that should have resulted from this love had not come, she must have been mistaken, she reflected. And Emma endeavored to find out what precisely was meant in life by the words delight, passion, and intoxication, which had seemed so beautiful to her in books. Madame Bovary 6, she had read Paul et Virginie 23, and she had longed for the bamboo house, the Negro boy Domingo, the dog Fiddly, but above all for the tender friendship of a dear little brother, who goes searching red fruit for you in trees higher than steeples, or who runs barefoot on the sand, bringing you a bird's nest. When she was 13, her father brought her to town himself, to place her in the convent. They stayed in an auberge in the St. Gervais quarter, where they ate supper off painted plates that represented the story of Mademoiselle de la Valliere. 24 All the written explanations, cut off here and there by the scratching of knives, exalted religion, the tenderness of the heart, and the court splendor. Far from finding it tedious at the convent in the early days, she delighted in the company of the nuns, who kept her occupied with visits to the chapel, reached from the refectory by a long corridor. She played scarcely at all during recreation, understood the catechism well, and was always the one to reply to Monsieur le Vicaire when it came to the difficult questions. Living thus without ever leaving the tepid atmosphere of the classes, and among these way-faced women with their beads and copper crosses, she was softly lulled into the mystic languor exuded by the altar's perfumes, by the coolness of the holy water fonts and the candles' beaming light. Instead of following the Mass, she would look in her book at the pious engravings faintly edged in blue, and she loved the sick lamb, the holy heart pierced by sharp arrows, or poor Jesus, who fell beneath his cross as he walked. In an attempt to mortify the flesh, she tried to go a whole day without eating. She searched in her mind for some vow to fulfill. When she went to confession, she would invent little sins so as to stay there longer, on her knees in the shadows, hands together, face to the grill beneath the priest's whisperings. The similes of the betrothed, spouse, celestial lover, and marriage everlasting which recurred in the sermons roused unexpected sweetnesses in the depths of her soul. In the evening, before prayers, a religious reading would be held in the study. During the week, it would be a recapitulation of a story from Scripture or Abbé Freysinus's conferences, 25, and on Sundays, passages from Le Génie du Christianisme for diversion. How avidly she listened, the first few times, to romantic melancholy's high-sounding lament renewing itself at every echo of the earth and of the everlasting. If her childhood had been passed in the back shop of some merchant quarter, she might have been open to the lyrical invasions of nature, which usually reach us only when translated by writers. But she knew the countryside too well. She knew the flocks bleating, milking times the plow. Used to flat views, she was drawn, contrariwise, to the uneven. She liked the sea only for its storms, and greenery only when it was thinly scattered among ruins. She had to be able to derive a kind of personal advantage from things, and she rejected as useless all that did not immediately contribute to her heart's consummation, being of a temperament more sentimental than artistic, seeking emotions and not landscapes. There was an old maid in the convent who came every month for 8 days to work in the laundry. Recommended by the archbishop as belonging to an old family of gentlefolk ruined by the revolution, she ate in the refectory at the nuns' table, and would have a little natter with them before getting back to her work again. Often the boarders would escape from their lessons to go and see her. She knew by heart the amorous songs of the last century, singing them half to herself as she plied her needle. She told stories, gave you the latest news, ran errands for you in town, and lent the bigger girls some novel or other on the sly, that she would always have in the pockets of her apron, and whose long chapters were devoured by the good maiden lady herself during pauses in her work. It was all passions, suitors, sweethearts, persecuted ladies swooning in lonely summer houses, postilions slain at every staging post, horses ridden to death on every page, dark forests, troubles of the heart, eternal vows, sobbings, tears and kisses, little rowing boats in the moonlight, nightingales in the bushes, gentlemen as brave as lions, as gentle as lambs, as virtuous as no one ever is, always well dressed, and who cry in bucket loads. Thus for 6 months, at 15, Emma soiled her hands on the dust of old circulating libraries. Later, with Walter Scott, she became smitten by historical things, dreaming of chests, wardrooms, and minstrels. She would have liked to have lived in an old manor house, like those chatelaines in their long dresses, who, under the trefoil of pointed arches, whiled away their days leaning on the stone and cupping her chin, to watch a white-plumed knight on a black horse gallop towards them from the depths of the countryside. She worshipped Mary Stuart during this time, and felt an enthusiast reverence for illustrious or unhappy women. For her, Jeanne d'Arc, Heloise, Agnes Sorel, La Belle Fernier, and Clemence Isor 26 detached themselves like comets from the gloomy immensity of history, where, gushing forth here and there, but cast further back into shadows and with no connection between them, came St. Louis with his oak, the dying Bayard, a few of Louis She's ferocities, a dash of St. Bartholomew's Day, the Béarnais crest, and always the memory of those painted plates extolling the glory of Louis the 14th.27. In the music class, in the ballads she sang, there was no question of anything but little golden-winged angels, madonnas, lagoons, gondoliers, peaceful compositions which allowed her to glimpse, through the inanity of the language and the forced notes, the enticing phantasmagoria of sentimental truths. Some of her companions brought keepsake books they had received in their Christmas boxes. They must be hidden. It was no easy matter. They read them in the dormitory. Delicately handling their lovely satin bindings, Emma would fix her dazzled gaze on the name of unknown authors who had signed themselves, more often than not, as counts or viscounts, at the bottom of each piece. She shivered, lifting with her breath the silvery tissue paper over the engravings, which rose half-folded and relapsed gently against the page. There, behind the balustrade of a balcony, stood a young man in a short coat, clasping in his arms a young girl in a white dress, with an alms bag at her belt, or else the anonymous portraits of English ladies with blonde curls, who, from beneath their round straw hats, gaze upon you with their big, limpid eyes. They were to be seen displayed in carriages, gliding in the midst of parkland, where a hare leapt before the team of horses, being driven at a trot by 2 little postilions in white breeches. Others, dreaming on ottomans beside a broken sealed note, were contemplating the moon through the half-open window, partly draped by a black curtain. The artless creatures, a single tear on the cheek, would be pecking a turtle dove through the bars of a Gothic cage, or, smiling with head on one side, picking the petals off a daisy with their pointed fingers, the ends turned up like poulain slippers. And you were there too, sultans with long pipes swooning under green arbors in the arms of Hindu dancing girls, giaours, Turkish sabers, bonnet grecks, 28, and you above all, won landscapes of dithyrambic regions, which ofttimes and simultaneously show us palm trees, pines, tigers to the right, lions to the left, Tartar minarets on the horizon, Roman ruins in the foreground, then some squatting camels, all framed by a virgin forest, nicely cleaned and with a great ray of perpendicular sunlight, trembling in the water, in which, standing out at scattered intervals as white abrasions on a ground of steel gray, swans glide about. And the shade of the oil lamp, hanging in the thick wall above Emma's head, illumined all these scenes of the world, which passed before her one after the other, in the silence of the dormitory and to the distant sound of a belated hackney coach still rolling along the boulevards. When her mother died, she cried a great deal for the first few days. She had a funeral picture made incorporating the hair of the deceased, and, in a letter she sent to Les Bertaux, full of sad reflections on existence. She asked that she might be buried later in the same tomb. The old fellow reckoned she was ill and came to see her. Emma was inwardly gratified to feel that she had, with her first attempt, gained access to that rare ideal of tame lives, which mediocre hearts never attain. So she let herself slide into winding Lamartinian lines. 30 listened to the harps on the lakes, to all the death hymns of dying swans, to all the leaf falls, the spotless virgins ascending to heaven, and to the voice of the everlasting descanting in the dales. She grew bored with it, but not wanting to admit this, carried on out of habit, then out of vanity, and was finally surprised to feel soothed, and with no more sadness in her heart than she had wrinkles on her forehead. The good nuns, who had felt so sure of her vocation, observed with great amazement that Mademoiselle Rouault seemed to be breaking loose from their care. They had, in fact, lavished on her so many prayers, retreats, novenas, and sermons, preached so well of the respect due to the saints and martyrs, and given so much good advice on the modesty of the body and the salvation of the soul, that she did as does a horse that one drags along by the bridle. She stopped short, and the bit slipped from her teeth. Pragmatic amidst her enthusiasms, loving the church for its flowers, music for its romantic sentiments, and literature for its passionate excitements, her spirit would revolt before faith's mysteries, just as she chafed against discipline, which was something antithetical to her constitution. When her father removed her from the school, no one was sorry to see her go. The abbess even implied that, of late, she had become wanting in reverence towards the community. Emma, once home, delighted at first in taking charge of the servants, then took a dislike to the country and missed her convent. When Charles came to L'Espartat for the first time, she thought herself to be extremely disillusioned, having nothing more to learn, nothing more to feel. But the anxiety of a new state of mind, or perhaps the nervous irritation caused by the presence of this man, had sufficed to make her believe that, at last, she was in possession of that wondrous passion which up to then had remained like a great bird with rosy feathers soaring through the splendor of poetical skies. And she could not now imagine that this calm she was dwelling in constituted the happiness of which she had dreamed. Madame Bovary 7, she would sometimes consider that this was, nonetheless, the most beautiful time of her life, the honeymoon, as one might say, to relish its fragrance. Doubtless they would have had to take themselves off to those countries with high-sounding names where the days following the nuptials are all the more sweetly idle. In post-chaises, behind blinds of blue silk, you climb at walking pace up the steep roads, listening to the postilion's song, which echoes in the mountains with the bells of goats and the rumbling din of the waterfall. When the sun sets, you breathe by the gulf's shore the scent of lemon trees. Then, in the evening, on the villa's veranda, alone and with fingers entwined, you gaze upon the stars, making plans. It seemed to her that certain places on the earth must yield happiness, like a plant peculiar to that soil and growing poorly anywhere else. Why could she not lean on the balcony of a Swiss chalet or confine her sadness in a Scottish cottage, with a husband dressed in a long-skirted coat of black velvet and sporting soft boots, a pointed hat, and ruffled sleeves? Well, may it have been her wish to confide all these things to someone, but how to express an indiscernible disquiet which alters its shape like the clouds, which whirls like the wind? So she could not find the words, the opportunity, the boldness. If Charles had wanted it, however, if he had suspected something, if his gaze, just once, had come to meet her thoughts, it seemed to her that a sudden plenteousness would have detached itself from her heart, as the fruit of an espalier falls when a hand is laid upon it. But, as the intimacy of their life pressed them closer to each other, an indifference grew inside that loosened her from him. Charles's conversation was as flat as a street pavement, and everyone's ideas paraded along it in their ordinary dress, without rousing emotion, laughter, or dreams. He had never been curious, he said, while he lived at Rouen, to go to the theater and see the actors from Paris. He did not know how to swim, to fence, to shoot, and he could not explain a writing term she came across one day in a novel. On the contrary, ought not a man to know everything, excel in numerous activities, initiate you in the forces of passion, in the refinements of life, in all the mysteries? But this one taught nothing, knew nothing, desired nothing. He believed her happy, and she resented him for this stolid calm, this serene dullness, for the very happiness that she gave him. Sometimes she drew, and it was a great entertainment for Charles just to stand and watch her leaning on her drawing board, half closing her eyes to see her work better, or rolling little pellets of breadcrumbs on her thumb. As for the piano, the faster her fingers played, the more he marveled. She struck the notes with aplomb, and ran up and down the whole keyboard without a break. Thus tormented by her, the old instrument, whose chords buzzed, could be heard right up at the other end of the village if the window was open, and often the bailiff's clerk, passing by on the highway, bareheaded and in house slippers, would stop to listen to her, a sheet of paper in his hand. Emma, by contrast, didn't know how to run her house. She sent the patients their bills in well-phrased letters without a whiff of the invoice. On Sundays, when they had some neighbor or other to dinner, she found a means to offer a stylish dish, was skilled at setting pyramids of green gages on vine leaves, served up fruit preserves turned out on a plate, and she even talked of buying mouthwash bowls for the dessert course. Much esteem rebounded from all this on a Bovary. Charles ended up by rating himself more highly for possessing such a wife. With pride he would show, in the parlor, 2 little sketches of hers, in lead pencil, that he had framed in very wide frames and hung against the wallpaper on long green ribbons. Coming out of Mass, people would see him at his door in beautiful needlework slippers. He would come back late, at 10 o'clock, sometimes at midnight. He would ask for something to eat, and, as the maid had turned in, it was Emma who served him. He removed his riding coat to dine in more comfort. He spoke of all the people, one after another, that he had met, all the villages he had been to, the prescriptions he had made out, and, pleased with himself, he ate the rest of the boiled beef, peeled the rind off his cheese, crunched on an apple, drained his decanter, then went off to bed, lay down on his back and snored. As he had long been in the habit of wearing a cotton nightcap, his silk kerchief would not stay over his ears, and his hair in the morning would be pressed higgledy-piggledy over his face and whitened by the down from his pillow, whose ties had come undone during the night. He always wore stout boots, which had 2 thick folds slanting up from the instep to the ankle, while the rest of the upper leather extended in a straight line, as if stretched over a wooden foot. He said that it was quite good enough for the country. His mother approved of this economy, for she came to see him as before whenever some slightly violent squall had occurred at her home, and yet Madame Bovary Sr. seemed prejudiced against her daughter-in-law. She thought her style too grand for their financial position. Wood, sugar, and candles disappeared as in a great house, and the amount of embers burning themselves up in the kitchen would suffice for 25 dishes. She rearranged her linen in the closets and taught her to look sharp after the butcher when he brought the meat. Emma accepted these lessons. Madame Bovary was prodigal with them, and the words daughter and mother were exchanged all day long, accompanied by a little quivering of the lips, both women casting blandishments in voices trembling with anger. In Madame de Bucque's time, the old lady still felt herself the favorite, but now, Charles's love for Emma appeared to her as a desertion of his affection, an encroachment on what belonged to her, and she observed her son's happiness in sad silence, as a bankrupt might watch, through the window panes, people sitting at table in his old house. She reminded him, by way of reminiscences, about her pains and her sacrifices, and, comparing them to Emma's negligences, concluded that it was not reasonable to adore her in such an exclusive fashion. Charles did not know what to say in reply. He respected his mother, and infinitely loved his wife. He considered the judgment of the one unerring, and yet found the other irreproachable. When Madame Bovary had left, he tried timorously to venture, and using the same phrases, 1 or 2 of the most anodyne observations he had heard his mother make. Emma, proving to him in a single word that he was mistaken, sent him back to his patients. Nevertheless, with theories she thought sound, she tried to devote herself to love. By moonlight, in the garden, she would recite all the passionate verses she knew by heart, and sing him melancholy adagios, sighing all the while. But she found herself feeling just as flat afterwards as before, and Charles appeared neither more amorous nor more roused. Once she had thus struck the flint a few times against her heart, without making a single spark fly, incapable still of understanding what she could not feel, just as she was of believing in whatever did not show itself in conventional form, she painlessly convinced herself that Charles's passion no longer had anything exorbitant about it. His effusiveness had become punctual. He would kiss her at such and such a time. It was one more habit among others, a dessert anticipated beforehand, after the monotony of dinner. A gamekeeper, cured by Monsieur of an inflammation on the chest, had given a little Italian greyhound bitch to Madame. She took it with her on walks, for she would leave the house now and again, in order to be alone for a moment and not have the garden with the dusty road eternally before her eyes. She went as far as the beech copse at Bandeville, near the abandoned summer house at the corner of the wall along the fields. In the ha-ha, among the weeds, there are long reeds with sharp-edged leaves. She began by looking all about, to see if anything had changed since the last time she was here. She found the foxgloves and the wallflowers in the same places, the tufts of nettles wreathing the big stones, and a veneer of lichen along the 3 windows, whose ever-tight shutters were dropping off with rot from their rusty iron bars. Her thoughts, aimless at first, wandered about at random, like her greyhound making circles in the countryside, yelping after yellow butterflies, giving chase to field mice, or nibbling the poppies on the edge of a field of wheat. Then her ideas settled little by little, and, seated on the turf, digging into it with little stabs of her parasol's tip, Emma kept saying to herself, "Why, dear God, did I marry?" She wondered if, by other combinations of chance, there might not have been a way to have met a different man, and she tried to imagine what they might have been, these incidents that had never occurred, this other life, this husband that she did not know. Not all of them were like this one, in fact. He could have been handsome, witty, distinguished, engaging, like those whom her old friends at the convent had doubtless married. What were they doing these days? In town, among the roar of the streets, the buzzing of theaters, and the brightness of the ball. Their lives would be spent where the heart swells, where the senses bloom. But this life of hers was as cold as a barn in which the dormer window faces north, and boredom, that silent spider, was spinning its shadowy web in every nook and cranny of her heart. She recalled prize-giving days, when she would mount the rostrum to collect her little crowns. With her hair in plaits, her white dress, and her open prunella shoes, she had a pretty manner, and the gentleman, when she returned to her chair, would lean towards her to pay her compliments. The courtyard was full of barouches. From the carriage doors they bid her farewell. The music master passed, saluting her with his violin case. How far away it all was, how far away! She called Jolly, took her between her knees, ran her fingers over the long, slender head, and said to her, "Come, give mistress a kiss, you who are free of sorrows." Then, contemplating the melancholy air of the elegant animal as it slowly yawned, she was moved to pity, and, comparing it to herself, talked to it aloud, as though comforting an afflicted soul. Squalls of wind would come from time to time, sea breezes which, rolling in one bound over the entire Cox Plateau, brought a salty freshness some distance into the fields. The rushes hissed close to the ground, and the leaves of the beech trees rustled in a swift shudder, while their summits, ever swaying, went on with their lofty murmur. Emma tightened her shawl against her shoulders and stood up. In the avenue, a green light dimmed by the foliage lit the creeping moss that creaked softly underfoot. The sun was going down. The sky was red between the branches, and the matching tree trunks set in a straight line resembled a gloomy colonnade standing out against a backdrop of gold. A fear took hold of her. She called Jolly, returned to toast by the highway, subsided onto a sofa, and would not speak for the entire evening. But, towards the end of September, something extraordinary fell into her life. She was invited to La Vaubyessard, the home of the Marquis d'Andervilliers. Secretary of State under the Restoration, the Marquis, seeking an entry into political life, prepared his candidacy for the Chamber of Deputies over a long period. In winter he distributed firewood left and right, and in the General Council called for roads in his district with exaggerated zeal. He had suffered, during the hot summer days, from an abscess in the mouth, which Charles had miraculously relieved him of by poking it with a lancet just in time. The steward, sent to Toast to pay for the operation, related that evening how he had seen some superb cherries in the doctor's small garden. So, as the cherry trees at La Vaubyessard grew poorly, Monsieur le Marquis asked Bovary for a few cuttings, made it his duty to thank him personally, spotted Emma, deemed her to have a pretty figure, and that her greeting was by no means peasant-like. So much so that up at the chateau it was not thought to be beyond the bounds of condescension, nor to be committing an impropriety for the young couple to be invited. One Wednesday, at 3 o'clock, Monsieur and Madame Bovary, riding in their gig, set off for La Vaubyessard, with a large trunk tied behind and a hat box placed in front of the splashing board. In addition, Charles had a box between his legs. They arrived at nightfall, as the lamps were beginning to be lit in the park, so as to light the way for the carriages. Madame Bovary ate the chateau, a modern construction in the Italianate style, with 2 projecting wings and 3 flights of steps, was deployed at the bottom of a vast lawn where a few cows grazed between tufts of tall, well-spaced trees, while small clusters of shrubs, rhododendron, syringa, and guelder rose puffed out their clumps of uneven greenery over the curving line of the gravel drive. A river passed under a bridge. Through the mist, thatched buildings could be distinguished here and there in the meadow, whose gentle slope bordered 2 small hills covered in woods, and beyond, in the massed foliage, lay the coach houses and stables ranged in 2 parallel lines, the preserved remains of the old demolished chateau. Charles's gig stopped in front of the central flight of steps. Servants appeared. The Marquis came forward and, offering his arm to the doctor's wife, showed her into the entrance hall. It was flagged in marble and very lofty, and the sound of footsteps and voices echoed as in a church. Opposite rose a straight staircase, and to the left a gallery, looking out onto a garden, led to the billiard room where, from the door, the cannonading of ivory balls could be heard. As she crossed to go to the drawing room, Emma saw serious-faced men around the game, chins resting on high cravats and all wearing insignia, smiling silently as they thrust their cues. On the dark paneling of the wainscot, huge gilded frames bore names at the bottom, in black letters. She read, Jean-Antoine d'Andervilliers d'Iverbonville, Count of Vaubyessard and Baron of Fresnay, fell at the Battle of Coutras, the 20th of October, 1587. And on another, Jonathan d'Intervilliers of La Vaubyessard, Admiral of France and Knight of the Order of St. Michael, wounded at the Battle of Hug St. Vast, the 29th of May, 1692, died at La Vaubyessard the 23rd of January, 1693. She could scarcely make out those that followed, for the light from the lamps, directed down upon the green billiard cloth, left a shadow hovering in the room. Darkening the long, straight row of canvases, it shattered against them into a web of fine lines, following the craquelure of the varnish. And here and there from all these large black squares edged in gold emerged some lighter portion of the painting. A pale brow, two eyes that gazed at you, wigs uncoiling onto the dusty shoulders of red coats, or the buckle of a garter above a plump calf. The Marquis opened the drawing-room door. One of the ladies rose, the Marquise herself, came forward to meet Emma and bid her be seated by her side, on a small sofa, where she began to talk to her in a friendly fashion, as if she had known her for a long time. She was a woman of around 40, with handsome shoulders, a hooked nose, a drawling voice, and who wore, that evening, on her chestnut locks, a simple fichu of threaded lace which fell behind in a triangle. A fair-haired young person sat nearby, in a long-back chair, and the gentlemen, who each had a little flower in their dress coat buttonhole, were chatting with the ladies all around the fireplace. At 7 o'clock, dinner was served. The men, more numerous, sat at the first table, in the hallway, and the ladies at the second, in the dining room, with the Marquis and Marquise. As she went in, Emma felt shrouded in warm air, a mingling of flower scents and elegant linen, the aroma of meats and the fragrancy of truffles. The flames from the candles and the candelabra lengthened on the silver dish covers. The cut-glass crystal, dulled by condensation, sent back wan rays. Bouquets were lined up the length of the table, and on the wide-bordered plates, the napkins, tricked out to look like a bishop's mitre, each held between the gape of their two folds a tiny oval loaf. The red claws of lobsters overshot the dishes. Fat fruits in open-work baskets climbed in tiers from a moss bed. The quails had kept their feathers, vapors rose, and in silk stockings, in short breeches, in white cravate, in lace frills, solemn as a judge, the steward, sliding ready-carved dishes between the shoulders of the guests, made the chosen piece leap up with a flick of his spoon. On the great, brass-hooped porcelain stove, the statue of a woman draped to the chin gazed motionless upon the packed room. Madame Bovary noticed that several ladies had not put their gloves in their glass .34 nevertheless, at the top end of the table, alone among all these women, bent over his heaped plate, and with a napkin tied at the back like a child, an old man ate, letting drops of sauce fall from his mouth. He had bloodshot eyes and wore a little pigtail tied with a black ribbon. This was the Marquis's father-in-law, the old Duc de Laverdiere, once the favorite of the Comte d'Artois, back in the days of hunting parties at Le Vaudreuil, chez the Marquis de Conflans, and who had been, it was said, the lover of Queen Marie Antoinette between Messrs. de Coigny and de Lauzun. He had led a boisterous life of debauch, full of duels, wagers, abducted women, had gobbled up his fortune and appalled his entire family. A servant behind his chair imparted aloud in his ear the names of the dishes that he would indicate with his finger, stammering away. And over Emma's eyes returned of their own volition to that old flat-mouthed man, as to something extraordinary and august. He had lived at court and slept in the bed of queens. Champagne was poured. Emma's whole body quivered when she felt the cold in her mouth. She had never seen pomegranates nor eaten pineapple. Even the powdered sugar seemed to her whiter and finer than elsewhere. The ladies then went up to their rooms to prepare themselves for the ball. Emma dressed with the fastidious meticulousness of an actress at her debut. She arranged her hair as the hairdresser had recommended, and she slipped into her gauzy barège dress, spread out on the bed. Charles's trousers were too tight across his stomach. "The foot straps will restrain me when I dance," he said. "Dance?" rejoined Emma. "Why, yes. But have you lost your mind? You'll be a laughing-stock. Stay in your seat. Besides, it's more seemly for a doctor," she added. Charles held his tongue. He walked up and down, waiting until Emma was dressed. He was looking at her from behind, in the mirror between two candles. Her dark eyes seemed darker. The smooth sides of her hair, bulging softly over the ears, gleamed with a blue luster. A rose in her chignon trembled on an unfixed stem, with imitation drops of water on the end of its leaves. Her dress was a pale saffron, set off by 3 posies of pom-pom roses with a splash of greenery. Charles came to kiss her on the shoulder. "Leave me alone," she said. "You're ruffling me." They heard of violins, ritornello, and the sounds of a horn. She descended the stairs, trying not to run. The quadrilles had begun. A great many people were arriving. They pushed forward. She seated herself near the door, on a bench. When the dance had finished, the floor stayed free for the groups of men to stand and chat, and the liveried servants to bring large trays. Along the line of seated women, the painted fans fluttered The nosegays part concealed the smiles on the faces, and the scent bottles with their gold stoppers turned in half-open hands whose white gloves traced the shape of the nails and squeezed the flesh at the wrist. The lacework trimmings, the diamond brooches, the medallion bracelets, quivered on the bodices, glimmered on the breasts, rustled on the bare arms. The confections of hair pressed down in little curls over the brows and twisted at the nape, had in crowns, in bunches, or in branches forget-me-nots, jasmine, pomegranate flowers, ears of wheat, and cornflowers. Peaceful in their own seats, mothers with grim faces wore turbans of red. Emma's heart throbbed a little when, her partner taking her by the fingertips, she took her place in line and awaited the stroke of the bow to give the off. But soon the emotion subsided, and, swinging to the musician's rhythm, she glided forward, her head nodding slightly. A smile rose to her lips at certain finesses of the violin, which played on its own, at times, when the other instruments fell silent. One could hear the clear noise of gold Lewis pouring out onto the baize tables in the next room. Then everything would start up again at once. The cornet sending forth a ringing burst, the feet keeping time as they fell, the skirts swelling out and rustling, the hands proffered, released, the same eyes, lowered before you, returning to fix their gaze on yours. A few men, 15 or so, aged between 25 and 40, scattered among the dancers or chatting in the doorways, were distinguished from the crowd by a family air, whatever their differences of age, dress, or looks. Their clothes, better made, seemed to be cut from a more supple cloth, and their hair, gathered into curls over the temples, appeared to be glossed by a more delicate pomade. They had the complexion of wealth, that white complexion enhanced by the pale sheen of porcelain, the shimmer of satin, the luster of noble furniture, and which is healthily maintained by a judicious diet of exquisite foods. Their necks turned comfortably on low cravats. Their long whiskers fell on turned-down collars. They wiped their lips on handkerchiefs embroidered with a large initial, from which a sweet fragrance emerged. Those who were starting to age had a youthful air, while certain ripeness had spread over the faces of the young. The calm sense of passions daily gratified wafted within their indifferent glances, and their gentle manners were pierced through by that particular brutishness, imparted by the domination of semi-compliant things, in which power is exercised, and where vanity amuses itself, the handling of blood horses and the company of lost women. 3 steps from Emma, a gentleman in a blue coat was chatting about Italy with a pale young woman, wearing a set of pearls. He was extolling the impressive size of the columns of St. Peter's, Tivoli, Vesuvius, Castellamare and the Cascine, the roses of Genoa, the Colosseum by moonlight. Emma lent her other ear to a conversation full of words she was unable to understand. Guests were gathered about a very young man who, the previous week, had beaten Miss Arabella and Romulus, and won 2,000 sous jumping a ditch in England. One was complaining of his coursers getting fat. Another, the printer's errors that had completely altered the name of his horse. The ballroom's air grew heavy. The lamps were dimming. The crowd ebbed into the billiard room. A servant got up on a chair and broke 2 panes. At the noise of the splintering glass, Madame Bovary turned her head and noticed, in the garden, faces of gazing peasants pressed against the windows. And so, she remembered Lespertaw. Again she saw the farm, the muddy pond, her father in a smock under the apple trees. And again she saw her own self, skimming the cream with her finger off the pans of milk in the dairy. But under the lightning flashes of the present moment, her past life, so clear up to now, faded away entirely, and she almost doubted that she had ever lived it. She was here, and then, around the ball, there lay nothing but shadow, spread over everything else. So she ate a maraschino ice, that she held with her left hand in a silver gilt shell, with her eyes half closed, the spoon between her teeth. Near her, a lady let her fan fall. A dancer was passing. "Would you be so kind, monsieur," said the lady, "as to pick up my fan? It is behind this sofa." The gentleman bowed, and as he made to reach out with his arm, Emma saw the young lady's hand cast something white, folded in a triangle, into his hat. The gentleman retrieved the fan and offered it to the lady. Respectfully, she thanked him with a nod and began to inhale the fragrance of her flowers. After the dinner, where there were Spanish wines and Rhenish wines, rich crayfish bisques and milk of almond soups, Trafalgar puddings 35, and all kinds of cold meats set in jellies that quivered in the dishes, the carriages began to ride away, one after the other. On lifting the corner of the fine muslin curtain, you could see the light from their lanterns sliding into the dark. The benches cleared. A few card players remained. The musicians cooled their fingertips on their tongues. Charles was half asleep, back propped against the door. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the cotilin began. Emma did not know how to waltz. Everyone was waltzing, Mademoiselle Gandervilliers herself, and the Marquise. There was no one left but the chateau guests, around a dozen people. However, one of the waltzers, known familiarly as the Vicomte, and whose gaping waistcoat seemed molded to his chest, came yet a second time to invite Madame Bovary, assuring her that he would guide her and she would carry off well. They started slowly, then proceeded faster. They were reeling round. All reeled round and about them. The lamps, the furniture, the paneling, the parquet, like a disc on a spindle. As they passed near the doors, the bottom of Emma's dress grazed his trousers, their legs interlaced. He glanced down at her. She glanced up at him. A torpor came over her. She stopped. They set off again, and, moving faster, the Vicomte, sweeping her away, disappeared with her to the far end of the gallery, where, panting for breath, she all but fell down, and for an instant leaned her head on his chest. And then, still reeling round, but not as fast, he led her back to her seat. She fell back against the wall and put her hand over her eyes. When she opened them again, in the middle of the drawing room, a lady, seated on a stool, had 3 waltzers on their knees in front of her. She chose the Vicomte, and the violin started up again. Everyone watched them. They whirled past again and again, she with her body motionless and chin down, and he always in the same pose, shoulders thrown back, elbow rounded, chin forward. She could certainly dance, that one. They went on for ages and wore all the others out. A few minutes more of chat, and, after bidding each other good night, or rather good morning, the chateau guests went off to bed. Charles dragged himself up by the banisters, on his last legs. He had spent 5 hours on the trot, on his feet by the tables, watching the whist game without understanding a thing. So he gave a great sigh of relief when he removed his boots. Emma slipped a shawl over her shoulders, opened the window, and leaned out. The night was dark. A few drops of rain fell. She breathed in the moist wind, cooling her eyelids. The ball's music still hummed in her ears, and she strained to keep awake, prolonging the illusion of this luxuriant life that she must so soon forsake. First light dawned. For a long time she gazed at the windows of the chateau, trying to guess which were the bedrooms of all those she had noticed the day before. She would have liked to know their reality, penetrated them, become one and the same. But she was shivering with cold. She undressed and curled up under the sheets against Charles, who slept. There were a lot of people at breakfast. The meal lasted 10 minutes. No spirits were served, which astonished the doctor. Afterwards, Mademoiselle Vandervilliers collected the pieces of brioche in a small hamper to bear them to the swans on the lake, and a stroll was taken in the hothouse, where fantastical plants, bristling with hairs, tiered upwards in pyramids under hanging vases, which, like nests crammed with too many snakes, had long, green, interlaced cords tumbling down from their rims. The orangery, found at the far end, led undercover right up to the chateau's outhouses. The Marquis, to amuse the young lady, took her to see the stables. Above the basket-shaped racks, porcelain plaques carried the name of the horses in black. Each animal stirred in its stall when they passed close by, clicking their tongues. The wooden floor of the saddlery gleamed like a drawing-room's parquet. The carriage harness was arranged in the middle on 2 revolving pillars, and the bridle bits, the whips, the stirrups, the curb chains were arrayed in a line the whole length of the wall. Charles, in the meantime, went off to ask a servant to hitch up his gig. It was brought before the flight of steps, and, all the packages having been stuffed inside, the Bovary couple paid their respects to the Marquis and Marquise and set off again for toasts. Emma, in silence, watched the wheels turn. Charles, perched on the very edge of the seat, drove with his arms spread, and the little horse ambled between the shafts, which were too wide for it. The slack reins, wet with sweat, struck against its croup, and the box, tied on with string to the gig's rear, kept thumping against the frame. They were on the heights of Fiberville, when all of a sudden, in front of them, some mounted gentlemen passed, laughing and with cigars in their mouths. Emma thought she recognized the Vicomte. She turned and looked back, and saw nothing on the horizon but the movement of heads rising and falling, according to the unequal rhythm of trot or gallop. 3/4 of a mile further on, they had to stop in order to mend a broken breeching strap with rope. But Charles, giving a last glance at the harness, saw something on the ground, between the legs of his horse, and he retrieved a cigar case embroidered all over with green silk and blazoned in the middle with a coat of arms, like the door of a coach. "There are even 2 cigars inside," he said. "Those can be for this evening, after dinner." "You smoke, then?" she asked. Now and again, when the occasion presents itself. He pocketed his find and whipped up the nag. When they arrived home, dinner was not ready. Madame railed. Nastasy responded with insolence. "Leave," said Emma. "What cheek? You're dismissed." For dinner there was onion soup, with a piece of veal and sorrel. Charles, seated opposite Emma and happily rubbing his hands, said, "How delightful to be back home again." They heard Nastasy crying. He quite liked this poor girl. In times past she had kept him company through many an evening, in the idleness of his widowhood. She was his first patient, his oldest acquaintance in the area. "Have you sent her off for good?" he said at last. "Yes. Who's to stop me?" she replied. Then they warmed themselves in the kitchen, while the bedroom was being prepared. Charles began to smoke. He smoked by pouting his lips, spitting every other minute, recoiling at each puff. "You'll make yourself sick," she said, disdainfully. He put his cigar down and ran off to swallow a glass of cold water at the pump. Emma, seizing the cigar case, threw it brusquely into the bottom of the wardrobe. The next day passed so slowly. She walked in her little garden, going up and down the same paths, stopping before the flower beds, before the espalier, before the plaster priest, contemplating with amazement all these things belonging to the past that she knew so well. How distant the ball already seemed! What was it then that had set the morning of the day before yesterday so far apart from the evening of today? Her journey to La Vaubyessard had made a hole in her life, like those huge crevices that a storm, in a single night, sometimes scours in the mountains. Nevertheless, she was resigned. She reverently folded away in the chest of drawers her beautiful costume, right down to her satin slippers, whose soles had been yellowed by the parquet's slippery beeswax. Her heart was like them. Rubbed against wealth, it had been left a surface deposit which would never wash off. So the mere recollection of this ball kept Emma occupied. Every time Wednesday came round, she said to herself on waking up, 8 days ago, 15 days ago, 3 weeks ago I was there. And little by little, the faces blended in her memory. She forgot the tunes of the quadrilles. She no longer saw so distinctly the liveries and the rooms. A few details slipped away, but the regret stayed. Often, when Charles was out, she would go to the wardrobe and take the cigar case in green silk from where she had left it between the folds of linen. She would look at it, open it, and even smell the scent of its lining, mingled with lemon verbena and tobacco. To whom did it belong? To the Vicomte. Perhaps it was a present from his mistress? Embroidered on a rosewood frame, a delicate, pretty ornament it was, kept hidden from prying eyes, filling many hours, and over which the soft curls of the pensive, painstaking woman had leaned. A breath of love had crept between the stitches on the canvas. Each stroke of the needle had fixed therein a hope and a memory, and all these interwoven silk threads were no more than a continuation of the same silent passion. And then the Vicomte, one morning, had taken away with him. What did they talk about, while it stayed on the broad chimney-piece, between the vases of flowers and the Pompadour clocks? She was at Toast's. He was in Paris now, there in that very place. What was Paris like? What a name beyond measure. She repeated it in a low tone, just for the pleasure of it. It rang in her ears like a great cathedral bell. It blazed in her eyes, even on the label on her pots of pomade. At night, when the fish merchants, in their carts, passed under her windows singing La Marjolaine, she woke up, and listening to the iron-rimmed wheels, their clatter deadened by the earth as soon as they left the village. "They will be there tomorrow," she said to herself. And she followed them in her thoughts, going up and down the hills, traveling through villages, moving off along the high road by starlight. At the end of an indeterminate distance, there was always a confused spot where her dream expired. She bought a plan of Paris, and, with the tip of her finger on the map, she went shopping in the capital. She ascended the boulevards, stopping at each corner, between the lines of the streets, in front of the white squares that denoted houses. Her eyes, strained by the end, she closed her lids, and in the gloom she saw the gas lamps' burners twist in the wind, and the footboards of the carriages lining up in front of the theater colonnades in a great hubbub. She subscribed to the Basket, a woman's journal, and to the Sylph of the salons. She devoured, without missing a thing, all the reports of first nights, of races and parties, taking an interest in a singer's debut, in a store's opening. She knew all about the new fashions, the right addresses for tailors, the days for the Bois, or the opera. She studied descriptions of furniture in the novels of Eugene Sue. She read Balzac and George Sand, seeking imaginary gratifications for her private lusts. Even at table, she would bring her book, leafing through the pages while Charles ate and talked to her. The memory of the Vicomte always recurred in her reading. She drew comparisons between him and the invented characters. But little by little the circle whose center he occupied widened around him, and that halo of glory he wore, straying from his face, spread itself further off to illumine other dreams. Paris, vaguer than the ocean, thus shimmered to Emma's eyes inside a silvery, gilded haze. The numerous lives that tossed about in this uproar were nevertheless divided into parts, classified in distinct lists. Emma perceived just 2 or 3 that concealed all the others from her, single-handedly standing for the whole of humanity. The ambassadorial world walked on gleaming parquet floors, in drawing rooms paneled with mirrors, around oval tables spread with gold-tasseled cloths of velvet. Here were trailing gowns, great mysteries, distress dissembled under smiles. Then followed the society of duchesses. There, one was pale, one rose at 4 o'clock. The women, poor angels, wore Brussels lace on the hem of their petticoats, and the men, capabilities unrecognized beneath frivolous exteriors, rode their horses to death for sport, went to spend a summer season in Baden, and at last, around their 40th year, married heiresses. In the back rooms of restaurants where supper is eaten after midnight, under bright candlelight, the motley crowd of literati and actresses laughed. These types were as extravagant as kings, full of idealized ambitions and fantastical frenzies. It was a superior way of life, between earth and sky, storm-filled and sublime. As for the rest of the world, it was lost, indefinitely placed, as if non-existent. Besides, the closer things lay, the more her mind averted its eyes. Everything that immediately surrounded her, tedious countryside, imbecilic petty burghers, life's mediocrity, seemed to her exceptional in the world, a particular accident in which she was trapped, while beyond stretched further than the eye could reach the immense land of blissful joys and passions. In her longing, she confused the sensual pleasures of luxury with heartfelt joys, the elegance of social customs with the refinements of feeling. Did love, like an Indian plant, not need well-tilled soil, a precise temperature? So the sighs by moonlight, the long embraces, the tears trickling over forsaken hands, all the fevers of the flesh and the languishings of tender love were inseparable from the balconies of great chateaux replete with leisure, from a boudoir with silken blinds and a good thick carpet, stands filled with flowers, a bed mounted on a platform, or from the sparkle of precious stones and the livery servant's shoulder braids. The postboy, who, each morning, came to groom the mare, would cross the corridor in his big wooden shoes. He had holes in his smock. His feet were bare in list slippers. That was the footboy in short breeches with whom she had to be satisfied. When his work was over, he stayed away for the rest of the day, for Charles, on returning, would stable the horse himself, removing the saddle and slipping on the halter, during which time the maid would bring a bundle of straw and throw it, as best she could, in the manger. To replace Nastasy, who left house at last, in floods of tears, Emma took into her service a young girl of 14, an orphan with a sweet look. She forbade her to wear cotton caps, taught her that she must address you in the third person, bring a glass of water on a plate, knock at doors before entering, and how to iron, to starch, to dress her, intending to make of her a lady's maid. To avoid being dismissed, the new servant obeyed without a murmur, and as Madame usually left the key in the sideboard, each evening Felicite took a little supply of sugar that she ate all alone in her bed after saying her prayers. Sometimes, in the afternoon, she went to chat with the postboys. Madame stayed upstairs in her room. She wore a wide-open dressing gown, revealing, between the shawl facings of her bodice, a plated chemisette with 3 gold buttons. Her belt was a corded girdle with fat tassels, and her little garnet-colored slippers had a tuft of broad ribbons that sprawled over her instep. She had purchased for herself a blotting case, stationery, a pen holder, and some envelopes, although she had no one to write to. She wiped the dust off her shelves, looked at herself in the mirror, took down a book, then, dreaming between the lines, let it fall in her lap. She had a desire to travel, or to go back and live at her convent. She wished both to die and to live in Paris. Charles, in rain, in snow, rode along the country ways. He ate omelets at farm tables, poked his arm into damp beds, got struck in the face by the warm jet of bloodlettings, listened to death rattles, scrutinized basins, tucked up dirty linen. But he found, every evening, a blazing fire, dinner ready, yielding chairs, and a charming, nicely dressed wife, smelling so fresh that it was impossible to tell where the fragrance came from, or whether it was not her skin perfuming her chemise. She charmed him with a variety of niceties. Sometimes it was a new way of making up paper sconces for the candles, a flounce she altered on her gown, or the extraordinary name of a very simple dish that the maid had spoilt, but which Charles tucked into with pleasure to the last little morsel. In Rouen, she saw ladies who wore a bundle of charms by their watches. She bought some charms. She wanted a pair of big blue glass vases on her chimney-piece, and, shortly afterwards, an ivory sewing case with a silver gilt thimble. The less Charles understood these elegant touches, the more he was seduced by them. They added something pleasurable to his senses and to the sweetness of his home. It was like a dusting of gold scattered all along the little pathway of his life. He felt well, he looked well, his reputation was entirely established. The rustics cherished him because he was not haughty. He patted the children, never went to the tavern, and anyway inspired confidence by his character. He was particularly successful with catarrh and consumption. Very much afraid of killing his patients, Charles in fact scarcely prescribed anything but soothing draughts, or now and then an emetic, a foot bath or leeches. It was not that surgery frightened him. He would bleed people abundantly, like horses, and when it came to drawing teeth, he had a devilish keen grip. Finally, to keep himself abreast, He took out a subscription to the Medical Hive, a new journal whose prospectus he had received. He would read a little of it after his dinner, but the heat of the apartment, on top of his digestion, caused him to fall asleep after 5 minutes. And there he stayed, chin on his hands, hair spread mane-like down to the base of the lamp. Emma shrugged, looking at him. At least she might have had, as husband, one of those intense, silent men who labor at their books deep into the night, and who, by the time they are 60 and rheumatism is setting in, sport a string of medals on their black, poorly cut coat. She would have wished this name Bovary, which was her name, to have been illustrious, to see it displayed in bookshops, repeated in the newspapers, known by all of France. But Charles had no ambition. A doctor from Yvetot, with whom he had recently been in consultation, had humiliated him a little at the patient's very bedside, in front of the assembled family. When Charles recounted the anecdote that evening, Emma inveighed loud and long against the colleague. Charles was touched by this. He kissed her tearfully on the brow, but she was incensed with shame. She wanted to hit him. She went into the corridor to open a window, sucking in the fresh air to calm herself down. What a wretched man, she said in undertone, chewing her lips. She was feeling more exasperated by him, anyway. He was putting on weight with age. He kept cutting up the corks of empty bottles during dessert. He would pass his tongue over his teeth after eating. He would make a clucking noise each time he swallowed a mouthful of soup, and, as he was growing stout, his eyes, already small, seemed to be pushed up towards the temples by the bloating of his cheeks. Sometimes Emma would tuck the red edging of his undervest back into his waistcoat, adjust his cravate, or throw out the faded gloves he was on the point of putting on. And this was not, as he imagined, for him, but for her own sake, in an outpouring of selfishness, of nervous irritation. She also talked to him at times of something she had read, a passage in a novel, a new play, or some anecdote of the high life regaled in the feuilleton. For Charles was at least someone happy to listen, ever ready with an approving remark. She confided many secrets to her greyhound. She would have confided them to the chimney's logs and the clock's pendulum. In the depths of her soul, meanwhile, she was awaiting an event. Like a shipwrecked sailor, she swept a despairing gaze over the solitude of her life, searching afar for any white canvas on the foggy horizon. She had no idea of what this chance happening might be, what wind might push it right to her, towards what shore it might carry her, whether it was a rowing boat or a three-masted vessel, laden with anguish or crammed with joys up to the gunwales. But each morning when she woke, she would have high hopes for it that day, and she listened to every sound, started up out of bed, was amazed when it did not come. Then at sunset, all the more sad, she would yearn for the morrow. Spring reappeared. She had fits of breathlessness during the first warm days when the pear trees blossomed. From the beginning of July, she counted on her fingers how many weeks she had left before October came, thinking that the Marquis Andervilliers would perhaps be giving another ball at La Vaubyessard. But the whole of September slipped past with neither letters nor visits. After the tedium of this disappointment, her heart was once more left empty, and then the series of self-same days began again. Now, they were going to follow each other thus in single file, always the same, numberless, and bringing nothing. Other existences, however vapid, at least stood the chance of a denouement. One adventure would occasion an infinity of dramatic turns, and the scenery shift. But for her, nothing was going to happen. God had decreed it. The future was a corridor entirely dark, with a door fast shut at the end. She gave up music. Why play? Who would listen to her? As she could never, in a short-sleeved velvet dress, on an Erard piano, in a concert, striking the ivory keys with her slender fingers, feel an ecstatic murmur, like a breeze, circling about her. It was not worth the tedium of practicing. She left her drawing portfolios and needlework in the cupboard. What use were they? What use? Sewing exasperated her. I have read everything, she said to herself, and she stayed, turning the fire tongs red or watching the rain fall. How sad she was of Sunday, when vespers sounded. She listened, in an attentive stupor, to the bell's cracked strokes, tolling one by one. Some cat or other on the roof, stepping slowly, arched its back in the wan rays of the sun. The wind blew trails of dust on the high road. Sometimes, far off, a dog howled, and the bell went on with its monotonous ringing, the regular strokes losing themselves in the fields. Yet out of church they still came. The women in wax boots, the peasant men in new smock frocks, the little children skipping before them. They all headed home. And, until nightfall, 5 or 6 men, always the same, would stay on to play a game of corks in front of the inn's great door. The winter was a cold one. Every morning the window panes were thick with frost, and the light, whitish through them, as through sanded glass, would sometimes not vary all day. The lamp had to be lit from 4 o'clock in the afternoon. On fine days, she would go down into the garden. The dew had left a lace of silver over the cabbages, with long bright threads stretching from one to the other. There were no birds to be heard. All seemed asleep, the espalier covered in straw, and the vine like a great sick snake under the wall's coping where, as you came nearer, you could see woodlice with numerous legs. Under the spruce trees, near the hedge, the breviary-reading priest in the tricorn hat had lost his right foot, and even the plaster, flaking off in the frost, had left white scabs on his face. Then she went up again, closed the door, spread the coals, and, swooning from the heat of the hearth, would feel the tedium lapping ever heavier over her. She might well have gone down to chat with the maid, but a sense of decorum held her back. Every day, at the same hour, the schoolmaster, in a black silk hat, opened the shutters of his house, and the village watch would pass by, bearing his sword over his frock coat. Morning and evening, the post horses crossed the street in threes to drink at the pond. From time to time, a tavern door would jingle its bell, and when there was a wind, the wigmaker's little copper basins, that served as a sign for his shop, could be heard grating on their two rods. It had a venerable fashion print pasted on a window pane and, as decoration, the wax bust of a woman, whose hair was yellow. The wigmaker, too, lamented his arrested calling, his ruined prospects, and, longing for some shop in a city, somewhere like Rouen, for instance, on the quayside, near the theater, he would spend the entire day walking up and down, from the mairie to the church, gloomily awaiting customers. Whenever Madame Bovary raised her eyes, she would see him always there, like a sentry on duty, with his bonnet grec over one ear and his jacket of tough wool. Sometimes, of an afternoon, a man's head would appear beyond the parlor windows, a tanned head with black whiskers, which smiled slowly with a broad, gentle smile, showing white teeth. A waltz began immediately, and on top of the organ, in a tiny drawing room, dancers the size of a finger, women in pink turbans, Tyroleans in jackets, monkeys in dress coats, gentlemen in short breeches, twirled among the armchairs, the sofas, the pier tables, reflected again and again in the pieces of mirror joined at their edges by wisps of gold paper. The man cranked the handle, looking to the right, the left, and up at the windows. From time to time, while shooting a long jet of brown saliva at the mounting stone, he raised his instrument with his knee, the hard strap tiring his shoulder, and, sometimes mournful and languid, or cheerful and hurried, the box's music burst forth buzzing through a curtain of pink taffeta under an arabesque rail of brass. These were airs played elsewhere in theaters, sung in drawing rooms, danced to in the evening under glittering chandeliers, echoes of a world that reached as far as Emma. Endless sarabans unrolled in her head, and, like a Hindu dancing girl on a flowery carpet, her thoughts skipped about to the notes, swinging from dream to dream, from sadness to sadness. When a man had received his alms in his cap, he would pull down an old blanket of blue wool, hitch the barrel organ onto his back, and wander off with a heavy step. She watched him leave. But it was above all at meal times that she could bear it no longer. In that little room on the ground floor, with the stove that smoked, the door that squeaked, the walls that oozed moisture, the damp paving. All the bitterness of existence seemed to be served up on her plate, and with the boiled beef's reek there rose other, similarly nauseating whiffs from the bottom of her soul. Charles was a slow eater. She would nibble a few nuts, or else, leaning on her elbow, amuse herself in making lines on the wax cloth with the point of her knife. She let everything go in her household, and Madame Bovary Sr., when she came to spend a part of Lent at Toast's, was most astonished by the change. Indeed, she who was so mindful and dainty in the past, now spent whole days without dressing, wore stockings of gray cotton, used tallow candles for light. She would say over and over that they had to economize, not being rich, adding that she was very contented, very happy, that toasts pleased her very much, and other novel speeches that left the mother-in-law mute. Yet Emma seemed no more disposed to follow her advice. One time, even, Madame Bovary having taken it in her head to maintain that masters should superintend the religion of their servants, she was replied to with so furious an eye and with such a frosty smile that the good woman meddled no more. Emma grew difficult, capricious. She ordered dishes for herself, did not touch them, one day drank nothing but milk on its own, and the next day cups of tea by the dozen. Often she would stubbornly refuse to go out, then feel suffocated, opening the windows and putting on a light gown. When she had treated the maid with particular harshness, she gave her presents or sent her off to visit the neighbors, just as she would sometimes toss all the silver in her purse to paupers. Although in the meantime, she was scarcely tender-hearted, nor easily capable of feeling another's emotions, as is true of most country-bred people, who always keep in their souls something of the callousness of their father's hands. Towards the end of February, Père Rouault, in memory of his recovery, personally brought a superb turkey for his son-in-law, and stayed 3 days at Toast's. Charles being busy with his patients, Emma kept him company. He smoked in the bedroom, spat on the fire dogs, chatted about husbandry, calves, cows, poultry, and municipal council, to such an extent that she closed the door again, when he had left, with a feeling of satisfaction that took even her by surprise. Moreover, she no longer hid her contempt for everything as well as everyone, and now and again she would start to utter peculiar opinions, censuring what was approved of, and approving of perverse or immoral things, which made her husband stretch his eyes. Would this misery last forever? Would she not escape it? She was nevertheless as good as all those women who lived happily. She had seen duchesses at La Vaubyessard who were dumpier and more common-looking, and she cursed God's injustice. She would rest her head against the wall to cry. She envied lives full of tumult, masked nights, the saucy pleasures with all the wild states of mind she knew not of and which they must provide. She grew pale, and her heart would flutter. Charles gave her valerian and camphor baths. Everything he tried seemed to vex her more. There were days when she prattled with a feverish spontaneity. These exalted moments were abruptly followed by periods of torpor in which she would remain without speaking, without stirring. What revived her then was to sprinkle a bottle of eau de cologne over her arms. As she kept on and on complaining of toasts, Charles imagined that the cause of her malady was doubtless to be found in some local influence, and, fixing on this idea, he seriously considered settling elsewhere. Then she drank vinegar to make herself slimmer, contracted a little dry cough, and lost her appetite completely. It would cost Charles to leave toasts after 4 years' residence, and just as he was beginning to make his mark. Yet if he had to, he drove her to Rouen to see his old master. It was a nervous complaint. They must have a change of air. Having turned this way and that, Charles learnt that in the district of Neuchâtel, there was a large market town called Yonville-l'Abbaye, whose doctor, a Polish refugee, had decamped just the week before. So he wrote to the local pharmacist to find out what the population figures were, the distance to the nearest colleague, how much his predecessor earned a year, etc. And the answers being satisfactory, he determined to move around springtime, if Emma's health did not improve. One day, while she was tidying up a drawer in anticipation of her departure, she pricked her fingers on something. It was a wire on her marriage bouquet. The orange blossom was yellow with dust, and the satin ribbons, piped in silver, were frayed at the edges. She threw in the fire. It blazed up faster than dry straw. Then it was like a red bush on the embers, slowly consuming itself. She watched it burn. The little pasteboard berries flashed, the brass wires writhed, the lace melted, and the paper florets, all shriveled up, swaying along the fire back like black butterflies, finally flew away up the chimney. When they left toasts, in March, Madame Bovary was pregnant. Part 2. Madame Bovary, à Yonville-l'Abbaye 1, thus named after an ancient Capuchin abbey of which not even the ruins exist anymore, is a market town some 25 miles from Rouen, between the Abbeville and Beauvais roads, at the bottom of a valley watered by the Roule, a little river which, after turning 3 mill wheels near its mouth, flows into the Annelle, and has a few trout in it. That lads amuse themselves angling for of a Sunday. We leave the main road to La Boissière and continue on the flat until we come to the top of Le Hill, for where the valley can be seen. The river that runs through it forms, as it were, 2 regions that are physiognomically distinct. Everything on the left is put to grazing, everything on the right is put to the plow. The meadow stretches away under low, swelling hills to join up at the back with the pastures of the Bray country, while on the eastern side, the plain, rising gently, broadens out gradually to display its golden cornfields as far as the eye can see. Flowing along the edge of the grass, the water divides the meadow's color from that of the tilled fields in a single sinuous white streak, and so the country resembles a great unfolded cloak with a collar of green velvet edged in silver lace. On the extreme skyline, as we arrive, we have in front of us the oaks of the Argueil forest, with the scarps of St. John's Hill, striped from top to bottom by long, uneven trails of red. These are the marks of rainstorms, and their brick hues, standing out in thin threads from the gray color of the mountain, derived from the large number of ferruginous springs flowing higher up in the surrounding area. Here we are in the border country of Normandy, Picardy, and the Isle de France, a bastard region where the language lacks modulation, like the characterless countryside. This is where the worst Neuchâtel cheeses in the entire district are made, and where, on the other hand, farming is expensive because a lot of dung is needed to fatten these friable soils full of sand and stones. Up until 1835, there was no passable road serving Yonville, but around this time a major parish highway was established, linking the Abbeville and Amiens roads, and sometimes used by wagoners traveling from Rouen into Flanders. Nevertheless, Yonville-l'Abbaye continued to stand still, despite its new openings. Instead of improving cultivation, they stubbornly clung here to grazing, however low its value, and the indolent town, turning aside from the plain, continued naturally to expand towards the river. It can be seen from afar, lying all along the bank, like a cowherd having a nap beside the water. At the base of the hill, after the bridge, begins a road planted with aspens, leading us in a straight line to the first houses of the place. Enclosed by hedges, they are surrounded by disheveled buildings, presses, wagon sheds, and distilleries scattered under bushy trees with ladders, poles, or scythes hooked up in their branches. The thatched roofs, like fur caps pulled over the eyes, come to about a third of the way down the low windows, whose thick, bulging glass is embellished with a knot in the middle, like the bottom of a bottle. Occasionally, on the plaster walls crossed diagonally by black joists, hangs the odd scrawny pear tree, and the ground floor doors have a little swing gate to keep out the chicks, which come to peck on the threshold the crumbs of dark bread soaked in cider. Meanwhile, the yards grow narrower, the dwellings draw closer together, the hedges disappear. A bundle of fern swings on the end of a broom handle under a window. There's a farrier's forge, and then a wheelwright shop with 2 or 3 new wagons outside, encroaching on the road. Then, through a wall's opening, a white house appears beyond a circle of lawn adorned by a cupid, finger to his lips. Two cast-iron vases stand at each end of the front steps. Brass plates shine on the door. It is the notary's house, the finest in these parts. The church is on the other side of the road, 20 paces further at the entrance to the square. The little cemetery which surrounds it, enclosed by a wall at chest height, is so crammed with tombs that the old stones level with the ground make an unbroken flagging, in which the grass has laid out neat green squares of its own accord. The church was rebuilt as good as new in the final years of Charles X's reign. Point 3, the wooden vault is starting to rot from the top, and its blue coloring has black cavities in places. Above the door, where the organ should be, clings a rude loft for the men, with a spiral staircase that rings under the wooden shoes. The daylight, slanting in by the plain glass windows, illumines the rows of pews standing sideways to the wall, adorned here and there with a straw mat nailed above the words in thick letters. So-and-so's pew. Further down, where the nave narrows, the confessional is matched by a statuette of the Virgin, dressed in a satin gown, her hair covered in a veil of net strewn with silver stars, her cheeks rouged like a Sandwich Islands idol. A copy of the Holy Family, sent by the Minister of the Interior, dominating the high altar between 4 chandeliers at the back, finally concludes the vista. The pinewood choir stalls have been left unpainted. The market house, that is to say a tiled roof supported by a score of posts, alone takes up about half of Yonville's main square. The mairie, built after the plans of a Paris architect, is a sort of Greek temple on the corner, next to the apothecary's house, with 3 Ionic pillars on the ground floor, and on the first floor, a semicircular gallery, while the tympanum, which completes the building, is filled by a Gallic cock, resting one claw on the Charter 4 and holding the scales of justice in the other. But what most draws the eye, opposite the Lion d'Or, is the pharmacy of Monsieur Haumais. Chiefly in the evening, when its lamps are lit and the red and green flasks that adorn its facade throw their 2 bright colors a long way over the ground, and when, through them, as if by the light of Bengal flares, might be glimpsed the shadow of the pharmacist, leaning his elbows on his desk. From top to bottom his house is placarded with inscriptions written in a sloping hand, in a round hand, in block capitals. Vichy, seltzer, and Barege's waters, purifying syrups, Raspail's physic, Arabian sweetmeats, Darcet's pastilles, Regnalt's paste, trusses, baths, chocolates for health, etc. And the signboard, which takes up the entire width of the shop, declares in gold letters, Haumais, pharmacist. Then, at the back of the shop behind the huge scales fixed to the counter, the word laboratory unscrolls above the glass door which, halfway up its loftiness, repeats Haumais yet one more time, in letters of gold on a black ground. After that there is nothing more to see in Yonville. The street, the sole one, the length of a musket shot and lined with a few shops, stops abruptly where the road turns. If we leave this on our right and follow the bottom of Sunshaw's Hill, we soon arrive at the cemetery. To enlarge it during the cholera outbreak, a section of wall was knocked down and 3 acres of land purchased alongside. But this entire portion is almost uninhabited, the graves continuing to pile up near the gate, as before. The warden, who is both gravedigger and beadle to the church, thus drawing a double profit from the parish corpses, has taken advantage of the vacant ground to plant potatoes. From year to year, nevertheless, his little field shrinks, and, when an epidemic unexpectedly occurs, he does not know whether he should rejoice at the deaths or mourn the burial plots. "You're feeding on the dead, les de boudoirs," the priest told him finally, one day. This somber utterance caused him to reflect. It stayed him for a while. But still today, he continues to cultivate his potatoes, and even maintains with aplomb that they grow naturally. Since the events we are about to relate, nothing, in fact, has changed at Yonville. The tin tricolor still turns atop the church's bell tower. The novelty shop goes on fluttering its 2 calico streamers in the wind. The pharmacist's specimens, like lumps of white fungus, decay more and more in their muddy alcohol, and, over the main entrance of the inn, the old golden lion, its color washed out by the rain, still shows off its poodle frizz to passers-by. The evening the Bovary couple were due to arrive at Yonville, the widow Lefrancois, landlady of this inn, was so very busy that sweat poured off her as she gave her stewpans a stir. Tomorrow was market day in the town. The meat had to be carved, the chickens drawn, the soup and coffee prepared, all in advance. In addition, she had her lodger's meal, and that of the doctor, his wife, and their maid. The billiard room rang with bursts of laughter. 3 millers in the snug called for brandy. The wood blazed, the embers crackled, and on the long kitchen table, amongst the quarters of raw mutton, rose piles of plates that trembled at the shocks of the chopping block as the spinach was hashed. The poultry in the yard could be heard screeching as the maid chased after the birds to cut off their heads. A man in rawhide slippers, his skin a little scarred by smallpox, and sporting a velvet cap with a gold tassel, was warming his back against the fireplace. His face expressed nothing but self-satisfaction, and he appeared to be as little ruffled by life as the goldfinch suspended above his head in a wicker cage. This was the pharmacist. "Artemise," cried the landlady, "break some kindling, fill the carafes, bring some brandy, look sharp. If I at least knew what dessert to offer to the company you're expecting, monsieur. Sweet heavens. The removal men are starting up their racket again in the billiard room. And that cart of theirs left in front of the main door. The Hirondelle 5 arriving will likely as not knock the bottom out of it. Call for Polite, girl. Tell him to put it in its proper place. To think that, since this morning, Monsieur Hames, they have played perhaps 15 matches and drunk 8 jugs of cider. But they're going to tear that baize," she went on, watching them at a distance, her skimmer in her hand. "No great harm," replied Monsieur Hames. "You'd buy another one." "Another billiard table," exclaimed the widow. "Since that one is barely holding together, Madame Lefrancois. I'll tell you again, you're doing yourself no favors, absolutely no favors. And besides, these days the lover of the game wants narrow pockets and heavy cues. They're not playing marbles any longer. It's all changed. One has to go with the times. Consider Tellier, now." The landlady turned red in the face with spite. The pharmacist added, "His billiard table, whatever you say, is prettier than yours, and if it occurred to them, for example, to organize a tournament in aid of Poland or the flood victims of Lyon." "It isn't rascals like him who scare us," interrupted the landlady, shrugging her stout shoulders. "Be off with you, Monsieur Hames. As long as the Lion Door lives, they'll keep on coming. We have a fair bit tucked away, we do. Instead, you'll see the Café Francais, closed one fine day, and with a lovely seizure bill on the shutters. What? Change my billiard table," she continued to herself, "when it's so convenient for setting out my laundry on, and slept up to 6 travelers for me in the hunting season. But still no sign of that dawdler Hivert." "Are you waiting for him before starting your gentleman's dinner?" asked the pharmacist. "Waiting for him? And what about Monsieur Binet, then? On the stroke of 6 you'll see him come in. There's none like him on earth for punctuality. He must always have a seat in the snug. He'd rather die than have to dine elsewhere. And finical eater that he is. And so particular about the cider. That's not the case with Monsieur Lyon. Not him. Sometimes he comes in at 7 o'clock, or 7:30 even. He doesn't so much as glance at what he's eating. What a nice young man. Never gives himself airs. There's quite a deal of difference, do you see, between someone who has received an education and a former rifleman turned tax-gatherer." 6 o'clock chimed. Binet entered. He was dressed in a blue frock coat, hanging stiff and straight all about his thin body, and his leather cap, its flaps tied up with string on top of his head, revealed, under the raised visor, a bald brow in which the habitual cap had made a dent. He wore a black woolen waistcoat, a horsehair stock, gray trousers, and, all the year round, a pair of well-polished boots that had 2 parallel swellings on account of his protruding toes. Not a hair was out of trim in his fair beard that, following the jaw's contours, framed, like the edging of a flower bed, his long wan face with its tiny eyes and hooked nose. Skilled in all types of card games, a crack hunter, and possessing a fine writing hand. He had a lathe at home, on which he amused himself turning napkin holders and amassing them in his house. With the jealousy of an artist and the selfishness of a bourgeois .6, he proceeded to the snug. But first the 3 millers had to be ousted, and, during the entire time the table was being laid, Binet stayed silent in his spot, near the stove. Then he closed the door and took off his cap, as was customary. "Courtesies won't be wearing out his tongue," said the pharmacist, as soon as he was alone with the landlady. "He never talks more," she replied. "Last week 2 cloth salesmen were here, witty lads who told a heap of jokes that made me weep with laughter. Ah well. He stayed there, mute as a herring and not one word. Yes, the pharmacist said, no imagination, no witticisms, nothing that constitutes the society man. It's said that he's clever," objected the landlady. "Clever," rejoined Monsieur Hames. "Him? Clever? In his own calling, perhaps," he added, in a quieter tone. And he resumed, "Ah, that a merchant with considerable connections, that a lawyer, a doctor, An apothecary should be so engrossed that they grow whimsical and even testy. I can understand. There's many a citable instance in the history books. But they're at least turning something over in their minds. Take myself as an example. How many times has it happened to me that, on searching for my pen on my desk to write out a label, I find, upon the upshot, that I have placed it above my ear? Meanwhile, Madame Lefrancois went to the door to see if the Hirondelle had arrived. She gave a start. A man in black entered, all of a sudden, into the kitchen. You could make out, in the last of the twilight, his rubicund face and athletic figure. "What is your pleasure, Monsieur le Curé?" asked the inn's landlady, at the same time reaching for one of the brass candlesticks on the chimney-piece, ranged there in a colonnade with their candles. "Can I fetch you anything? A drop of cassis? A glass of wine?" The clergyman refused most courteously. He had come to look for his umbrella, that he had forgotten the other day at the convent of Ernmont, and, having beseeched Madame Lefrancois to have it returned to him at the presbytery that evening, he left to go to the church, where the Angelus was ringing. As soon as the pharmacist could no longer hear the tap of his shoes in the square, he found his late conduct most improper. This refusal to accept refreshment seemed to him the most obnoxious hypocrisy possible. All priests secretly tippled, and were out to restore the days of the tithe. The landlady sprang to her priest's defense, and what's more, he could break 4 of you across his knee. "Last year he helped our folk bring in the hay. He carried up to 6 bundles at once. He's that strong." "Bravo," said the pharmacist. "So send your daughters to confess to lively fellows with similar constitutions. Personally, if I was the government, I'd ordain that priests be bled once a month. Yes, Madame Lefrancois, a grand phlebotomy, every month, in the interest of public order and morality." "Hush now, Monsieur James. You're an infidel. You've no faith," the pharmacist replied. "I have a faith, my faith, and I've even more of it than all of them, with their mummery and their hocus-pocus. On the contrary, I adore God. I believe in the Supreme Being, in a Maker whatever he is. To me it's immaterial, who has set us down here to fulfill our duties as citizen and father of a family. But I do not need to go into a church, kiss the silver plate, and out of my own pocket fatten a heap of jokers who thrive better than us. You might just as effectively honor him in a wood, in a field, or even by contemplating the vault of heaven, as the ancients did. My God, as far as I'm concerned, is the God of Socrates, of Franklin, of Voltaire, and of Berenger. I stand for the profession of faith of a Savoyard vicar and the immortal principles of 89. 8 Nor do I acknowledge an old codger of a God who takes a turn in his garden plot with his walking stick, entertains his friends in the bellies of whales, expires with a cry, and comes back to life 3 days later. Matters preposterous in themselves and completely opposed, moreover, to all the laws of natural philosophy, which proves, by the by, that priests have always wallowed in a vile ignorance in which they strive to engulf the populace along with themselves. He held his tongue, gazed searching round for an audience, because, in his exuberance, the pharmacist had momentarily believed himself to be in the middle of a town council meeting. But the landlady was no longer listening. She was straining to hear a distant rumble. The rattle of a carriage could be discerned, mixed up with a clattering of slack horseshoes hammering the ground, and at last the Hirondelle came to a halt in front of the door. It was a yellow crate carried on 2 big wheels which, reaching the height of the canopy, prevented the passengers seeing the road and dirted their shoulders. The little panes of its narrow quarter-light windows trembled in their frames when the carriage was closed, and preserved spots of mud, here and there, amidst their ancient coating of dust that even rainstorms did not entirely wash away. It was drawn by 3 horses, the first in a leader's traces, and, when alighted from it either side, touched bottom with a bump. A few worthy citizens of Yonville arrived in the square. They were all talking at the same time, asking for news, explanations, and baskets. Nine Hivert was at a loss to know whom to satisfy. He was the one who carried out the local commissions in town. He would go into the shops, bringing back rolls of leather for the cobbler, scrap iron for the farrier, a barrel of herring for the inn, bonnets from the milliners, toupees from the hairdressers, and the whole way back he would distribute these parcels, throwing them over fences, standing upright on his seat, and calling out at the top of his voice, while his horses trotted on by themselves. An accident had held him up. Madame Bovary's greyhound bitch had run away over the fields. They had whistled after her for a good quarter of an hour. Hivert had even gone back a mile or so, thinking he might spot her at any minute, but they had had to carry on. Emma had wept, flown into a passion. She had blamed Charles for this misfortune. Monsieur Leroux, cloth merchant, who was with her in the vehicle, had tried to console her with numerous examples of lost dogs recognizing their master after long years. Madame Bovary, too, Emma, alighted first, then fell aside. Monsieur Leroux, a wet nurse, and they had to wake Charles up at his corner, where he had fallen fast asleep the moment night fell. James introduced himself. He presented his compliments to Madame, his respects to Monsieur, said how delighted he was to be able to render them whatever service, and added with a cordial air that he had dared to invite himself along, his wife happening to be away. Madame Bovary, once in the kitchen, went up to the fireplace. With the tips of her 2 fingers, she caught her gown at knee-height, and, having thus raised it to her ankles, she held out to the flame, above the revolving leg of mutton, 1 foot enclosed in a small black boot. The fire lit her up in her entirety, its raw light penetrating the weave of her dress, the smooth pores of her white skin, and even her eyelids that she half closed from time to time. An intense crimson hue swept over her, whenever a puff of wind came in through the half-open door. From the other side of the fireplace, a young man with fair hair watched her in silence. As he was heartily bored at Yonville, where he was clerk to the lawyer Guillemin, Monsieur Léon Dupuis, he was the other regular at the Lion d'Or, would often defer the moment of his meal, hoping that some traveler would come to the inn with whom he might chat in the course of the evening. Indeed, on days when his work was done, he was more or less obliged, for want of any other occupation, to arrive punctually and suffer Benet's conversation from the soup to the cheese. So he accepted with delight the landlady's proposal that he dine in the company of the new arrivals, and they passed into the big parlor, where Madame Lefrancois, out of ostentation, had had the 4 covers laid. James asked permission to keep on his bonnet grec, for fear of a head cold. Then, turning to his neighbor, Madame, no doubt, is a little weary? One is so terribly tossed about in that hirondelle of ours. That's true, said Emma, but disturbance always diverts me. I like changing places. It's such a dull affair, sighed the clerk, just to spend one's life confined to the same spot. If you were like me, said Charles, endlessly obliged to be on horseback. But, Lyon went on, addressing himself to Madame Bovary, there's nothing more agreeable, to my mind, when you're able to, he added. Yet, said the apothecary, the practice of medicine is not overly taxing in our region, for the state of our roads permits the use of the gig, and, generally speaking, one is paid reasonably, the farmers being well off. We have, medically, aside from the normal cases of enteritis, bronchitis, bilious ailments, etc., some sporadic fevers now and again harvest time. But, overall, few serious cases, nothing special to note, except for a decent amount of scrofula, no doubt due to the appalling conditions of hygiene in our peasant dwellings. You will come across much prejudice to battle against, Monsieur Bovary, much routine stubbornness, with which your every scientific effort will clash daily, for they still have recourse to novenas, to relics, to the priest, rather than going as a matter of course to the doctor or to the pharmacist. The climate, however, is not, to tell the truth, bad, and we even count several 90-year-olds in the commune. The thermometer, I've taken readings myself, goes down to 4 degrees in winter, and in high summer touches 25, 30 degrees centigrade at the very most, which gives us a maximum of 24 Réaumur, or else 54 Fahrenheit. English scale, no higher. And indeed, we are sheltered from the northerly winds by the forest of Argueil on the one side, and by St. Jean's Hill from the westerly winds on the other. And this heat, meanwhile, on account of the water vapor given off by the river and the considerable presence of cattle in the fields, which emit, as you know, much ammonia, that's to say azotic gas, hydrogen, and oxygen. No, just azotic gas and hydrogen. And which, sucking up the humus from the earth, blending all these different emanations, reuniting them in a bundle, so to speak, and itself combining with the electricity diffused in the atmosphere, when there is any can in the long term, as in the tropics, spawn unhealthy miasmas. This heat, I say, is precisely tempered on the side where it comes from, or rather from where it would be coming, that's to say the south side, by the southeasterly winds, which, themselves being cooled as they cross the Seine, sometimes reach us all of a sudden, like the winds from Russia. Have you at least some walks in the vicinity? Continued Madame Bovary, speaking to the young man. Oh, very few, he replied. There's a spot known as the pasture, at the top of the forest. Sometimes of a Sunday, I go up there with a book and stay to watch the sunset. There's nothing I admire more than a sunset, she resumed, but by the seaside, especially. Oh, I adore the sea, said Monsieur Lyon. And then, does it not seem to you, replied Madame Bovary, that the mind sails more freely on that limitless expanse, whose contemplation lifts the soul and imparts ideas of the infinite, of the ideal? It's the same with mountain landscapes, Lyon went on. I've a cousin who traveled through Switzerland last year, and who told me that you cannot imagine the poetry of the lakes, the charm of the waterfalls, the gigantic effect of the glaciers. You see pines of an incredible size, lying across torrents, cottages hanging above precipices, and 1,000 feet below, entire valleys when there's a break in the clouds. Such sights must enrapture, be an inducement to prayer, to ecstasy, and I no longer feel astonished by this celebrated musician who, to better stimulate his imagination, was wont to go off and play the piano before some imposing sight or other. You play music? She asked. No, but I like it very much, he replied. Ah, don't listen to him, Madame Bovary, James interrupted, leaning over his plate. That's pure modesty. What, my dear boy? Well, the other day in your room, you were singing the Guardian Angel quite delightfully. I heard you from the laboratory. You articulated the words like an actor. Lyon did, indeed, lodge at the pharmacist's, where he had a little room on the second floor, overlooking the square. He blushed at this compliment from his landlord, who had already turned to the doctor and was enumerating the principal inhabitants of Yonville one after the other. He recounted anecdotes, proffered information. The notary's wealth was not known precisely, and there was the Tuvache household which caused great to-do. Emma took up again. And which music do you prefer? Oh, German music, the sort that induces dreams. Do you know the Italians? Not yet, but I shall see them next year when I go to live in Paris to finish my law studies. As I had the honor, said the apothecary, to convey to your husband with reference to this wretched Yenota fellow who took off. You will, thanks to his imprudent actions, find yourself enjoying one of the most comfortable houses in Yonville. Its chief convenience for a doctor is that it has a door onto the alley walk, which lets you go in and out without being seen. Moreover, it is furnished with all that's pleasing in a household: wash house, kitchen with pantry, family parlor, fruit loft, and so forth. He was a jolly fellow who never thought twice about spending. He had built for himself, at the bottom of the garden, beside the water, an arbor expressly for summertime beer drinking, and if Madame likes to garden, she can. My wife scarcely takes an interest in it, said Charles. She prefers, however much we beg her to exercise, to stop in her room the whole time, reading. I'm just the same, said Lyon. In fact, what better occupation than to lie by the fireside in the evening with a book, while the wind beats on the panes, the lamp burns? Isn't it, she said, fastening upon him her large, dark, wide-open eyes. Nothing is planned, he continued. The hours slip by. One roams motionless through countries that seem vividly seen in your mind, entwining with the fiction, frolics in the details, or pursues the twists and turns of the adventures. It blends with the characters, so that it seems to be you whose heart races under their dress. True, she said. Has it sometimes happened to you, Lyon went on, that you meet in a book with a vague idea you've had, some dim picture that returns from a long way off, and which is like the total exposure of your shrewdest perception? I have felt that, she replied. This is why, he said, I especially love the poets. I find verse more delicate than prose. It makes you cry more easily. Nevertheless, it's wearying in the long run, Emma went on. And these days, on the contrary, I adore stories where one thing follows another without a breath to spare, that make us feel scared. I detest those commonplace heroes and mild feelings as exist in life. In fact, the clerk observed, as these works do not touch the heart, they wander, it seems to me, from the real aim of art. It is so soothing, among life's disenchantments, to be able to turn in your imagination to noble characters, unsullied affections, and pictures of happiness. As for me, living here, far from society, it's my sole distraction, but Yonville offers so few resources. Like toast, no doubt, Emma went on. I too was always subscribed to a circulating library. If Madame wishes to do me the honor of using it, said the pharmacist, who had just caught these last words, I myself have at her disposal a library composed of the finest authors: Voltaire, Rousseau, Delille, Walter Scott, the Literary Echo, etc., and I receive, furthermore, different periodicals, among them the Rouen Beacon Daily, having the benefit of being its correspondent for the districts of Buchy, Forges, Neuchâtel, Yonville, and environs. They had been eating for 2.5 hours, because Artemise the maid, nonchalantly dragging the selvage of her old slippers on the tiles, would bring the plates one after the other, forget everything, pay attention to nothing, and keep leaving half open the billiard-room door, which battered the wall with its latch bar's tip. Without realizing it, talking all the while, Lyon had placed his foot on one of the crosspieces of the chair in which Madame Bovary was seated. She wore a little blue silk scarf, which held a collar of fluted cambric upright like a ruff, and depending on how she moved her head, the lower part of her face buried itself in the linen or emerged from it softly. Thus it was close to each other, while Charles and the pharmacist chatted, that they embarked on one of those vague conversations, in which chance phrases keep bringing you back to the fixed center of a mutual understanding. Parisian shows, titles of novels, new dances, and the society world they knew nothing of, Toast where she had lived, Yonville where they had turned out to be, they explored everything, spoke of everything until the end of dinner. When the coffee was served, Felicite went off to prepare the bedroom in the new house, and the guests soon withdrew. Madame Lefrancois slept by the embers, while the stable lad, lantern in hand, waited to take Monsieur and Madame Bovary home. His red hair was interwoven with bits of straw, and he limped on his left leg. When he had taken Monsieur le Curé's umbrella in his other hand, they set off on foot. The town was asleep. The pillars of the market house cast long shadows. The ground was entirely gray, as on a summer's night. But, as the doctor's house stood only 50 paces from the inn, they had to wish each other good night almost immediately, and the company dispersed. Emma, even from the entrance hall, felt the plaster's chill drop onto her shoulders like a damp cloth. The walls were newly done, and the wooden stairs creaked. In the bedroom, on the first floor, a whitish daylight fell through the curtainless windows. Tops of trees could be glimpsed, and the meadows further off, half drowned in fog, smoking in the moonlight wherever the river wound. In the middle of the rooms, piled pell-mell, there were drawers, bottles, curtain rods, gilt poles along with mattresses on chairs and basins on the parquet. The two men who had carried the furniture having left everything there, carelessly. It was the fourth time she had slept in an unknown place. The first had been the day of her entry into the convent, the second that of her arrival at Toast's, the third at Vaubyessard, the fourth was this one, and each had acted in her life like the unveiling of a fresh phase. She refused to believe that things could repeat themselves in the same way in different places, and, as the portion already experienced had been bad, what remained to be consumed would doubtless be better. Madame Bovary, 3 the next day. On waking up, she saw the clerk in the square. She was in her dressing gown. He raised his head and waved at her. She gave a quick nod and closed the window. Lyon waited all day for 6 o'clock to come, but entering the inn, he found no one except M. Binet, sitting at table. Yesterday's dinner was, for him, a considerable event. Never, until that point, had he chatted for 2 hours in succession with a lady. How then had he been able to expound to her, and in such language, so very many things that he would not have said so well before? He was generally shy and held himself back out of both modesty and dissimulation. In Yonville he was considered to have proper manners. He listened to the arguments of older folk and seemed not to be overexcited politically, a remarkable thing in a young man. He was talented, besides. He painted in watercolors, could read a treble clef, and applied himself willingly to literature after dinner, when he was not playing cards. Monsieur Hamais esteemed him for his learning. Madame Hamais delighted in his obligingness, for he would often play in the garden with the Hamais children, brats who were always begrimed, very badly brought up, and of somewhat phlegmatic humor, like their mother. To look after them, besides the maid, they had Justin, the student in pharmacy, a distant cousin of Monsieur Hamais who had been taken into the household out of charity, and served also as a menial. The apothecary showed himself to be the best of neighbors. He proffered Madame Bovary particulars about tradesmen, had his cider merchant come over expressly, tasted the beverage himself, and saw to it that the cask was properly stowed in the cellar. Furthermore, he showed how to go about obtaining a cheap butter supply, and concluded an arrangement with Lestiboudois, the sacristan, who, beyond his sacerdotal and mortuary duties, looked after Yonville's principal gardens by the hour or by the year, according to people's inclinations. The need to take care of others was not all that was prompting the pharmacist to such a degree of obsequious warmth, and there was beneath it a scheme. He had infringed the law of the 19th Ventos, year X1, Article 1, 14, which forbids any individual not holding a diploma from practicing medicine. So much so that, denounced by persons obscure, Hamais had been summoned to Rouen, before the king's procureur, in his private chambers. The magistrate had received him standing up, beg-owned, ermine-shouldered, and with cap of office on his head. It was in the morning before the hearing. In the corridor could be heard the sturdy boots of policemen passing, and the turning of great locks like a far-off roar. The apothecary's ears rang as if he was about to have an apoplectic fit. Dimly he glimpsed dungeons, his family in tears, the pharmacy sold, all his specimen jars dispersed, and he was obliged to enter a cafe for a glass of rum and seltzer water to recover his spirits. Little by little, the memory of this reprimand grew fainter, and he continued, as before, to give soothing consultations in his back shop. But the mayor bore him malice, his colleagues were jealous, he had everything to fear. Binding Monsieur Bovary through courtesies was to gain his gratitude, and would stop him from talking later, if he noticed anything. And every morning, Hamais would bring him a newspaper, and often, of an afternoon, would leave the pharmacy for a moment to go over to the medical officers for a talk. Charles was unhappy. The patients were not coming. He remained in his chair for many hours, without speaking, went off into his consulting room to sleep or watch his wife sew. For diversion, he exerted himself at home as a drudge, and even tried to paint the loft with a residue of the color that the painters had left. But money matters were bothering him. He had laid out so much for the repairs to Toast's, for Madame's dresses, and for the removals, that the whole dowry, more than 3,000 crowns, had drained itself away in 2 years. Then, how many things were damaged or lost in the transfer from Toast to Yonville, not counting the plaster priest, who, falling from the carriage after an excessively heavy jolt, was smashed into 1,000 pieces on the paving of Quincampoix. A happier care came to divert him, namely his wife's pregnancy. The nearer her term approached, the more he cherished her. It was the establishing of a different fleshly bond, and like the continual reminder of a more complex union. When from afar he caught sight of her sluggish gait and her waist swinging slackly on uncorseted hips, or when the two of them were face to face and he beheld her so utterly comfortable, assuming weary postures as she sat in her chair, then his happiness could no longer contain itself. He rose, he kissed her, stroked her face, called her little mother, wanted to make her dance, and babbled, half laughing, half crying, all manner of tender pleasantries as they came into his head. The idea that he had begot delighted him. He wanted for nothing at present. He was acquainted with the entire span of human existence, and leaned on his elbows serenely there at its table. Emma experienced a great amazement at first, then longed for the delivery, to know what it was to be a mother. But, not being able to spin what she wanted, to have a cradle with curtains and pink silk and embroidered bonnets, she renounced the baby's outfit in a paroxysm of bitterness, and ordered it all at once from a workwoman in the village, without choosing or discussing a thing. So she never had fun with those preparations on which a mother's love whets its appetite, and her fondness, from the beginning, was perhaps weakened in some way. However, as Charles, at every meal, would talk about the mite, she considered it in greater depth. She desired a son. He would be strong and dark. She would call him Georges. And this notion of having a male child was like the anticipated revenge for all her former powerlessness. A man, at least, is free. He can leaf through loves and lands and pass through obstacles, have a taste for the most remote joys. But a woman is continually impeded, inert and pliant at the same time. Against her, she has the weakness of the flesh and the law's subjections. Her will, like her bonnet's veil constrained by a ribbon, flutters at every breath of wind. There is always some desire that urges, some seemliness that constrains. She was delivered one Sunday, around 6 o'clock at sunrise. "It's a girl," said Charles. She turned her head and fainted. Almost immediately, Madame Hames ran up and kissed her, as did Mayor Lefrancois of the Lion d'Or. The apothecary, a prudent fellow, merely sent her some provisional congratulations through the half-open door. He wished to see the infant, and found it well formed. During her convalescence, she was much occupied in seeking a name for her daughter. At first, she reviewed all those with Italianate endings, such as Clara, Louisa, Amanda, Atala. She rather liked Galswind, and Usold or Leocady even more so. Charles desired the child to be called after his mother. Emma was against it. They leafed through the calendar from end to end, and outsiders were consulted. "Monsieur Lyon," said the apothecary, with whom I was chatting the other day, "is amazed that you have not chosen Madeline, which is excessively in fashion now." But Mayor Bovary clamored vociferously against this sinner's name. As for Monsieur Hames, he had a fondness for all the ones that called to mind a great man, an illustrious deed, or a noble notion, and it was by this very system that he had christened his 4 children. Thus, Napoleon stood for glory and Franklin for liberty. Maybe Irma was a concession to romanticism, but Athalie, 15, a homage to the most immortal masterpiece of the French stage. Because his philosophical convictions did not impede his artistic admirings, the thinker in him never smothered the sensitive man. He knew how to differentiate, to make allowances for imagination and for zealotry. In that tragedy, for example, he censured the ideas, but admired the style. He cursed the conception, but applauded all the details, and became exasperated by the characters, as he enthused over their speeches. When he read the great passages, he was enraptured, but when he considered how the church bigots would take advantage of them to set out their stall, he was disconsolate, and in this confusion of entangled feelings, he would have liked at the same time to have crowned Racine with both hands and have argued with him for a good quarter of an hour. At last, Emma remembered that at the Château de la Vaubyessard she had heard the Marchioness call a young Lady Baird. Consequently, this name was chosen, and, as Père Rouault was unable to come, they begged Monsieur Hames to be godfather. His christening presents were all goods from his business, namely, 6 boxes of jujubes, a whole jar of Arabian sweetmeats, 3 little baskets of marshmallow, and furthermore 6 sugar candy sticks that he had found in a cupboard. The evening of the ceremony, there was a great dinner. The priest was there. Things warmed up. Monsieur Hames, over the liqueurs, struck up the god of the simple folk point 16. Monsieur Léon sang a gondolier's song, and Mère Bovary, who was the godmother, a ballad from the days of the Empire. Finally, Père Bovary demanded that the baby be brought downstairs and set about baptizing it with a glass of champagne that he poured over its head from on high. This mockery of the first of the sacraments roused the indignation of the Abbé Bournisien. Père Bovary responded with a quotation from the War of the Gods. 17. The priest wanted to leave. The ladies implored. James interposed, and they succeeded in making the clergyman sit down again, he calmly taking up once more, on its saucer, his little half-drunk cup of coffee. Père Bovary stayed another month at Yonville, dazzling its inhabitants with a superb silver-banded forage cap, which he wore in the mornings when smoking his pipe on the square. Being likewise in the habit of drinking a deal of brandy, he frequently dispatched the maid to the Lion d'Or to buy a bottle for him, which they put on his son's account, and, to scent his handkerchiefs, he consumed the entire stock of eau de cologne in his daughter-in-law's possession. The latter did not find his company at all disagreeable. He had traveled the world. He spoke of Berlin, Vienna, Strasbourg, of his time as an officer, the mistresses he had had, the great luncheons he had given. He proved himself endearing besides, and sometimes, either on the stairs or in the garden, he would seize her around the waist and exclaim, "Charles, you watch out." So Mère Bovary feared for her son's happiness, and, dreading that her husband, in the long run, might have an immoral influence on the young woman, she lost no time in hastening the departure. Perhaps she had graver anxieties. Monsieur Bovary was a man who respected nothing. One day, Emma was suddenly taken with a need to see her daughter, who had been put out to nurse with the carpenter's wife, and, without checking by the calendar whether the 6 weeks of the Virgin 18 were over yet, she set out for the Rollet house, which lay right on the edge of the village, at the foot of the hill, between the high road and the meadows. It was midday. The houses had their shutters closed, and the slate roofs, glittering under the sharp light of the blue sky, seemed to be sending up sparks from the ridges at their gable ends. A strong wind blew. Emma felt faint, walking. The pavement stones hurt her. She hesitated whether to return home, or to go in somewhere and sit down. At that moment, Monsieur Lyon came out a neighboring door with a bundle of papers under his arm. He came over to greet her and stood in the shade before Leroux's shop, under the gray awning that jutted out. Madame Bovary said that she was going to see her child, but that she had begun to feel weary. "If," began Lyon, not daring to go on. "Have you engagement somewhere?" she asked, and, at the clerk's reply, she begged him to accompany her. From that evening, Yonville knew all about it, and Madame Tavache, the mayor's wife, declared in front of her maid that Madame Bovary had compromised herself. To reach the wet nurse house, they were obliged, after the road, to turn left, as if making their way to the cemetery, and to pursue, between the small houses and the yards, a little path bordered by privet. This was in flower, as were the speedwell, the dog roses, the nettles, and the slender-stemmed brambles bursting forth from the thickets. Through holes in the hedges, they perceived, in the Barton yards, some hog or other on a muck heap, or wooden-collared cows, rubbing their horns against the trunks of trees. Both of them, side by side, walked slowly, she leaning on him, and he curbing his step, measuring his pace to hers. In front of them, a swarm of flies hovered, buzzing in the warm air. They recognized the house from the old walnut tree by which it was shaded. Low and covered in brown tiles, it had a string of onions hung outside under the loft window. Bunches of kindling, upright against the thorn fence, surrounded a patch of lettuce, a few lavender plants, and some sweet peas trained up sticks. Dirty water ran straggling over the grass, and all about lay a number of indeterminate rags, knitted stockings, a red cotton nightshirt, and a big sheet of thick canvas stretched lengthwise over the hedge. At the sound of the gate, the wet nurse emerged, holding a suckling baby on her arm. With her other hand, she was pulling a poor wretched mite, his face covered in scrofulous sores, a Rouen hat-maker's son whose parents, too taken up by their business, would leave him in the country. "Come in," she said. "Your little one is over there, sleeping." The bedroom, on the ground floor, the only one in the dwelling, had a large bed without curtains set against the wall at the far end, while the kneading trough occupied the window side, one of whose panes had been repaired with a blue paper sunflower. In the corner, behind the door, half-boots with gleaming studs were lined up under the scullery slab, near a bottle full of oil sporting a feather in its neck. A Matthew Lensberg Almanac 19 drooped on the dusty chimney-piece, between gun flints, candle stubs, and bits of touchwood. The final piece of superfluousness in this room was Fame blowing on her trumpets, an image doubtless cut out from some perfumery prospectus, and nailed to the wall by 6 shoe tacks. Emma's child slept on the floor in a wicker cradle. She picked her up with the blanket she was wrapped in, and began to sing gently, rocking from side to side. Lyon paced the room. It seemed queer to him to see this lovely woman in a nankeen dress, right in the middle of this wretchedness. Madame Bovary blushed. He averted his eyes, thinking that his look had perhaps betrayed some impropriety. Then she put the baby, which had just vomited over her collar, back to bed. The wet nurse immediately came to wipe it off, protesting that it would not show. "She's done a lot worse to me," she said, "and just rinsing her off keeps me busy. So if you've the kindness to make an order with Camus the grocer that he lets me take a bit of soap when I need it, as it would be easier for you what's more, so I wouldn't be putting you to no bother." It's fine, said Emma. Goodbye, Mayor Rollitt. And she went out, wiping her feet on the threshold. The good woman accompanied her to the end of the yard, all the while talking of the trouble she had in getting up in the night. I'm that worn out by it sometimes that I nod off in my chair. Also, you ought at least to give me a little pound of ground coffee, which do me for a month, and I take mornings with some milk. Having endured her thanks, Madame Bovary took herself off, and she was a little way along the path when the sound of wooden clogs made her turn her head. It was the wet nurse. What is it? And the peasant woman, pulling her to one side, behind an elm, began to talk to her about her husband, with his trade and 6 francs a year which the captain. Come to the point, said Emma. Oh well, the nurse took up again, sighing between each word. I'm afraid he'll come over all sad when he sees me drink my coffee all alone. You know, these men, since you were to have some, Emma repeated. So I shall give you some. You're boring me. Alas, my poor dear lady, it's just that, owing to his injuries, he has terrible cramps in his chest. He even says that cider weakens him. Out with it, quickly, Mayor Rollitt. So, the latter took up again with a curtsy. If it's not too much to ask, she curtsied again, when you like, and she gave a beseeching look. A little crock of brandy, she said at last, and I'll rub some on the feet of your little one, hers being tender as a tongue. Rid of the wet nurse, Emma took Lyon's arm again. She walked quickly for a while. Then she slowed down, and her gaze adrift in front of her alighted on the shoulder of the young man, whose frock coat bore a collar of black velvet. His auburn hair fell over it, smooth and well-combed. She noticed his nails, which were longer than were generally worn at Yonville. One of the clerk's major occupations was keeping them in repair, and he kept, for this use, a uniquely appropriate knife in his ink case. They returned to Yonville along the water's edge. In the warm season, the broader bank exposed the foundations of the garden walls, where a staircase of a few steps led down to the river. It flowed without a sound, swift and cold to the eye. Slender, long grasses bowed down there as one, depending on the current that pressed upon them, to spread out like forsaken heads of green hair in its limpidness. Sometimes, on the tips of the rushes or the water-lily leaves, an insect with delicate legs crawled or alighted. A single sunbeam pierced the waves' little blue bubbles as they burst in one another's wake. The lopped and ancient willows mirrored their gray bark in the water. Beyond, all around, the meadowlands seemed empty. It was lunchtime in the farms, and the young woman and her companion heard as they walked only the rhythm of their steps on the footpath's earth, the words they uttered, and the brush of Emma's gown rustling all around her. The garden walls, their coping studded with pieces of bottle, were as warm as greenhouse glass. Wallflowers had grown in the brickwork, and, with the edge of her spread parasol, Madame Bovary, as she passed by, made a few of their withered blooms drop their yellow pollen, or else some branch of honeysuckle or traveler's joy hanging down on the outside would trail for a moment on the silk, catching in the fringe. They talked of a Spanish dance troupe, who were expected soon on the Rouen stage. You're going? She asked. If I can, he replied. Had they nothing else to say? Yet their eyes were full of a more serious talk, and, whilst they were endeavoring to find trite phrases, both of them felt the same languor invade them. It was like a murmur of the soul, deep and continuous, prevailing over the murmur of the voices. Overtaken with wonder at this novel sweetness, they did not think of telling one another of the sensation, nor of discovering its cause. Future joys, like tropical shores, discharge their native indolence, a perfumed breeze, on the immensity leading up to them, and you drowse in this intoxication without even troubling yourself about the horizon that you do not descry. The earth, at one point, had given way under the tread of cattle. They were obliged to walk on large green stones, carefully spaced apart in the mire. She would frequently stop for a moment to see where to place her lady's boot, and, wavering on a shaky boulder, her elbows in the air, bent at the waist, her glance undecided, she would giggle then, from fear of falling over in the puddles. When they arrived in front of her garden, Madame Bovary pushed the little gate, ran up the steps, and disappeared. Lyon returned to his office. The master was absent. He cast an eye over the papers, then cut himself a pen, put his hat on at last, and went out. He went up onto the pasture, to the crest of Arguile Hill, by the entrance to the forest. He lay down on the ground under the firs and surveyed the sky through his fingers. How bored I am, he said to himself, how bored I am. He deserved to be pitied having to live in this village, with James for a friend and Monsieur Guillemin for a master. The latter, completely taken up with cases, sporting spectacles with gold side pieces and red whiskers on a white neckcloth, understood nothing of the mind's delicacies, although he affected a stiff, English manner that had dazzled the clerk at first. As for the pharmacist's wife, she was the best spouse in Normandy, gentle as a lamb, cherishing her children, her father, her mother, her cousins, weeping at the ills of others, entirely free and easy with her household, and abhorring stays, but so slow to stir, so dull to listen to, of so common in appearance, and so limited in conversation, that he had never imagined, although she was 30 and he 20, and they slept next door to each other, and he talked to her each day, that she might be someone's wife, or own anything else of her sex but the dress. And after that, who was there? Benet, a few tradesmen, 2 or 3 tavern keepers, the priest, and finally M. Tuvache, the mayor with his 2 sons, wealthy folk, peevish, dull-witted, tilling their land themselves, feasting with their families and bigots besides, and their company nothing less than unbearable. But on the common back scene of all these human faces, Emma's countenance stood out lone and yet further off, for between her and him he sensed vague, unfathomable depths. At first, he had called on her several times in the pharmacist's company. Charles had not seemed exceedingly eager to receive him, and Lyon, between the fear of being indiscreet and the desire for an intimacy that he considered almost impossible, did not know what to do. With the first chill days, Emma left her bedroom and took to the parlor, a long, low-ceilinged room where, on the chimney-piece, a tufted coral showed itself off in the mirror. Seated in her armchair, near the window, she could see the village folk passing by on the pavement. Lyon, twice a day, repaired to the lion door from his office. Emma, from far off, would hear him coming. She would bend forward to listen, and the young man glided behind the curtain, always dressed in the same way and without turning his head. But when, at twilight, chin in her left hand, she had abandoned her needlework on her knees, she would often start at the apparition of that sudden shadow passing by. She would rise and order the table to be laid. Monsieur James would arrive during dinner. Bonnet grec in his hand, he entered on soundless tread so as not to disturb a soul, and always repeating the same phrase, "Good evening, everyone." Then, when he had settled in his place, at table, between husband and wife, he would ask the doctor for news of his patients, and the doctor in turn consulted him on the likelihood of fees. Then they would chat about what had appeared in the paper. James, by that hour of the day, knew it almost by heart, and he recounted it in its entirety, with the journalist's reflections and every story of individual catastrophe that had occurred in France or abroad. But, the subject drying up, soon enough he would toss out a few observations on the dishes he was examining. At times, half rising, he would even indicate daintily to Madame the tenderest piece, or, turning towards the maid, proffer her advice on the manipulation of stews and the hygiene of seasonings. He spoke aroma, osmazome, juice, and gelatin in a manner fit to dazzle. With a head more filled with recipes than his pharmacy with jars, James also excelled at making a variety of jams, vinegars, and sweet cordials, as well as being acquainted with all the latest contrivances of economical steam kitchens, along with the art of conserving cheeses and nursing sick wines. At 8 o'clock, Justin came for him in order to lock the pharmacy. Then Monsieur James would look slyly at the youth. Above all, a Felicite was present, aware that his apprentice had taken a fancy to the doctor's house. "My young fellow," he would say, "has begun to have ideas, and, I do believe, the devil take me, that he's in love with your maid." But a more serious fault, and one he would reproach him for, was that he continually eavesdropped on conversations. On Sundays, for example, it was impossible to make him leave the drawing-room, where Madame James had called him to take away the children, who were nodding off in the armchairs, their backs dragging down the loose-fitting calico covers. Not many people came to the pharmacist's evening parties, his backbiting and his political opinions having successively driven away various respectable people. The clerk never failed to be there. The moment he heard the bell, he ran to meet Madame Bovary halfway, took her shawl, and put to one side, under the pharmacy desk, the stout list slippers she wore over her boots whenever it snowed. They would begin by playing several games of Tron-et-Tillon. Then Monsieur James played écarté with Emma, Lyon, behind her, giving her advice. Standing up and with his hands on the back of her chair, he gazed at the teeth of the comb sunk into her chignon. Each time she played her hand, the movement made the right side of her dress ride up. From her fastened hair, a dusky tint ran down over her back, and, gradually paling, lost itself little by little in shadow. From there her garment fell away on either side over the seat, puffing out, full of pleats, and sprawling down as far as the ground. When Lyon occasionally felt the sole of his boot placed upon it, he moved away, as if he had stepped on someone. After the card game was over, the apothecary and the doctor played dominoes, and Emma, changing seats, leaned her elbows on the table, leafing through illustration. She had brought along her fashion journal. Lyon sat down next to her. They looked at the engravings and waited for each other at the bottom of the page. She would often entreat him to read verses to her. Lyon would recite them in a drawling manner and was careful to make his voice die away in the love passages. But the click of the dominoes vexed him. Monsieur James was good. He beat Charles by a whole double six. Then, the third hundred finished, the two of them stretched out in front of the fire and would not take long to nod off. The fire died in the embers. The teapot was empty. Lyon went on reading. Emma listened to him, mechanically turning the lampshade. Clowns and carriages and rope dancers with their swings painted on its gauze. Lyon would stop, silently pointing out his sleeping audience. Then they spoke in low voices, and their conversation seemed to them sweeter because it was not heard. Thus a kind of confederacy set itself up between them. A continual intercourse of books and ballads. Monsieur Bovary, untroubled by jealousy, found nothing there to surprise him. For his birthday, he received a handsome phrenological head, inlaid all over with numbers down to the chest, and painted blue. It was a kind thought of the clerk's. He had many another, going as far as to run errands for him in Rouen, and a novelist's work having brought into vogue a mania for cacti. Lyon bought some for Madame, carrying them on his lap in the Hirondelle, all the while pricking his fingers on their hard bristles. She had a small board with railings fitted against her casement to take her oriental pots. The clerk also had his hanging garden. They were aware of each other at their respective windows, tending their flowers. There was one of the village windows that was occupied even more frequently, for on Sundays, from morn till night, and every afternoon, if the weather was fine, you could see at an attic dormer window the lean profile of Monsieur Binet bent over his lathe, its monotonous hum audible as far as the line door. One evening, on his return, Lyon discovered in his room a wool and velvet coverlet patterned with foliage against a pale background. He called Madame Hamais, Monsieur Hamais, Justin, the children, the cook. He spoke of it to his master. Everyone wished to be acquainted with this cloth. Why these kindnesses offered to the clerk by the doctor's wife? It did seem odd, and they were of the definite opinion that she must be his sweetheart. He gave you good cause to believe it. So incessantly did he keep on about her charms and her wit, to such an extent that one time Binet responded in the most brutal manner. What does it matter to me, since I am not of her society? He tortured himself, trying to discover a way to declare his love, and, forever hesitating between the fear of displeasing her and the shame of being faint-hearted, he wept from discouragement and desire. Then he would make drastic resolutions. He wrote letters that he tore up, postponed things to a time that he kept deferring. Frequently he would march himself off, with the notion of daring all, but this resolution swiftly forsook him in Emma's presence, and, when Charles, arriving unexpectedly, invited him to climb into his gig to go and see some patient or other in the neighborhood, he accepted straightway, gave Madame a bow, and went off. Her husband, was he not something of her? As to Emma, she did not examine her heart to know whether or not she loved him. Love, she believed, should come on all at once, with great claps of thunder and lightning. A hurricane from heaven that falls upon your life, turns it topsy-turvy, tears up intentions like leaves, and sweeps your whole heart into the abyss. She did not know that, on the foundation terrace of a house, the rain makes lakes when the gutters are blocked, and so she remained safe and secure, until suddenly she discovered a crack in the wall. It was a Sunday in February, one snowy afternoon. They had all, Monsieur and Madame Bovary, Hamais and Monsieur Lyon, set off to visit a flax mill that was being set up in the valley 1.5 miles from Yonville. The apothecary had brought Napoleon and Athalie with him, to give them some exercise, and Justin accompanied them, carrying umbrellas on his shoulder. Yet nothing could be less curious than this curiosity. A large area of waste ground, where a few gear wheels, already rusted, lay between heaps of sand and pebble, surrounded a long four-cornered building pierced by a number of small windows. It had not yet finished being built, and the sky could be seen through the roof joists. Attached to the gable beam, a straw bouquet woven with ears of corn snapped its tricolor ribbons in the wind. Hamais talked. He explained to the gathered company the future importance of this establishment, calculated the strength of the floor, the thickness of the walls, and deeply regretted not having a metrical ruler, like the one Monsieur Binet had for his private use. Emma, who gave him her arm, leaned a little on his shoulder as she watched the sun's far-off disk radiating its dazzling paleness in the fog. But she turned her head. Charles was there. He had his cap pulled down over his eyebrows, and his thick lips were quivering, which added something stupid to his face. Even his back, his unruffled back, was irritating to look at, and there, exposed on the frock coat, she found all the vapidness of the individual. While she was considering him, tasting in her irritation a kind of depraved voluptuousness, Lyon stepped forward. The cold that made him pale seemed to settle a sweeter languidness on his face. Between his cravat and his neck, the shirt collar, a little loose, left the skin visible. An earlobe showed below a lock of hair, and his big blue eyes, uplifted to the clouds, seemed to Emma more limpid and lovely than those mountain lakes in which the sky admires itself. "Wretch!" cried the apothecary all of a sudden, and he ran to his son, who had just thrown himself into a pile of lime in order to paint his shoes white. Beneath the weight of reproaches, Napoleon set about howling, whilst Justin wiped his shoes for him with a fistful of straw. But a knife was needed. Charles offered his. Ah, she said to herself. He carries a knife in his pocket, like a peasant. The hoarfrost fell, and they turned back for Yonville. Madame Bovary did not go over to her neighbors that evening, and when Charles had left, and she felt alone, the comparisons began again with the clarity of an immediate sensation and the lengthening of perspective that memory gives to things. Gazing from her bed at the burning fire's brightness, she saw again, as if she were there, Lyon standing, flexing his switch with one hand and with the other holding Athalie, who was sucking calmly on a piece of ice. She found him charming. She found it impossible to tear herself away. She recalled other gestures of his on other days, phrases that he had uttered, the sound of his voice, his whole self. And she repeated, putting her lips forward as for a kiss. Yes, delightful. Quite delightful. Is he not in love? She asked. With whom then? Why with me? All the little proofs at once spread themselves out. Her heart leapt. The blaze from the hearth was sending a merry light quivering over the ceiling. She turned on her back and stretched her arms out wide. Then began the eternal lament. Oh, if the heavens had but wished it! Why isn't it so? Then who prevented? When Charles returned, at midnight, she looked as if she were waking up, and, as he made a noise undressing, she complained of a migraine, then casually asked what had happened that evening. Monsieur Lyon, he said, retired early. She could not stop herself smiling, and she went to sleep, soul filled with fresh enchantment. The next day at nightfall, she was visited by Sieur Leroux, seller of fancy goods. A sharp fellow, this tradesman, born a Gascon, but ending up Norman, he lined his southern loquacity with a Cauchois cunning. His greasy face, slack and beardless, seemed to have been tinted with extract of clear licorice, and his white hair made the fierce luster of his tiny black eyes even more intense. No one knew what he had been before. Peddler, some said, banker at Ratat, according to others. What was certain was that he could, in his head, make complicated calculations, enough to give even Binet himself a fright. Polite to the point of obsequiousness, he always held himself crook-backed in the posture of someone either bowing or beckoning. Having left his crepe-trimmed hat at the door, he placed a green pasteboard box on the table, and began by complaining to Madame, with numerous courtesies, that up to now he had still not gained her confidence. A poor shop like his was not fit to attract a fashionable lady. He laid stress on the term. Yet all she had to do was to bid him, and he would undertake to supply her with whatever she desired, as much in haberdashery as in drapery, hosiery, or fancy goods. For he traveled into town 4 times a month, regularly. He had relations with the most considerable establishments. You could mention his name at the Trois Frères, at the Barber, or at the Grand Citish. All those gentlemen knew him like the back of their hand. So today, he had come to show Madame, in passing, various articles that he happened to have, thanks to the rarest of opportunities. And he took from the box half a dozen embroidered collars. Madame Bovary examined them. I don't need anything, she said. And Monsieur Leroux daintily exhibited 3 Algerian scarves, several packets of English needles, a pair of straw slippers, and, finally, for coconut egg cups, carved in openwork fashion by convicts. Then, hands on the table, neck stretched, bent forward, he followed, mouth hanging wide, Emma's gaze as it wandered uncertainly among the wares. From time to time, as if to expel the dust, he gave a flick of the nails to the silk of the scarves, unfolded to their full length, and they quivered with a slight rustle, the cloth's gold spangle, in the greenish light of dusk, sparkling like tiny stars. How much are they? A trifle, he replied. A trifle, but there's no urgency. Whenever you please, we aren't Jews. She considered for a moment, and again finished by thanking Monsieur Leroux, who answered impassively. Oh well, we'll get along together later. I've always come to an arrangement with the ladies, though not, however, with my own. Emma smiled. So what I'm saying here, he continued with a simple, easy air after his little joke, is that it is not the money that bothers me. I would give them to you if needs be. She made a surprised gesture. Ah, he said sharply and in a low voice. I don't have to go far to find you something. Count on it. And he set about asking for news of Père Tellier, the landlord of the Café Français, whom Monsieur Bovary was attending at that time. What's the matter with him then, Père Tellier? He coughs enough to shake the whole house, and I'm much afraid he'll shortly be needing a pinewood greatcoat rather than a flannel nightshirt. He went on a fair few jags in his youth. That sort, madam. They had not the least notion of orderliness. He pickled himself with brandy, but it's disagreeable all the same to see an acquaintance pop off. And, while he was buckling up his box again, he continued expatiating on the doctor's patients. It's doubtless the weather, he said, looking on the panes with a glum face, which is responsible for all those diseases. I don't feel quite myself, either. One of these days I must also pay Monsieur a visit about the backache. Still, good day to you, Madame Bovary. At your command, your very humble servant. And he closed the door, softly. Emma had her dinner served in her bedroom, by the fire, on a tray. She took a long time eating. Everything seemed good to her. "How sensible I've been," she said to herself, thinking about the scars. She heard footsteps on the stairs. It was Lyon. She rose and took off the chest of drawers from among the dusters to be hemmed, the first in the pile. She seemed very busy when he appeared. The conversation was flat, Madame Bovary abandoning it at every turn, while he himself remained as though completely embarrassed. Seated on a low chair near the fireplace, he turned the ivory case in his fingers. She plied her needle, or from time to time, with her nail, pleated the folds of the cloth. She did not speak. He said nothing, captivated by her silence, as he would have been by her words. Poor boy, she thought. How do I displease her? He asked himself. Lyon, however, finally said that he had, one of these days, to go to Rouen on a case for his practice. Your music subscription is expired. Should I renew it? No, she replied. Why? Because, and, biting her lips, she slowly pulled a long needleful of gray thread. This work irritated Lyon. Emma's fingers seemed to be flayed at the tips. A gallant phrase came into his head, but he did not risk it. You're giving it up then? He resumed. What? She said sharply. The music. Ah, dear God, yes. Have it on my house to keep, my husband to look after, 1,000 things in short, a great many tasks which must be put first. She looked at the clock. Charles was late, so she played the anxious wife. She even repeated 2 or 3 times. He is so good. The clerk was fond of Monsieur Bovary, but this tenderness regarding the latter amazed him in an unpleasant way. Nevertheless, he went on eulogizing, as he had heard everyone do, he said, and above all the pharmacist. Ah, he's a decent man, Emma replied. Certainly, answered the clerk, and they began to talk of Madame Mace, whose badly neglected appearance usually made them laugh. What difference does it make? Emma interrupted. A decent mother of a family does not trouble herself about her clothes. Then she relapsed into silence. It was the same over the days that followed. Her talk, her manner, everything changed. She was seen to take her housekeeping to heart, go regularly again to church, and manage her maid with greater strictness. She withdrew Berthe from the wet nurse. Félicite brought her in when visitors called, and Madame Bovary undressed her in order to show her limbs. She declared that she adored children. This was her consolation, her joy, her madness, and her caresses were accompanied by lyrical effusions, which would have reminded anyone other than the Yonvillets of La Sachette in Notre Dame de Paris. When Charles came in from work, he found his slippers warming by the embers. Now his waistcoats no longer lacked linings, nor his shirt's buttons, and he even delighted in surveying in the wardrobe all the cotton caps marshaled into matching piles. She no longer balked as before at taking a turn in the garden. Whatever he proposed was always granted, although she might not predict what odd fancy she would submit to without a murmur. And when Lyon saw him by the hearth after dinner, hands on his belly, feet on the fire-dog, cheeks flushed by digestion, eyes moist with happiness, with the child crawling on the rug, and this slender wife coming up to kiss his forehead over the back of the chair. What madness, he said to himself, and how to reach her? Thus she appeared to him, so virtuous and unapproachable that all hope, even the haziest, forsook him. But, by renouncing her, he vested her with extraordinary qualities. She was disentangled, for him, from the carnal properties he had no means of procuring, and she ran on in his heart, ascending still and detaching herself from him, in the gorgeous manner of a soaring apotheosis. It was the kind of pure, unadulterated sentiment that does not trouble the practice of life, cultivated because it is rare, and whose loss is more distressing than the joy of its possession. Emma grew thinner, her cheeks paled, her face lengthened. With her black swathes of hair, her large eyes, her straight nose, her bird-like walk, and always silent now, did she not seem to pass through life scarcely touching it, and to bear on her forehead the hazy impress of some sublime predestination? She was so sad and so calm, so gentle and at the same time so reserved, that when close to her you felt yourself caught under an icy spell, as in churches when you shiver in the fragrance of flowers dashed with a marble chill. Even the others did not escape this seduction. The pharmacist said, "She's a woman of great talents and would not be out of place in a sub-prefecture." The wives admired her thrift, the patients her politeness, the poor her charity. But she was full of lusts, rage, hate. That dress with the straight pleats concealed an overthrown heart, and those so chaste lips would not speak of the torment. She was in love with Lyon, and she sought solitude, that she might more easily delight in his image. The sight of him in person troubled this voluptuous contemplation. Emma quivered at the sound of his footsteps. Then, in his presence, the emotion fell away, and all that remained to her afterwards was a boundless wonder that ended in gloom. Lyon did not know, leaving her house in despair, that behind his back she would get up to look at him in the street. She was anxious about his proceedings, She secretly watched his face. She fabricated a long story as pretext for visiting his room. The pharmacist's wife seemed to her very fortunate to be sleeping under the same roof, and her thoughts continually alighted on this house, like the pigeons of the lion d'or who came to dip in its gutters their pink feet in their white wings. But the more Emma became aware of her love, the more she pushed it away, so that it should not be visible, and to abate it. She would have liked Lyon to suspect something, and she imagined the risks, the catastrophes that might have made this easier. Doubtless what held her back was indolence or terror, as well as shame. She imagined that she had repelled him too far, that there was no time left, that all was lost. Then pride, the joy of telling herself, "I am virtuous," and of looking at herself in the mirror as she struck resigned poses, consoled her a little for the sacrifice that she believed she was making. Then the appetites of the flesh, the lust for money, and the gloomy states of passion all blended into the one single suffering, and, instead of averting her mind from it, she fastened upon it the more, excited by the pain and seeking opportunities for it everywhere. She would become incensed at a poorly served dish or a half-opened door, groaned over the velvet she did not have, the good fortune she lacked, her too lofty dreams, her too narrow house. What exasperated her was that Charles did not appear to have any awareness of her anguish. His firm belief that he was making her happy seemed to her an idiotic insult, and his confidence about it an ingratitude. For whom, then, was she being well-behaved? Was he himself not the obstacle to all bliss, the cause of all misery, and like the sharp buccal tongue of this complex leather strap binding her on all sides? So she carried over to him alone the sum of hatred which resulted from her vexation, and each effort to lessen it merely served to increase it. For this needless pain would be added to other counts of despair and contribute even further to the separation. Her very gentleness towards herself occasioned revolts. Domestic competence pushed her into luxuriant fantasies, matrimonial tenderness into adulterous desires. She wished Charles would thrash her, that she could have detested him more justly, taken her revenge. She amazed herself at times with the atrocious conjectures which entered her mind, and she had to go on smiling, hear herself repeat how happy she was, feign being so, suffer it to be believed. She felt moments of disgust, however, at this hypocrisy. She was tempted to elope with Lyon, somewhere, far away, to essay a new destiny. But immediately a vague gulf opened in her soul, full of darkness. Besides, he doesn't love me any more, she thought. What's to be done? What rescue to expect? What consolation? What relief? She stood broken, panting, inert, sobbing under her breath and with tears trickling down. Why not speak about it to Monsieur? The maidservant would ask her, when she came in during these crises. It's my nerves, replied Emma. Don't speak to him about it. You'll distress him. Ah, yes. Felicite continued. You're just like La Guerin, the daughter of Père Guerin, the Paulet fisherman, who I knew at Dieppe before coming here. She was so sad, that to see her stood on the front step of her house, she put you in mind of a burial cloth in front of the door. Her trouble, apparently, was a kind of fog she had inside the head, and the doctors couldn't do a thing, nor the priest neither. When it took her too strong, she went off all by herself to the seashore, so that the customs officer, doing his round, would often find her laid out flat on her belly and weeping into the pebbles. Then, after her marriage, it wore off, they said. But, in my case, Emma rejoined, it was after the marriage that it came upon me. Madame Bovary, one evening when the window was open, and seated on the sill she had just watched Lestiboudois, the beetle, pruning the box tree. All of a sudden she heard the Angelus ring out. It was the beginning of April, when the primroses are out. A mild wind rolls across the dug flower beds, and the gardens, like women, seem to be preparing their finery for the feast days of summer. Through the bars of the arbor and beyond, all around, the river could be seen in the meadow, sketching restless meanders over the grass. The evening haze passed between the leafless poplars, blurring their outlines with a violet tint, paler and more transparent than a delicate gauze pinned on their branches. Far off, cattle were on the move. You could hear neither their steps nor their lowing, and the bell, still ringing, continued its peaceful lament on high. At this repeated tolling, the young woman's mind wandered through old memories of youth and boarding school. She recalled the altar's tall candlesticks, higher than the vases full of flowers and the columned tabernacle. She would have liked, as in times past, to be mingled still with the long line of white veils that was marked here and there in black by the stiff cowls of the good sisters bowed down on their prayer stools. On Sundays, at Mass, when she lifted her head, she would perceive the Virgin's sweet face among the bluish eddyings of the incense as it rose. Then a tender feeling came over her. She felt weak and wholly abandoned, like a bird's feather wheeling round and round in the storm, and without being conscious of it, she set out for the church, in the mood for no matter what devotion, provided it absorbed her soul and the whole of existence might vanish within it. On the square, she met Lestiboudois, who was on his way back. For, in order not to cut the day short, he preferred to interrupt his task and then to take it up again, ringing the Angelus at his own convenience. Besides, rung earlier, the bells warned the children that it was time for catechism. Some had already arrived and were playing marbles on the cemetery's flagstones. Others, sitting astride the wall, were jiggling their legs and with their wooden shoes mowing down the tall nettles that sprouted between the low wall and the most recent graves. It was the only place that was green. All the rest was nothing but stones and constantly covered in a fine dust, despite the sacristy broom. The children in list shoes ran about there as if on an inlaid floor made just for them, and the peal of their voices could be heard through the humming of the bell. It diminished along with the vibration of the fat rope which, falling from the heights of the belfry, dragged its end over the ground. House martins swooped past uttering little cries, cutting the air with the edge of their outspread wings, and going swiftly back into their yellow nests under the dripstone tiles. At the back of the church, a lamp burned, that is to say, the wick of a night lamp in a hanging glass. Its glow, from a distance, resembled a whitish stain trembling on oil. A long ray of sunlight crossed the entire nave and made the side aisles and corners even gloomier. "Where's the priest?" asked Madame Bovary of a young boy who was amusing himself jogging the turnstile gate in its loose socket. "He's coming," he replied. Indeed, the presbytery door grated. Abbé Bournigeon appeared. The children ran pell-mell into the church. "These little rascals," murmured the clergyman, "always the same," and picking up a catechism in tatters that he had just knocked with his foot. No respect for anything. But, as soon as he noticed Madame Bovary, "Pardon me," he said, "I failed to recognize you." He thrust the catechism into his pocket and stood still, continuing to swing the sacristy's heavy key on 2 fingers. The gleam of the setting sun that struck him full in the face blanched the tough wool of his cassock, glossy at the elbows, frayed at the hem. Specks of grease and tobacco followed the line of little buttons over his broad chest, becoming more frequent the further they strayed from his clerical collar, on which rested plenteous folds of red skin, flecked with yellow blemishes that disappeared into the coarse hairs of his graying beard. He had just dined and was breathing noisily. "How are you keeping?" he added. "Badly," replied Emma. "I am suffering." "Oh well, me too," the clergyman replied. "These first mild days weaken you amazingly, don't they? Still, how can it be helped? We are born to suffer, as St. Paul says. But what does Monsieur Bovary think about it?" "Him," she said with a scornful gesture. "What?" rejoined the good fellow, completely astonished. "He's not prescribing something for you?" "Ah," said Emma, "earthly remedies are not what I need." But the priest, every now and then, would peep into the church, where the kneeling youngsters were all pushing each other with their shoulders and falling over like a house of cards. "I wanted to know," she went on. Stop that, Ribaday," cried the clergyman furiously. "I'm going to warm your ears for you, wicked rogue." Then, turning to Emma, "That's Boudet, the carpenter's son. His parents are well off and leave him to his own devices. Yet he learned quick enough. If he wanted to, he has the wit. And so sometimes, just for sport, I call him Ribaday, as in the hill you take to get to Marama, and I even say, Mon Ribaday. Ha ha, Montrabade. The other day, I repeated this joke to his lordship, who laughed at it. He vouchsafed a laugh. And how is Monsieur Bovary?" She seemed not to hear. He continued, "Still awfully busy, no doubt? For we are certainly, he and I, the 2 members of the parish who have the most to do. But he's the doctor of the body," he added with a dark laugh, "whereas I am that of the soul." She fixed beseeching eyes upon the priest. "Yes," she said, "you assuage all pains." "Ah, don't speak to me of those, Madame Bovary. Just this morning, I had to go over to Badaille for a cow with the wind. They thought it was under a spell. All their cows, I don't know how. But excuse me, Longmare and Boudet. By Jove, will you have done?" And, in one bound, he sprang into the church. At this point, the youngsters were crowding around the great lectern, climbing on the chantry stool, opening the missal, and others, step by stealthy step, were off venturing very nearly into the confessional. But the priest, of a sudden, served them all with a hail of boxed ears. Taking them by the jacket collar, he lifted them off the ground and set them back on their knees on the paving stones of the choir, as vigorously as if he had planned to plant them there. "Well," he said, returning to Emma and unfurling his large cotton handkerchief, a corner of which he put between his teeth, "the farmers are greatly to be pitied." "As are others," she said. "Certainly. The workmen in the towns, for example. It is not them. Begging your pardon, but I have known poor mothers of families there, virtuous women, I can assure you, veritable saints who even lack bread. But those," Emma went on, and the corners of her mouth twisted as she spoke, "those, Monsieur le Curé, who do have bread, but do not have—" "Fire in winter," said the priest. "Oh, it doesn't matter. Come now. Doesn't matter? It strikes me that when you're well-heated, well-fed for, after all. My God, she sighed. You are troubled? He said, advancing with a worried air. Doubtless that's the digestion. You must return home, Madame Bovary, drink a little tea. That will strengthen you, or else a glass of cold water with brown sugar. Why? And she looked like someone waking from a reverie. You happened to put your hand to your brow. I thought you were taken by a giddy spell. Then, thinking better of it. But you were asking me about something? What was it now? I've no idea. Me? Nothing. Nothing, Emma repeated, and her gaze, turning around her, gradually lowered itself to the old man in the cassock. The two of them considered each other, face to face, not speaking. Well, Madame Bovary, he said at last, do excuse me, but duty first, I must be dealing with my rascals. There are the first communions coming up. We shall yet be taken by surprise, I fear. In addition, after Ascension, I keep them behind every Wednesday for a further hour. These poor children, they cannot be led too soon into the Lord's path, as he himself commended us through the mouth of his divine Son. Good health to you, madam. My respects to your husband. And he went into the church, genuflecting from the door. Emma watched him disappear between the double line of benches, walking with a heavy tread, head leaning a little to one side, and with his hands half open, facing outwards. Then she turned on her heel, swiveling like a statue on a pivot, and took the path back to her house. But the priest's rough voice and the bright voices of the boys still reached her ears and carried on behind her. Are you a Christian? Yes, I'm a Christian. What is a Christian? He who being baptized. Clinging to the banister rail, she ascended the steps of her staircase, and, once inside her room, fell into an armchair. The whitish light of the panes subsided gently in fluttering waves. The furniture, in its place, seemed to grow increasingly motionless and to be cast away into shadows, as on a murky ocean. The fire was out, the clock still beat time, and Emma let herself wonder at this calmness of things, when there were so many upheavals inside her. But, between the window and the work table, there was little Berthe, toddling in her knitted boots and trying to approach her mother, to catch hold of the end of her apron strings. Leave me alone, she said, pushing the child away with her hand. The little girl soon came back even closer, up against her knees, and, using her arms to support herself there, looked up at her with large blue eyes, while a thread of clear saliva ran down from her lip onto the apron's silk. Leave me alone, repeated the young woman, exasperated. Her face terrified the child, who began to wail. Well, leave me alone then, she said, thrusting her away with an elbow. Berthe tumbled by the chest of drawers, against its brass rosette. She cut her cheek on it. Out came the blood. Madame Bovary rushed to pick her up, snapped the bell pull, called for the servant with all her might, and was about to curse herself when Charles appeared. It was dinner time. He had come home. Look, my dearest, Emma said to him in a calm voice. Our darling here has just fallen down and hurt herself while playing. Charles reassured her this was not a serious case, and he went off to find some sticking plaster. Madame Bovary did not come down for dinner. She wished to stay on her own to look after her child. Then, gazing at her, as she slept, what anxiety remained gradually dissipated, and she seemed to herself very silly and very foolish to have been so troubled just now for so trifling a matter. Berthe, indeed, was no longer sobbing. Now, her breathing was imperceptibly lifting the cotton blanket. Fat tears were settled in the corners of her half-shut eyelids, which revealed between their lashes two pale, sunken eyes. The plaster, stuck on her cheek, pulled the stretched skin aslant. It's strange, thought Emma, how ugly this child is. When Charles, at 11 o'clock that night, came back from the pharmacy, where he had gone, after dinner, to return what remained of the plaster, he found his wife standing over the cradle. I assure you it's nothing, he said as he kissed her on the forehead. Don't torment yourself. Poor darling, you will make yourself ill. He had stayed a long time at the apothecary's house. Even though Charles had not appeared very upset about it, Monsieur James had nevertheless striven to fortify him, to raise his morale. So they had chatted about the various dangers menacing childhood and of the thoughtlessness of servants. Madame James knew all about it, still bearing on her breast the marks of a porringerful of live embers that a cook had, in days gone by, let fall into her frock. So these good parents took a variety of precautions. The knives were never sharpened, nor the rooms waxed. There were iron bars over the windows and strong rails across the fireplace. The James children, despite their independence, could not stir a finger without someone supervising them. At the least cold, their father crammed them with cough medicines, and up to more than 4 years old they all wore, unsparingly, cushioned padding around their heads. This was, in truth, a mania of Madame James. Her husband was privately distressed by it, fearing the possible effects of such compression on the intellectual organs, and he forgot himself to the extent of saying to her, So you want to turn them into Caribs or Botacudos? Charles, in the meantime, had tried to break off the conversation several times. I would like to have a chat with you, he had whispered into the clerk's ear, who set off up the stairs in front of him. Does he suspect something? Lyon asked himself. His heart pounded, and he was lost in conjecture. At last Charles, having closed the door, begged him to see for himself what the price of a good daguerreotype might be in Rouen. He was preparing a romantic surprise for his wife, something nice and thoughtful, his portrait in black. But he first wanted to know where he stood. These proceedings should not trouble Monsieur Lyon, since he went to town every week, more or less. With what aim? Jaime suspected some young man's fancy lay beneath it, an intrigue. But he was wrong. Lyon was pursuing no love affair. He was sadder than ever, and Madame Lefrancois observed this clearly from the amount of food that he now left on his plate. To find out more, she questioned the tax-gatherer. Binet replied, in a haughty tone, that he was not paid by the police. His companion, nevertheless, seemed to him most peculiar, for Lyon would often fall back in his chair with outspread arms and complain vaguely about existence. It's because you don't have enough distractions, the tax-gatherer would say. Such as, in your position, I would have a lathe, but I don't know how to work one, the clerk replied. Ah, that's true, said the other as he stroked his jaw, with an air of disdain mingled with satisfaction. Lyon was weary of loving without any outcome, and he began to feel that extreme depression which the repetition of the same way of living induces in you, when no interests shape it and no hope sustains it. He was so bored of Yonville and of the Yonvillais, but the sight of certain people, of certain houses, irritated him beyond endurance, and the pharmacist, easy fellow though he was, had become completely insufferable to him. Nevertheless, the prospect of a new situation appalled as much as it beguiled. This fear quickly turned to impatience, and then, in the distance, Paris beckoned him with the fanfare of its masked balls and the laughter of its grisettes. As he had to finish his law studies there, why did he not leave? What was keeping him back? And he set about making mental preparations. He contrived his affairs in advance. He furnished an apartment in his head. There he would lead the life of an artist. There he would take guitar lessons. He would have a dressing gown, a bast beret, blue velvet slippers, and he was already even admiring a pair of crossed foils over his chimney-piece, with a death's head and the guitar above. The difficult business was his mother's consent, yet nothing could seem more reasonable. His master was even obliging him to consider another practice, where he might better thrive. Taking the middle course, therefore, Lyon searched for some assistant clerk's post in Rouen, did not find it, and finally wrote a long, detailed letter to his mother, in which he explained his reasons for going to live in Paris immediately. She gave her consent. He did not hurry, however. Each day, for a full month, Hivert transported for him trunks, valises, and parcels from Yonville to Rouen, from Rouen to Yonville. And when Lyon had replenished his wardrobe, he had his 3 armchairs stuffed, bought a supply of handkerchiefs, in short, made more arrangements than for a journey around the world, delaying week after week, until he received a second maternal letter in which he was urged to depart, since he wished to take his exam before the holidays. When the moment came to embrace one another, Madame Hamais cried, Justin sobbed. Hamais, acting brave, hid his feelings. He himself desired to carry his friend's greatcoat up to the gate of the notary, who was taking Lyon to Rouen in his carriage. The latter just had time to bid goodbye to Monsieur Bovary. When he was at the top of the stairs, he paused, so out of breath did he feel. At his entrance, Madame Bovary rose eagerly. It's me again, said Lyon. I was sure it was. She bit her lips, and a surge of blood coursed under her skin, which turned pink all over, from the roots of her hair to the edge of her collar. She stayed standing, leaning on the wainscot with her shoulder. So Monsieur is not in, he went on. He's out. She repeated, he's out. There was a silence then. They looked at one another, and their thoughts, mingled in the same anguish, pressed tighter together, as breast to throbbing breast. I would very much like to kiss Bert, said Lyon. Emma went down a few steps and called Felicite. Quickly he threw a wide glance around him that ranged over the walls, the shelves, the fireplace, as if to penetrate all, bear all away. But she came back in, and the maid brought Bert, who was jiggling a windmill, upside down on the end of string. Lyon kissed her several times on the neck. Goodbye, poor child. Goodbye, little one, goodbye. And he handed her back to her mother. Take her away, said the latter. They remained alone. Madame Bovary's back was turned, her face resting against a window pane. Lyon held his cap in his hand, beating it gently down his thigh. It's going to rain, said Emma. I have a coat, he replied. Ah. She drew away, chin down and brow forward. The light slipped over it, as over marble, to the curve of her eyebrows, revealing nothing of what Emma was looking at on the horizon, nor of the thoughts in her heart. Well, goodbye, he sighed. She raised her head with a brusque movement. Yes, goodbye, go. They advanced towards each other. He held out his hand. She hesitated. In the English fashion, then, she said, yielding up her own, and all the while endeavoring to laugh. Lyon felt it between his fingers, and the very substance of his being seemed to go down into this moist palm. Then he opened his hand. Their eyes met each other once more, and he vanished. When he was beneath the market house, he stopped and hid himself behind a pillar, so as to gaze one last time upon that white house with its 4 green wooden blinds. He thought he saw a shadow behind the window in the bedroom, but the curtain, unhooked from the retaining peg as though by its own volition, slowly stirred its long, aslant folds, that in one bound all spread themselves out, and then it stayed straight, more motionless than a wall of plaster. Lyon began to run. He perceived from afar on the road his employer's gig, and beside it a man dressed in a thick apron, holding the horse. James and Monsieur Guillemin were chatting together. They were waiting for him. "Embrace me," said the apothecary with tears in his eyes. "Here is your greatcoat, my good friend. Mind the cold. Look after yourself. Take care of yourself. Come on, Lyon, into the carriage with you," said the notary. James leaned on the splashboard, and in a voice broken by sobs, let fall these 2 sad words: "Pleasant journey." "Good night," replied Monsieur Guillemin. Cast off. They left, and James returned home. Madame Bovary had opened her window onto the garden, and she was watching the clouds. They were piled up to the west, towards Rouen, and were swiftly rolling their black volutes, behind which great rays of sunlight extended, like the golden arrows of a hung trophy, while the rest of the empty sky had the whiteness of a porcelain vase. But a squall of wind made the poplars bend, and all of a sudden the rain fell. It pattered on the fresh leaves. Then the sun reappeared. The hens clucked, the sparrows shook their wings in the wet bushes, and the puddles of water, draining on the sand, bore away the pink flowers of an acacia. "Ah, how far he must already be," she thought. Monsieur James, as usual, came at 6:30 during dinner. "Well," he said as he sat down, "so we have just now seen off our young man?" "It seems so," replied the doctor. Then, turning round in his chair, "And what's new with you?" "Not a great deal. Only that, this afternoon, my wife was a little excitable. You know how it is with women, stirred by a mere trifle. Mine above all. And it would be a mistake to be indignant about it, since their nervous system is a lot more susceptible than our own." "That poor Lyon," said Charles. "How will he live in Paris? Will he get used to it?" Madame Bovary sighed. "Nonsense," said the pharmacist, clicking his tongue. "Secret pleasure parties in the chop house. Masked balls. Champagne. 'Tis all going to be fine, I assure you." "I don't think he will go astray," Bovary objected. "Me neither," Monsieur James resumed sharply, "although he'll still have to go along with the others, at the risk of passing for a Jesuit. And you've no notion of the life those fellows lead there in the Latin Quarter with the actresses. Yet students are very well regarded in Paris. If they have the least talent for being agreeable, they're received into the best society, and ladies there are in the Faubourg Saint-Germain who even fall in love with them, providing them, subsequently, with opportunities to make a very handsome match." "But," said the doctor, "I'm fearful that he over there—" "You're right," the apothecary interrupted. "That's the dark side of the picture. And one has to keep a hand over one's purse all the time. So, I'm imagining you're in a public garden. A certain person appears, well turned out, dignified even, and whom you take for a diplomat. He accosts you. You chat together. He worms himself in, offers you a pinch of snuff, or picks up your hat. Then you become more intimate. He takes you to a cafe, invites you to his house in the country, gets you acquainted, half seas over with all kinds of types, and 3/4 of the time, it's only to swindle you out of your purse or tempt you into taking highly pernicious steps." "That's true," Charles replied, "but I was thinking mainly of diseases, of typhoid fever, for instance, which attacks students from the provinces." Emma gave a start. "Because of the change of diet," continued the apothecary, "and of the resulting disturbance to the general economy. And besides, you see, the Paris water, the chop-house dishes, all those spicy foods end up overheating your blood and aren't a patch, whatever is claimed for them, on a good meat stew. I have always, speaking for myself, liked plain home cooking better. It's healthier. Likewise, when I was studying pharmacy at Rouen, I boarded in a boarding house. I ate with the lecturers." And he then continued to reveal his general opinions and his personal sympathies, right up to the moment when Justin came to fetch him for the preparation of a mulled egg. "Not a moment of respite," he cried. "Always in the traces. I cannot go out for a minute. Like a plow horse, I have to sweat blood and tears. What drudgery." Then, when he was at the door, "Talking of which," he said, "have you heard the news?" "What's that?" "It seems most likely," James went on, raising his eyebrows and adopting his most serious expression, "that the Lower Seines Agricultural Show is to be held this year at Yonville-l'Abbaye. At least, that's the rumor. This morning's paper touched on a little. That would be of the utmost importance for our area. But we'll discuss it later. I can see my way. Thank you. Justin has the lantern." Madame Bovary 7 the next day was, for Emma, a mournful one. Everything seemed to her muffled in a gloom which wavered confusedly over the exterior of things, and a heartache sank into her soul with soft howls, such as the winter wind makes in abandoned castles. It was that type of waking dream you experience when something is gone forever, the lassitude that grips you after each fait accompli, in short the suffering that the interruption of any habitual motion, the abrupt ceasing of a prolonged vibration, brings. As with the return from Vaubyessard, when the quadrilles whirled in her head, she felt a dull melancholy, a torpid despair. Lyon reappeared as taller, more handsome, more pleasant, more vague. Although he was separated from her, he had not left her. He was there, and the walls of the house seemed to preserve his shadow. She could not tear her eyes from this rug he had walked on, from those empty pieces of furniture he had sat in. The river still flowed, and slowly drove its little swells along the slippery bank. They had walked there many times, to this same murmur of the waves, on pebbles coated in moss. What lovely sunny days they had had! What lovely afternoons, alone, in the shade, at the bottom of the garden. He would read aloud, bareheaded, seated on a stool made from dry sticks. The cool wind from the meadows trembled the pages of his book and the arbor's nasturtiums. He was gone, the sole delight of her life, the sole possible hope of any bliss. Why had she not seized that happiness, while it offered itself? Why had she not held it back with both hands, on both knees, when it wished to flee? And she cursed herself for not having loved Lyon. She thirsted for his lips. She longed to run and join him, to throw herself in his arms, to say to him, "I am here, I am yours." But Emma fretted beforehand over the difficulties of the undertaking, and her desires, augmented by regret, became still more potent. Thenceforth, the memory of Lyon lay at the center of her ennui. It crackled there more fiercely than a traveler's fire on a Russian steppe, abandoned in the snow. She hastened towards him, she huddled up against him, she delicately stirred this hearth that had all but died away. She went searching all around her for what might revive it further. And the remotest reminiscences as well as the most recent encounters, her actual experiences along with her imaginings, her scattered cravings for voluptuousness, her plans for happiness that creaked in the wind like dead boughs, her barren virtue, her tumbled hopes, the straw litter of domesticity she gathered, all, seized all, and let it all serve to rekindle her sadness. Nevertheless, the flames subsided, either because the fuel itself was spent, or its pile too considerable. Bit by bit, love died away through absence. Regret was stifled by habit, and that fiery glimmer that empurpled her pale sky was further clouded by shadow and gradually blotted out. In the slumbering state of her conscience, she even took husband-hatred for lover-longing, the scorch of spite for the rekindling of tender love. But, as the storm was still blowing, and her passion burned to ashes, and since no help came, no sun appeared, utter night fell on every side, and she remained lost in a terrible cold that penetrated her through and through. Then the bad days of Toast began once more. She reckoned herself as far unhappier now, for she had the experience of grief, with the certainty that it would not end. A woman who had imposed such great sacrifices upon herself could well be forgiven whims. She bought herself a Gothic prayer desk and laid out 14 francs on lemons in 1 month for cleaning her nails. She wrote to Rouen to have a blue cashmere dress. From LaRue she chose the loveliest of his scarves. She fastened it at the waist over her dressing gown, and with the shutters closed, a book in her hand, she lay stretched on a sofa in this apparel. She would often vary her coiffure. She adopted a Chinese style, soft curls, tressed plaits. She affected a parting on the side of her head and rolled her hair below it, like a man. She wanted to learn Italian. She bought dictionaries, a grammar book, a stock of white paper. She tried some serious reading of history and philosophy. At night, sometimes, Charles woke up with a start, believing that they had come to fetch him out for a patient. "I'm going," he mumbled. And it was the noise of a match that Emma was striking to light the lamp again. But her reading shared something of her needlework, cluttering her wardrobe with its unfinished pieces. She took one up, abandoned it, passed on to another. She had fits when she would be easily prompted into wild follies. One day she maintained, in opposition to her husband, that she would definitely drink a large half-glass of brandy, and as Charles was stupid enough to dare her to do so, she swallowed the brandy to the dregs. Despite her giddy airs, this was how the good women of Yonville put it. Emma still did not look cheerful, and the corners of her mouth would retain that permanent tenseness which creases the faces of old maids and ambitious failures. She was pale all over, white as a sheet. The skin of her nose was drawn down towards the nostrils. Her eyes would look at you in a vague way. Having discovered 3 gray hairs at her temples, she talked a great deal about her old age. She would frequently feel a strange weakness come over her. One day, she even spat blood, and as Charles rushed to help, his anxiety noticeable. "Oh, nonsense," she replied. "What does it matter?" Charles took refuge in his consulting room, and he wept, elbows on the table, seated in his office chair, under the phrenological head. Then he wrote to his mother, begging her to come, and they had long conferences together on the subject of Emma. How to resolve it? What to do, since she rejected all treatment. "Do you know what your wife needs?" Mayor Bovary went on. "Hard work, manual labor. If, like so many others, she was forced to earn her bread, she wouldn't have these vapors, which come to her from a heap of ideas she stuffs her head with, and from her life of idleness." "Yet she keeps herself busy," said Charles. "Huh, keeps herself busy. With what? Reading books, bad books, works that are against religion, and where they make fun of priests with speeches taken from Voltaire. But all that has repercussions, my poor child, and someone who has no religion always ends up by turning bad." So, it was decided that Emma would be kept from reading novels. The task did not seem an easy one. The good lady took charge of it. When she next passed through Rouen, she would go in person to the booklender and impress on him that Emma should stop her subscription. Would they not have the right to alert the police if the bookseller persisted all the same with his poisoner's trade? The farewells of the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law were cold. During the 3 weeks that they had been together, they had not exchanged 4 words, apart from the usual inquiries and compliments when they met at table, and during the evening before they went to bed. Mayor Bovary left on a Wednesday, Yonville's market day. The square, from morning onwards, was encumbered with a line of wagons, each tipped up and shafts on high, stretching the length of the houses from the church to the inn. On the other side, there were canvas booths where they were selling cotton cloths, bedclothes, and woolen stockings, with halters for horses and bundles of blue ribbons, their ends soaring in the wind. Heavy ironmongery was strewn on the ground, between pyramids of eggs and small hampers of cheese, from which emerged sticky tufts of straw. Near the threshing machines, hens clucking in flat cages were putting their necks through the bars. The crowd, all jammed into one place yet not wanting to move, threatened at times to break the front of the pharmacy. On Wednesdays, it never emptied, and people pushed their way in, less to buy medicines than to seek a consultation. So renowned was Monsieur Homais' reputation in the neighboring villages. His robust self-possession had captivated the country folk. They looked upon him as the greatest doctor of all. Emma was leaning on her elbows at her window. She would often be there. The window, in the provinces, replaces theaters and promenades, and was amusing herself contemplating the crowd of rustics, when she caught sight of a gentleman dressed in a green velvet frock coat. He was gloved in yellow, although got up in stout gaiters, and he was making for the doctor's house, followed by a peasant walking with his head lowered in a most ruminative manner. "May I see the master of the house?" he asked Justin, who was chatting on the threshold with Felicite, and, taking him for the house servant, "Tell him that Monsieur Rodolphe Boulanger de la Huchette is here." It was not from territorial vanity that the new arrival had added the nobiliary particle to his name, but with the aim of identifying himself the better. La Huchette, in fact, was an estate near Yonville, whose chateau he had just purchased, along with 2 farms he was working himself, yet without too much personal bother. He lived as a bachelor, and was reputed to have a private income of at least £15,000. Charles came into the room. Monsieur Boulanger introduced his servant, who wished to be bled because he was feeling ants all down his body. "That'll cleanse me," he objected, to counter all their arguments. So Bovary ordered a bandage and a basin to be brought, and requested Justin to hold it. Then, addressing the cotter, who was already pale, "Don't be afraid, my brave man." "No, no," replied the other. "You keep on." And, in a blustering manner, he held out his thick arm. Under the lancet's puncture, the blood spurted out to splash against the mirror. "Bring the vessel," Charles exclaimed. "Look ye," said the peasant. "You'd swear it were a tiny fountain as is running. How red my blood be? That a good sign, no?" "Sometimes," went on the medical officer, "you feel nothing to start with, then the fainting fit declares itself, and more particularly with people of strong constitution, like this fellow." The rustic, at these words, let go of the small box that he was turning in his fingers. A jerk of his shoulders made the chair back crack. His hat fell. "I suspected as much," said Bovary as he put his finger on the vein. The basin began to tremble in Justin's hands. His knees wavered. He grew pale. "Wife! Wife!" Charles called out. She came down the stairs at a bound. "Some vinegar," he cried. "Oh, dear God, 2 at once." And, in his excitement, he had trouble in placing the compress. "It's nothing," Monsieur Boulanger said quite calmly, as he took Justin in his arms. And he sat him down on the table, letting the boy's back rest against the wall. Madame Bovary began to remove his neckcloth. There was a knot in the shirt's strings. She spent a few minutes moving her slender fingers over the young man's neck. Then she poured vinegar on her cambric handkerchief. She dabbed at his temples to wet them and blew there delicately. The plowman woke up, but Justin's swoon continued, and his eyes disappeared into their pale sclera, like blue flowers into milk. "We must," said Charles, "hide that from him." Madame Bovary took the basin. In the movement she made leaning down to put it under the table, her dress, it was a four-flounce summer dress, yellow, long in the waist, broad in the skirt. Her dress spread about her on the floor tiles, and when Emma bent forward as she was, teetered a little as she spread her arms, the fullness of the cloth was crushed in places, following the curves of her bodice. Afterwards, she went to fetch a jug of water, and she was dissolving sugar lumps when the pharmacist arrived. The maid had gone to look for him during the explosion. On seeing that his pupil's eyes were open, he recovered his breath. Then, circling the youth, he looked him up and down. "Fool," he said, "little fool truly. In a word, fool. After all, a phlebotomy's a big thing. And a big fellow like you who's afraid of nothing. A sort of squirrel, you see before you, who climbs up to loosen nuts at dizzying heights. Ah yes, tell them, brag of it. So here we have a glorious natural aptitude for practicing pharmacy later on, because you might find yourself being called up in grave circumstances before the bench in order to set the magistrates' minds at rest, and yet you have to keep your temper, answer your superiors, show yourself a man, or else pass for an idiot." Justin did not reply. The apothecary continued. "Who asked you to come? You're forever bothering monsieur and madame. Besides, I can spare you even less on Wednesdays. There are now 20 people at the house. I dropped everything in my concern for you. Come on, be off. Run. Wait for me there, and watch the jars." When Justin, who was dressing again, had gone, they chatted a little about fainting fits. Madame Bovary had never suffered them. "That's extraordinary for a lady," said Monsieur Boulanger. "Yet certain people are very delicate. Indeed, I once saw, during a duel, a witness lose consciousness over nothing more than the sound of the pistols being loaded. As for me," said the apothecary, "the sight of others' blood has no effect, but the mere thought of mine running would be enough to make me faint if I thought about it too much." Meanwhile, Monsieur Boulanger dispatched his servant, urging him to calm down, since his generous whim had worn off. "It brought me the benefit of your acquaintance," he added, and he stared at Emma as he said this. Then he put 3 francs down on the corner of the table, gave a nonchalant bow, and left. He was soon on the other side of the river. It was his route back to La Hachette, and Emma observed him in the meadow as he walked under the poplars, slowing down from time to time, like someone reflecting. "She's exceedingly fine," he was saying to himself. "She's exceedingly fine, this doctor's wife. Lovely teeth, black eyes, coquettish foot, and a figure like a Parisienne. Where the devil did she spring from? Where did he find her, then, that coarse fellow?" Monsieur Rodolphe Boulanger was 34 years old. He was of a brutal temperament and quick-sighted intelligence, having moreover frequented women a great deal and knowing them well. This one had struck him as pretty, so he mused on her and on her husband. "I think he's very stupid. No doubt she's tired of him. He has dirty nails and a 3-day beard. While he jog-trots off to his patients, she stays darning socks. And we're bored of it. We want to live in town, dance the polka every night. Poor little woman, gasping for love, like a carp for water on a kitchen table. With 3 gallant words, that type would adore you, I'm certain. It would be delicate, charming. Yes, but how to get rid of her afterwards?" Thus the impediments to pleasure, glimpsed in the distance, made him think, by pure contrast, of his mistress. She was a Rouen actress, whom he maintained, and, when he had fastened on this image, whose very recollection left him sated, "Ah, Madame Bovary," he thought, "is a deal prettier than her, and certainly fresher. Virginie is becoming decidedly too fat. She's so tiresome with those pleasures of hers. And, besides, what a mania for pink prawns." The countryside was deserted, and all Rodolphe heard around him was the regular flap of the grasses as they lashed his boots, and the crickets crouched far off beneath the oats. He saw Emma in the room again, dressed as he had seen her, and he undressed her. "Oh, I will have her," he cried out, crushing a clod of earth in front of him with one blow of his stick. And straightway he examined the politic part of the enterprise. He asked himself, where to meet each other? By what means? We shall always have the brat on our backs, and the maid, the neighbors, the husband, all sorts of significant botheration. "Bah," he said, "too much time lost there." Then he started up again. But her eyes, they penetrate your heart like gimlets. And that pale complexion, I who adore pale women. On the crest of Arguile Hill, he came to a resolution. All I have to do is look for opportunities. Well, I shall pass by sometimes, I'll send them game birds fowl. I'll get myself bled, if needs be. We'll become friends, I'll invite them home. Zounds, he added, there's the agricultural show soon. She'll be there, I'll see her. We'll begin, and boldly, for that is the soundest way. It did indeed arrive, this famous agricultural show. From a morning of the official solemnities, all the inhabitants, on their doorsteps, talked of the preparations. The town hall's pediment had been garlanded with ivy. A pavilion in a field had been erected for the banquet, and in the middle of the square, in front of the church, a type of bombard was to signal the arrival of Monsieur le Préfet and the announcement of the prize-winning farmers. The National Guard of Buchy, there was none at Yonville, had come to join with the fire corps, of which Binet was the captain. He was wearing a collar that day that was even higher than usual, and, strapped into his tunic as he was, his chest was so stiff and motionless that all the vital parts of his person seemed to have descended into his legs, which rose, in time and with a pronounced step, in a single movement. As a rivalry subsisted between the tax-gatherer and the colonel, each of them, to prove his abilities, drilled his men separately. Red epaulets and black breastplates were seen passing back and forth in turn. It was never-ending and always began anew. There had never been such a splendid display. Several citizens had washed their houses the day before. Tricolors hung from half-open windows. All the tap-houses were full, and, in the fine weather they were having, the starched bonnets, the gold crosses, and the colored neckerchiefs appeared whiter than snow, shimmered in the bright sun, and heightened with their scattered motley the somber monotony of the frock coats and blue smocks. Dismounting from their horses, the local farmers' wives removed the stout pin that held their dress, tucked up for fear of mud spots, tight around the body, and the husbands, by contrast, in order to spare their hats, kept pocket handkerchiefs spread over them, a corner gripped between the teeth. The crowd arrived in the main street from both ends of the village. They disgorged from lanes, alleyways, houses, and from time to time you caught the return fall of door-knockers behind good women in cotton gloves, venturing out to view the entertainment. Admired most of all were two tall pyramidal stands covered in lamps flanking a stage where the officials were to sit, and in addition, against the four pillars of the town hall, there were four long types of pole, each carrying a little standard of greenish canvas, embellished with inscriptions in gold letters. On one could be read, "To Commerce," on another, "To Agriculture," on the third, "To Industry," and on the fourth, "To the Arts." But the jubilation broadening every face appeared to fill Madame Lefrancois, the inn's landlady, with gloom. Standing on her kitchen steps, she murmured into her chin, "What nonsense! What nonsense with their canvas hut! Do they believe that the prefect will be truly comfortable dining over there, under a tent, like a buffoon? They call these embarrassments doing good by the area. Not worth going all the way to Neuchâtel to find a rotten cook, in that case. And all for who? For cowmen. Tramps." The apothecary passed by. He wore a black coat, nankeen breeches, beaverskin shoes, and, on this rare occasion, a hat. A hat with a low crown. "Your servant," he said. "Do excuse me, I'm in a hurry." And as the fat widow asked him where he was off to, "That seems queer to you, doesn't it? I who always stay more shut up in my laboratory than the gentleman's rat in his cheese." "What cheese?" inquired the landlady. "Oh, nothing, nothing." James continued. "I wished merely to convey to you, Madame Lefrancois, that I usually remain entirely a recluse at home. Today, however, given the circumstances, I must obviously—" "Oh, you're off over there, are you?" she said with an air of disdain. "Yes, I'm off," retorted the astonished apothecary. "Am I not part of the advisory committee?" Mayor Lefrancois studied him for a few minutes, and finished by replying with a smile. "So you are, truly. But what have you to do with farming? You know something about it, then?" "I most certainly do know about it, as I'm a pharmacist, that's to say a chemist. And chemistry, Madame Lefrancois, having as its object the knowledge of the mutual and molecular action of the entire body of nature, it follows that agriculture is included in its domain. And, indeed, the composition of compost, the fermentation of liquids, the analysis of gases, and the influence of miasmas, what is all that, I ask you, if it is not chemistry pure and simple?" The landlady did not reply. James continued, "Do you believe it necessary, in order to become an agriculturalist, to have worked the land or fattened poultry oneself? One has sooner to know the constitution of the substances in question, the geological deposits, atmospheric actions, the quality of the ground, the minerals, the water, the density of different bodies and their capillarity, and so forth. And one has to be thoroughly acquainted with all its principles of hygiene, to manage, to reflect upon the construction of buildings, the diet of animals, the feeding of servants. Furthermore, Madame Lefrancois, one has to be a master of botany, be able to discriminate between plants, juicy, which are the beneficial and which the deleterious, which the unproductive and which the nourishing, whether it is good to dig them up here and sow them again there, to propagate one and destroy the other. In short, one has to keep abreast of the science through pamphlets and public papers, to be always attentive, in order to point out improvements." The landlady's eyes never left the door of the Café Français, and the apothecary carried on. "Would to God our farmers were chemists, or at least listen more to the counsel of science. I, for one, have recently written a strongly worded tract, a dissertation of more than 72 pages entitled, On Cider, Its Manufacture and Effects, followed by several new thoughts on this subject, which I sent to the Agricultural Society of Rouen, This even procured me the honor of being received among its members, agricultural section, pomology class. Well, if my work had been published. But the apothecary stopped. So preoccupied did Madame Lefrancois appear. Just look at them, she said. It's beyond belief. A cookshop like that. And, with a shrugging of the shoulders that stretched the stitches of her knitted bodice over her breasts, she thrust both hands towards her rival's tap house, for which songs were then emerging. Anyway, it's not there for long, she added. Within 8 days, it'll all be up. Jaime stepped back in astonishment. She came down her 3 steps, and, speaking into his ear, "What? You didn't know? It's going to be seized this week. It's Leroux making him sell up. He's plagued him with bills." "What an appalling catastrophe!" cried the apothecary, who could always come up with the appropriate expression for every imaginable circumstance. Then the landlady began to tell him this story that she had got from Theodore, Monsieur Guillemin's servant, and, although she cursed Tellier, she blamed Leroux. He was a wheedler, a groveler. "Ah, look," she said, "there he is under the market house. He's bowing to Madame Bovary in a green hat. She's even on the arm of Monsieur Boulanger." "Madame Bovary," said James. "I must hurry over and offer my respects. She might be very glad to have a seat in the enclosure under the colonnade." And, without listening to Mayor Lefrancois, who was calling him back to tell him at greater length, the pharmacist hurried away, bouncing on his toes, a smile on his lips, distributing a host of greetings to right and left, and taking up lots of space with the great skirts of his black coat that fluttered behind him in the wind. Rodolphe, having spotted him from afar, had set off at a quick pace, but Madame Bovary grew out of breath. So he slowed down and said to her smilingly, in a brutal tone, "It's to avoid that fat fellow, you know, the apothecary." She jabbed him with her elbow. What was all that about, he asked himself, and he considered her out of the corner of his eye as he carried on walking. Her profile was so calm that nothing could be conjectured from it. It came fully into the light, within the oval of her close bonnet with its pale ribbons like the leaves of reeds. Her eyes with their long curved lashes gazed in front of her, and although opened wide, they seemed as though kept in check by the cheeks, for the blood throbbed gently under her fine skin. A rosy tint passed through the thin partition between her nostrils. She tipped her head to one side, and the pearly edge of her white teeth could be glimpsed between her lips. Is she making fun of me? He wondered. This gesture of Emma's had been only a warning, however, for Monsieur Leroux was alongside them, and from time to time he would talk, as if to enter into conversation. What a splendid day. Everyone is out. The winds are easterly, and Madame Bovary, like Rodolphe, would scarcely respond to him, while at the slightest movement on their part, he drew closer, saying, "I beg your pardon," and brought his hand to his hat. When they were in front of the farrier's house, instead of following the road up to the gate, Rodolphe abruptly dived down a path, hurrying Madame Bovary away. He cried, "Good evening, Monsieur Leroux. Until the next time." "What way to get rid of him," she said, laughing. "Why," he resumed, "let oneself be intruded on by others. And seeing as, today, I'm lucky enough to be with you," Emma blushed. He did not finish his sentence. Then he talked of the beautiful weather and of the pleasure of walking on grass. A few daisies were springing up again. "Look at these pretty Easter daisies," he said, "plenty to keep the local love maidens well supplied with oracles." He added, "Supposing I were to pick one, what do you think? Are you in love?" she asked, coughing a little. "Ah, who knows?" replied Rodolphe. The field began to fill up, and the housewives would knock against you with their big umbrellas, their baskets, and their babies. Many a time you had to step out of the way of a long line of country women, maidservants in blue stockings with flat shoes and silver rings, smelling of milk when you passed near them. They walked holding hands, and so were spread out along the entire length of the field, from the line of aspens to the banquet tent. But the moment had come for the judging, and the farmers, one after the other, entered a sort of racecourse formed by a long cord strung between posts. The animals were there, muzzles turned towards the twine, and confusedly lining up their uneven rumps. Drowsy pigs buried their snouts in the soil. Calves bellowed. Sheep bleated. The cows, one leg bent inwards, spread their bellies on the turf, and, chewing slowly, blinked their heavy lids under the gnats that hummed around them. The carters, arms bared, held on to the halters of rearing stallions, which whinnied with nostrils flared beside the mares. These last remained peaceful, stretching out heads and draped manes, while their foals rested in their shade or came to suckle now and again. And, over the long undulation of all these packed bodies, you could see, like a billow lifted in the wind, a white mane, or else sharp horns jutting, and the heads of running men. Set apart, outside the enclosures, 100 paces off, was a great black muzzled bull, which sported an iron ring in one nostril, and stirred no more than might a beast of bronze. A child in rags held it by a rope. Meanwhile, between the two rows, Gentlemen moved forward heavy-paced, examining each animal, then consulting with each other in a low voice. One of them, who appeared more eminent, was taking a few notes in a book as he walked along. It was the president of the jury, Monsieur de Rozeres of La Panville. As soon as he recognized Rodolphe, he rushed up and said, smiling in a friendly manner, "What, Monsieur Boulanger, you're abandoning us." Rodolphe protested that he was on his way. But when the president had disappeared, "My word, no," he went on. "I won't go. Your company is better than his." And continuing to pour scorn on the agricultural show, Rodolphe, in order to circulate with more ease, showed the gendarme his blue ticket, and even stopped occasionally before some handsome subject that barely drew Madame Bovary's attention. He noticed this, and so began to joke about the ladies of Yonville, with regard to their dress. Then he excused himself for neglecting his own. It was an incongruous mix of the ordinary and the refined, in which, as a rule, the common herd thinks it can glimpse signs of an eccentric existence, dissolute feelings, the tyrannies of art, and always a certain contempt for social conventions, which it finds either seductive or exasperating. Thus his cambric shirt with its pleated sleeves swelled at every random gust blowing through his open gray drill waistcoat, while his broad-striped trousers revealed at the ankles nankeen half-boots, with their uppers of patent leather. So highly polished were they that they reflected the grass. He trampled the horse droppings with them, hand in his jacket pocket and straw hat tipped to one side. "Besides," he added, "when you live in the countryside, everything's a waste of effort," said Emma. "That's true," replied Rodolphe. "To imagine that not one of these good folk is capable of understanding even the cut of a coat." Then they spoke of provincial mediocrity, of the lives it stifled, of the illusions lost therein. "I too," said Rodolphe, "am plunging into a dreariness." "You," she said, astonished. "But I thought you very light-hearted." "Ah, yes, on the surface, because in the midst of people I know to place a jesting mask over my face. And yet at times when I see a cemetery by moonlight, I have asked myself if I would not do better to join those who are sleeping." "Oh, and your friends?" she said. "You do not think of them." "My friends? Which ones, then? Have I any? Who cares for me?" And he accompanied these last words with a sort of hiss between his lips. But they were obliged to swerve away from each other, on account of a great scaffolding of chairs that a man behind them was carrying. So overloaded was he that you could only see the tips of his wooden clogs, with the end of each arm thrust out straight. It was Lester Bedoyes, the grave digger, who was carting the church chairs through the multitude. Full of imagination when it came to anything concerning his own interests, he had discovered this means of turning the agricultural show to account, and his idea succeeded, because he could no longer satisfy everyone's needs. Indeed, the villagers, who were hot, contended with one another for these chairs whose straw seats smelt of incense, and would lean on the heavy backs sullied by candle wax, with a certain veneration. Madame Bovary took Rodolphe's arm again. He continued as if talking to himself. "Yes, I lack so many things. Always alone. Ah, if I had had a purpose in life, if I had met with love, if I had found someone. Oh, I should have used all my strength to the last drop. I should have overcome everything, smashed everything." "It seems to me," said Emma, "that you have little to complain about." "Ah, you think so?" said Rodolphe. "Because in the end," she went on, "you are free." She hesitated. "Wealthy." "Do not mock me," he replied. And she swore that she was not mocking him, when the boom of a cannon resounded. Immediately everyone pushed forward, pell-mell, towards the village. It was a false alarm. Monsieur le Préfet did not arrive, and the members of the jury were most embarrassed, not knowing whether to begin the session or else wait longer. At last, at the far end of the square, there appeared a large hired landau, pulled by two lean horses, whipped with all his might by a white-hatted coachman. Binet only had time to shout, "To arms," and the colonel to echo him. The men ran toward the pile of muskets. They dashed forward. Several even forgot their collar. But the prefectorial carriage seemed to sense this confusion, and the two paired nags, ambling in their lead chains, arrived at a gentle trot in front of the town hall arches, at the very moment when the National Guard and the firemen were deploying themselves, drum beating, to determine the step. "Martime!" shouted Binet. "Halt!" shouted the colonel. "Left dress!" And, after a presentation of arms in which the click-clack of barrel bands, sliding back and forth, rang out like a copper kettle tumbling down the stairs, all the rifles were lowered again. Then they saw alighting from the coach a gentleman dressed in a short black coat embroidered with silver, bald in front and with a little tuft at the back, his color wan and his appearance excessively mild. He half closed his fat eyes, behind thick lids, in order to survey the multitude, at the same time as he lifted his sharp nose and brought a smile to his sunken mouth. He recognized the mayor by his sash, and vouchsafed to him that Monsieur le Préfet was unable to come. He was himself a councillor from the prefecture. Then he added a few apologies. Tuvache responded with civilities, The other confessed himself abashed. And so they remained, face to face, their foreheads almost touching, with the members of the jury all around, the municipal council, the worthies, the National Guard, and the crowd. The counselor, pressing his little black tricorn hat against his chest, reiterated his greetings, while Tuvash, bowed over like an arch, smiled likewise, stammered, searched for words, protested his devotion to the monarchy and the honor being shown to Yonville. Hippolyte, the inn's servant, came to take the coachman's horses by the bridle, and limping the whole time on his club foot, led them under the porch of the Lion d'Or, where many of the country folk had gathered to gaze at the coach. The drum struck up, the howitzer thundered, and the gentlemen filed up onto the stage to settle themselves in the armchairs of Utrecht velvet lent by Madame Tuvache. All these people looked alike. Their slack, fair-skinned faces, a little sunburnt, were the color of sweet cider, and their puffy side whiskers burst out of great starch collars, borne up by white and very showy bow ties. All the roll-collar waistcoats were of velvet. All the fob watches carried some oval keepsake or other at the end of a long ribbon. And with two hands resting on two thighs, one carefully spread one's trousers at the crotch, the cloth with the sheen still on it gleaming more brilliantly than the stout boot's leather. The society ladies stayed at the back, under the archway between the pillars, while the vulgar crowd was in front, standing up or seated on chairs. In fact, Lestiboudois had carried over all those chairs that he had removed from the field, and was likewise running every minute to fetch others in the church, and causing such an obstruction with his trade, that one had great trouble reaching the little stairs to the stage. "I think, personally," said Monsieur Leroux, addressing the pharmacist, who was passing by on the way to his seat, "that they should have placed 2 Venetian poles there. Along with something a little austere and opulent in the drapery line, it would have made a mightily pretty effect." "Indeed," replied James. "But what can one do? The mayor has taken it all upon himself. He has dubious taste, this wretched Tuvache, and is anyway utterly devoid of what one might call artistic spirit." Meanwhile, Rodolphe, with Madame Bovary, had climbed up to the first floor of the town hall, into the council chamber, and, as it was empty, he had declared that they would be well placed there to enjoy the show more comfortably. He took 3 stools from around the oval table beneath the bust of the monarch, and, having drawn them up to one of the windows, they sat down next to each other. There was a bustling on the stage, lengthy whisperings, some parleying. Finally, Monsieur le Consigliere rose to his feet. Everyone now knew that his name was Louvain, and they repeated it one to another in the crowd. So once he had gathered together several sheets of paper and stuck an eye up close in order to see them better, he began. "Gentlemen, may I take the liberty first of all, before talking to you of the object of today's reunion, and this feeling, I am certain, will be shared by you all, may I take the liberty, I say, to do justice to the upper chamber, to the government, to the monarchy, gentlemen, to your sovereign, to this much-loved king to whom no branch of public or private prosperity is a matter of indifference, and who guides with such a firm and at the same time wise hand the chariot of state amidst the unceasing perils of a stormy sea, knowing moreover how to ensure that peace is as well respected as war, industry, business, agriculture, and the arts." "I must," said Rodolphe, moved back a little. "What?" asked Emma. But at that moment, the counselor's voice swelled in an extraordinary manner. He declaimed, "We are no longer of that hour, gentlemen, when civil strife stained our public places with blood, when the landlord, the merchant, the worker himself, sleeping their pleasant slumber of a night, trembled to find themselves woken all at once by the din of inflammatory alarums, when slogans of the most subversive kind brazenly sapped the foundations." "It's just that they can see me," said Rodolphe, "from below. Then I'd be making excuses for a fortnight, and, what with my bad reputation—" "Oh, you slander yourself," said Emma. No, it's quite awful, I do assure you. But, gentlemen," the counselor went on, "if, putting aside these somber pictures from my memory, I turn my gaze upon the present condition of our lovely homeland, what do I see? Everywhere business and the arts are flourishing. Everywhere new means of communication, like so many new arteries in the body of the state, are establishing new relations. Our great manufacturing centers have resumed their activities. Religion, strengthened the more, smiles in every heart. Our harbors are thriving, our confidence reborn, and at last France may breathe. Yet," added Rodolphe, "perhaps, from society's point of view, might they be right?" "How so?" she asked. "What?" he said. "Aren't you aware that some souls are endlessly tormented? They require both dreams and deeds in turn, the purest of passions, the fiercest of enjoyments, and so one plunges into all sorts of fancies, follies." Then she looked at him as you gaze upon a traveler who has come by way of remarkable lands, and she said, "Not that we've even this diversion, we poor women. Dreary diversion, for their happiness is not to be found." "But do we ever find it?" she ventured. "One day, yes, you hit upon it," he answered. And this is what you have understood, said the counselor. You, farmers and workers of the fields, you peaceful pioneers of a holy, civilized labor, you men of progress and morality. You have understood, say I, that political storms are in truth even more formidable than atmospheric disturbances. One day you hit upon it, Rodolphe repeated, one day, all of a sudden, and just when you have lost heart. Then the horizons yawn asunder. It's like a voice that cries out. There it is. You feel the need to confide your life to this person, to give them all, sacrifice all. No need to explain. You divine each other's meaning. You glimpse one another in dreams. And he looked up at her. At last, there it is, this treasure you have sought so long. There, before you, it shines, it glistens. Nevertheless, you still have your doubts. You do not dare trust it. You remain dazzled, as if newly emerged from shadows into the light. And, completing these words, Rodolphe added a dumb show to his speech. Over his face, he passed his hand, like a man taken with a dizzy spell. Then he let it fall onto Emma's. She withdrew her own. But the counselor was still reading. And who can marvel at this, gentlemen? Only he who would be sufficiently blind, sufficiently immersed, I do not fear to say it, sufficiently immersed in the prejudices of another age not to recognize once more the spirit of the farming population. Where meet, indeed, with more patriotism than in the fields, with more devotion to the public cause, with, in a word, more intelligence. And I do not mean, gentlemen, that superficial intelligence, vain ornament of idle minds, but rather that profound and moderate intelligence, which applies itself above all else to the pursuit of profitable aims, contributing thus to the good of each person, to the common betterment and the upholding of the state, fruit of respect for the law and for the observance of one's duties. Ah, yet again, said Rodolphe. Always one's duties. I'm wearied to death by these words. They're a heap of old blockheads in flannel vests, and bigoted dames with foot-warmers and rosaries, who go on warbling in our ears. Duty, duty, ye gods! Duty is rather to savor what is great, cherish what is beautiful, and not accept every convention of society, along with the infamies it forces upon us. And yet, objected Madame Bovary. Oh no, why speak out against the passions? Are they not the only beautiful thing on earth, the fount of heroism, of enthusiasm, of poetry, of music, of the arts, indeed of everything? But one really ought, said Emma, to conform to society's opinion a little and obey its morality. The fact is, there are two, he responded. The petty, the expedient, the morality that belongs to man, that never ceases to change and bawls at the top of its voice, bustling about down below, workaday, like that gathering of imbeciles that you see there. But the other, the eternal one, lies all around and overhead, like the landscape that surrounds us and the open sky that gives us light. Monsieur Louvain had just wiped his mouth with his pocket handkerchief. He went on, and what would be the point, gentlemen, in demonstrating the usefulness of farming to you here? Who provides for our needs? Who supplies our sustenance? Is it not the farmer? The farmer, gentlemen, who, sowing with laborious hand the fertile furrows of the fields, brings forth the wheat which, once ground, is turned to powder by means of ingenious apparatuses, emerging under the name of flour, and, thence transported to the cities, is shortly taken to the bakers, who turns it into a nutriment for rich and poor alike. Is it not once more the farmer who, for the sake of our garments, fattens his abundant flocks on the pastures? For how to clothe ourselves, how feed ourselves, without the farmer? And is it even necessary, gentlemen, to seek so far for examples? Who has not often reflected on the utmost importance that we reap from that humble animal ornament of our farmyards, which at the same time furnishes a soft pillow for our beds, its succulent flesh for our tables, and eggs? But I would never come to a close if I had to enumerate one after another the different types of produce which the well-tilled earth, like a generous mother, lavishes on her children. Here it is vines. Elsewhere it is cider apples. There rape. Further off, cheeses and flax. Gentlemen, let us not forget flax, which over these last few years has seen a considerable increase, and to which I draw your particular attention. He had no need to draw it, for all the mouths of the multitude were held open, as though to drink in the words. Tuvache, beside him, listened with a wide-eyed stare. Monsieur de Rosaires closed his lids placidly from time to time. And further away, the pharmacist, with his son Napoleon between his knees, had his hand cupped behind his ear in order not to lose a single syllable. The other members of the jury slowly rocked their chins in their waistcoats, as a sign of approval. The firemen, at the foot of the stage, rested on their bayonets, and Binet, motionless, remained with his elbow out, the point of the saber aloft. He could perhaps hear, but could not have observed a thing, on account of his helmet's visor which sloped down to his nose. His lieutenant, the eldest son of Monsieur Tuvache, had gone even further with his, for he wore an enormous one that wobbled on his head, leaving an end of his cotton handkerchief peeping out. He smiled beneath with an entirely childlike meekness, and his pale little face, sweat trickling down it, bore an expression of joy, exhaustion, and sleepiness. The square was packed with people right up to its houses. Folk were to be seen leaning their elbows at every window, others standing in every doorway, and Justin, in front of the pharmacy, seemed stuck in contemplation of whatever he was looking at. Despite the silence, Monsieur Louvain's voice was lost to the air. It reached you in scraps of phrases, interrupted here and there by the noise of chairs in the crowd. Then you heard, all of a sudden, an ox's drawn-out bellow emanating from behind him, or the bleating of lambs answering one another at street corners. In fact, the cowherds and the shepherds had driven their animals thus far, and they lowed every so often while tearing off with their tongues some odd end of foliage that dangled on their muzzles. Rodolphe had approached Emma, and he said, speaking quickly in a soft voice, "Aren't you revolted by this conspiracy of society? Is there a single feeling it does not condemn? The noblest of instincts, the purest of sympathies are persecuted, slandered, and if two poor souls do finally meet, all's organized so they cannot consort. Nevertheless, they will try, they'll beat their wings, they'll call to one another. Oh, no matter. Sooner or later, in 6 months, 10 years, they will be united again, will love each other because fate demands it and because they are born for one another." He sat with his arms crossed on his knees, and, thus lifting his face towards Emma, he gazed at her from close to, fixedly. In his eyes, she could make out tiny golden beams darting out all round his black pupils, and could even smell the perfume of the pomade with which his hair gleamed. Then a limpness laid hold of her. She recalled that vicomte who made her waltz at La Vaubyessard, and whose beard, like the hair in front of her now, gave off this fragrance of vanilla and lemon. And automatically, she half closed her eyelids the better to breathe it in. But, as she did so, arching back slightly on her chair, she perceived far off, on the furthermost horizon, the old diligence Hirondelle, trundling slowly down the hill, trailing a long plume of dust. It was in this yellow vehicle that Lyon had so often come back to her, and by the same road there that he had left forever. She thought she saw him opposite, at his window. Then everything grew confused, clouds passed over. It seemed to her that she was twirling still in the waltz, under the chandelier's blaze on the Vicomte's arm, and that Lyon was not far, that he was about to arrive, and yet she continued to smell Rodolphe's hair beside her. So the sweetness of this sensation permeated her earlier desires, and like grains of sand under a gust of wind, they swirled about in the fine puffs of perfume spreading through her soul. Several times she flared her nostrils wide to inhale the cool scent of the ivy around the pillars' capitals. She removed her gloves, she wiped her hands. Then, with her handkerchief, she fanned her face, while through the beating of her temples she heard the crowd's murmur and the voice of the counselor droning on. He was saying, "Carry on, persevere." He'd neither the suggestions of routine nor the overly premature counsel of a rash empiricism. Apply yourselves above all to the improvement of the soil, to decent manure, to the development of equine, bovine, ovine, and porcine stock. May these agricultural shows be, for you, as peaceful arenas in which the victor, on leaving there, holds forth his hand to the vanquished and fraternizes with him, in the hope of greater success. And you, time-honored servants, humble menials, whose painful labors no government up to this day has taken into proper consideration, come and receive the reward for your silent virtues, and be assured that the state, from this time forward, has its eyes fastened upon you, encouraging you, protecting you, that it shall do justice to your rightful demands and shall, to the best of its ability, ease the burden of your painful sacrifices. Monsieur Louvain then sat down again. Monsieur Carrazes stood up, beginning another speech. Perhaps his was not so flowery as the counselor's, but was to be commended for its more positive style, that is to say, by a more particular grasp of things and a loftier set of reflections. Thus, praise for the government took up less space. Religion and agriculture occupied more. One ascertained the affinity between these two, and how they had always concurred in civilization. Rodolphe, with Madame Bovary, was chatting of dreams, premonitions, animal magnetism. Traveling back to the cradle of society, the speaker was painting for you those fierce times when men lived on acorns in the depths of the woods. Then they put away the skins of wild beasts, put on cloth, plowed furrows, planted the vine. Was it a boon? And were there not more inconveniences than advantages in this discovery? Monsieur de Rozeres did ask himself this question. From animal magnetism, little by little, Rodolphe had come round to the subject of affinities, and, while the president was quoting Cincinnatus at his plow, Diocletian planting his cabbages, and the emperors of China inaugurating the year by sowing seed, The young man was explaining to the young lady that these irresistible attractions drew their cause from some previous existence. Likewise with us, he said, why did we meet? What chance willed it? Across the separation, no doubt, like two rivers that flow on to reunite, our own particular inclinations thrust us towards one another. And he seized her hand. She did not withdraw it. For good general husbandry, cried the president. Just now, for example, when I came to your house, to Monsieur Bizet of Quincampoix, did I know that I would be accompanying you? 70 francs. 100 times even I desired to leave, and I followed you, I stayed. Manures, as I shall stay tonight, tomorrow, every day, all my life. Manures, for in no one else's company have I ever found a more perfect sweetness. To Monsieur Caron, of Argueil, a gold medal. And so I, for one, shall be carrying away your memory. Porcine stock, prize ex equo. To Messrs. Leharis and Cullenborg, 60 francs. For a merino ram. But you'll forget all about me. I will have passed like a shadow. To Monsieur Bain, of Givry St. Martin. Oh no, surely I shall count for something in your thoughts, in your life. Porcine stock, prize ex equo. To Messrs. Leharis and Cullenborg, 60 francs. Rodolphe clasped her hand and felt its full warmth, and its quivering like a captive turtle dove that wants to take flight again. But either because she was trying to disengage it or was responding to this pressure, she moved her fingers. He cried out, "Oh, thank you. You're not spurning me. You are so good. You understand that I am yours. Let me see you. Let me gaze upon you." A gust of wind coming through the windows wrinkled the cloth on the table, and on the square, down below, the large bonnets of the peasant women all lifted like wings of fluttering white butterflies. Use of oilseed cake, continued the president. He hastened on. Flemish manure, flax cultivation, drainage, long leases, domestic service. Rodolphe no longer spoke. They gazed at each other. An overwhelming desire made their dry lips tremble, and loosely, without effort, their fingers melded together. Catherine Elizabeth Leroux, of Sassetat-Laguerre, for 54 years of service in the same farm, a silver medal, valued at 25 francs. Where is she? Catherine Leroux, repeated the counselor. She did not come forward, and whispering voices could be heard. Go on. No, to the left. Don't be scared. Ah, she's so silly. Is she there, after all? Shouted Tavache. Yes, there she is. So let her step up. Then a little old lady of timid bearing could be seen moving across the stage, seemingly shriveled up in her wretched clothes. She wore stout wooden pattens on her feet, and about the hips, a large blue apron. Her thin face, surrounded by an untrimmed begin hood, was more frounced with wrinkles than a withered pippin apple, and the sleeves of her red blouse overshot her long, gnarled hands. The dust of barns, the wash's lye, and the wool's grease had so deeply encrusted, chafed, and hardened them that they seemed filthy despite having been soused in clear water, and by dint of long service, they were always half open, as though to tender on their own account the humble witness of such suffering endured. Something of a nun-like severity dignified the cast of her face. Nothing sad nor tender softened that pale look. From a life spent with animals, she had taken on their dumbness and their placidity. It was the first time that she had found herself in the middle of so great a company, and, inwardly scared by the flags, the drums, the gentleman in black dress, and the counselor's cross of the Legion of Honor, she remained utterly still, not knowing whether to advance or flee, nor why the crowd was pushing her on and why the judges were smiling at her. So stood, before the beaming burghers, that half-century of servitude. Approach, time-honored Catherine Elizabeth Leroux, intoned the counselor, who had taken the list of the laureates from the president's hands. And examining by turns the sheet of paper and then the old woman, he repeated in a paternal manner, "Approach, approach." "Are you deaf?" said Tuvache, bouncing on his chair, and he began to shout into her ear, 54 years of service. A silver medal, 25 francs. It's yours. Then, when she had her medal, she gazed at it, and a beatific smile spread over her face, and you could hear her mumbling as she went off. "I'll give it to the priest back home, so as he might say masses for me." "What fanaticism!" exclaimed the pharmacist, leaning towards the lawyer. The meeting was over. The crowd dispersed. And, now that the speeches had been read, everyone recovered rank, and everything resumed its habitual round. The masters spoke harshly to their servants, and these hit their animals, sluggish triumphators who made their way back to the stall, a green crown between their horns. Meanwhile, the National Guardsmen had come up to the first floor of the town hall, with brioche cakes spitted on their bayonets, and the battalion's drum conveying a basket of bottles. Madame Bovary took Rodolphe's arm. He accompanied her to her house. They separated at her door. Then he walked alone in the field, awaiting the banqueting hour. The feast was long, noisy, badly served. So crammed were they could scarce move their elbows, and the narrow planks that served as benches all but snapped under the weight of the guests. They ate copiously. Each took a goodly share. The sweat trickled down every brow, and a whitish vapor, like a river mist on an autumn morning, floated above the table, between the hanging lamps. Rodolphe, leaning back against the tent cloth, was thinking so deeply about Emma that he heard nothing. Behind him, out on the grass, servants were stacking dirty plates. His table companion spoke. He did not answer them. His glass was filled, and a silence settled on his thoughts, despite the growing clamor. He dreamed on what she had said and on the shape of her lips. Her face, as in a magic mirror, shone out from the badge on the shakos. Along the walls fell the folds of her dress, and days of love unrolled to infinity through the vistas of the future. He saw her that evening, during the fireworks, but she was with her husband, Madame Hamais, and the pharmacist, the latter fretting about the danger of lost fireworks. And, every other moment, he would leave the company to go and give Binet his advice. The pyrotechnical pieces sent to Monsieur de Vachadresse had, out of excessive precaution, been shut away in a cellar, so the damp gunpowder scarcely ignited, and the principal item, which should have featured a dragon biting its tail, misfired completely. From time to time, a wretched Roman candle went off. Then the gaping crowd sent up a clamor in which were mingled the screams of women being tickled round the waist in the darkness. Emma, silent, cowered softly against Charles's shoulder. Then, chin lifted, she followed the luminous spur to the rockets in the black sky. Rodolphe gazed at her by the light of the burning lamps. They went out little by little. The stars brightened. A few drops of rain began to fall. She tied her shawl over her bare head. At that moment, the counselor's hackney coach emerged from the inn. Its driver, who was drunk, dozed off all of a sudden, and you could discern from a distance, over the hood, between the two lamps, his body's bulk swaying from right to left with the pitch and toss of the carriage braces. "The truth is," said the apothecary, "we must treat drunkenness with proper rigor. I would like to have recorded, on a weekly basis at the door of the town hall, on a special board, the names of all those who, during the week, had poisoned themselves with alcohol. Moreover, with regard to the statistics, we would have a sort of open record we could go to when the need arose. But excuse me," and he ran once more towards the captain. The latter was returning to his house. He was off to behold his lathe again. "Perhaps it would not be a bad thing," Hamais said to him, "to send one of your men or to go yourself." "Leave me in peace," replied the tax-gatherer, "since there is nothing amiss." "You can rest easy," said the apothecary, when he had returned to his friends. "Monsieur Binet has assured me that the proper steps were taken. No spark will fall. The pumps are full. Let's go to our slumbers." "My word, I need to," declared Madame Hamais, who was yawning a great deal. "But, never mind, we've had the most lovely day for our festival." Rodolphe repeated in a low voice and with a tender gaze, "Oh yes, most lovely." And, having bid good night to each other, they went their separate ways. 2 days later, in the Rouen Beacon, there was a big article on the agricultural show. Hamais had composed it, in a rapture, the following day. "Why these festoons, these flowers, these garlands? Whence runs this crowd, like the billows of a furious sea, under the torrents of a tropical sun pouring out its heat upon our tilled fields?" After that, he discussed the condition of the peasants. Certainly the government did much, but not enough. "Courage," he roared at it. "1,000 reforms are absolutely necessary. Let us execute them." Then, broaching the councillor's entrance, he did not forget the martial look of our militia, nor our friskier village maidens, nor the bald-pated old men, a certain sort of patriarch, who were there, and of whom several, relics of our immortal battalions, felt their hearts throb once more to the manly sound of the drums. He named himself among the leading members of the jury, and he even recalled, in a footnote, that M. Hamais, pharmacist, had sent a dissertation on cider to the Agricultural Society. When he came to the prize-giving, he depicted the joy of the winners in dithyrambic strokes of the pen. The father embraced his son, the brother his brother, the husband his wife. More than one displayed his humble medal with pride, and without doubt, once returned to his home, beside his good housewife, he will have hung it tearfully on the modest walls of his little thatched cot. About 6 o'clock, a banquet, laid out in M. Legard's meadow, brought together the principal persons present at the festival. There the greatest heartiness never ceased to prevail. Various toasts were made. M. Louvain to the king, M. Tuvache to the prefect, M. Derazares to farming, M. Hamais to industry and to the fine arts, those two sisters, M. Leplicky to improvement. In the evening, a brilliant firework display suddenly lit up the sky. It looked like a veritable kaleidoscope, a genuine opera set, in a moment when our little locality could believe itself transported into the middle of a dream from 1,001 Nights. Let us note that no disagreeable incident came to perturb this family reunion. And he added, all we did observe was the clergy's absence. Without doubt the vestries take progress to mean something quite different. Entirely up to you, gentlemen of the Loyola strain.